Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, hey, you're live.
Yeah, I was looking at YouTube. I wasn't paying attention.
So, apparently I'm going to sell a rifle tomorrow. Yay.
Doing what?
I'm selling a rifle tomorrow. Yay.
Which one are you selling?
I'm selling that AR-15 I built not too long ago. I haven't even
Okay.
shot it yet. Uh-oh. So I got a text message. But, yeah. So are you really trying to sell all of your guns or a majority of your guns to get that that SVT-40?
I'd
Or
say
you
if I
just
just sold, I'd say if I just sold one gun, I could probably get it.
which gun are you looking to sell?
I don't know. Guy at work was was thinking about buying an XDS. I happen to have one.
Oh my.
The one he really wants is my K31. I'm not selling that.
Aw. I want a K31.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Yeah, it's like people are giving me shit for not really liking bolt action rifles. I don't know why, I just don't like them. I don't like having to lift the bolt up and pull it back. But with the Swiss style rifles, you don't have to do that. All you do is just pull the bolt back and then push it forward. You know, there's not much. There's not anything to it. Unlike traditional bolt guns, where it's a pain in the ass sometimes to get the action working. So, but I guess I'm just weird like that.
It's definitely a smooth gun too.
I will make an exception for the Krag rifle in the 1903 Springfield. Just because of the fact that those are two iconic guns that I probably should have in my collection at some point.
If I had the cash in January, I would have already had a Krag.
What I've been looking at doing is just finding a sporterized Krag that hasn't had the barrel cut down, because you can find them. They're not hard. It just needs to be, the barrel needs to be 30 inches long. And then I was just looking at getting like either a reproduction or just a surplus stock for it, original, and slapping it on there. Yeah, it's not going to be matching parts, but I'm not buying the rifle to be a matching parts rifle. I'm buying it to make it look more like an original that I can go out and shoot, because I want to have fun with it. I don't want to hang it on the wall. I mean, if I want to hang a gun on the wall, I'll buy an IO Inc. like Matt did and just hang it on the wall. Because I sure as hell ain't gonna shoot that thing.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to find ammo for it.
Well, it's hard to find ammo for the Krag, I'll give you that.
I mean, you can't go into your local Walmart and pick up a box.
Speaking of Walmart, I made some purchases today. They got rid of the asshole that was working there. So they had, I think it's just that my Walmart, they were clearancing out a bunch of their 7.62 by 51 steel jacket. So I bought a box of those, and then I bought two 40-round boxes of Tula 7.62 by 39, because you can never have enough AK ammo. So
I know when I went into mine Tuesday morning to get dog food, I went back there and he had a bunch of the 555 bricks of 22, so I bought 3 of those.
Why does it say steel case when it looks all brass?
Is it zinc coated?
It's saying it's Winchester 762 by 51 millimeter, 147 grain, full metal jacket, steel jacket. Whatever the fuck that means. Hey, it was on sale, so
That's on the bullet. That's not on the casings.
all right. Well, then I got brass ammo. Oh well, it's going through the set me regardless. If I could find one.
That's actually what steel covered projectiles in.
I guess these are, what, the M855 of 762?
I don't know.
They were on sale, so I got a box of them.
Yeah, I don't own a 308s.
Granted, I don't shoot 308 a lot because the ammo's so expensive. I only shoot it ever so often. But that's why I got the AK. If I want to shoot, if I want to shoot nonstop all day long, buy AK ammo, Because $9 a box for a 40, that's pretty good.
Well, that's screwed up. Didn't even do everything I typed. What the hell?
One of the guys out there is saying, "What's the weirdest combo items you've bought at the same time at Walmart?" Because one time he went and bought chemical gloves, a shower curtain, and ammo at 3 a.m. Yeah, the weirdest combination I've ever had is I bought a can of CLP, duct tape, an ammo can, and a copy of the video game The Division because it was on sale.
Yeah, I was trying to type it, but I'm going to have to refresh GunFence real quick. Yeah, I went in and bought like 600 rounds of ammo one time because I was going to the range.
They had a can of Federal, what was it, 5.56 193 ammunition at Walmart, but it was like 174. I don't remember how many rounds, but it came in its own Federal ammo can, and I'm not sure 174 is a good enough deal. I could probably get a better deal at Walmart, at the PSA.
Was it 5.56?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've got like, what, 420 round boxes or cans? But yeah, I went in and bought like 300 rounds of 7.62, bunch of 40, bunch of 9, and the one female night manager that was there, I mean, she was giving me all kinds of look, but all the other night employees there know me because I'm always buying
gun stuff, right?
Yeah, gun stuff, and they all know I shoot and everything else. So yeah, she was like, "What do you need all this ammo for?" I was like, "What do you mean? That's one day at the range."
You see, at my Walmart, they know me because, uh, you know, I'm the guy who shoots in his backyard. So here in South Carolina, if you've got enough land, and you're out in the county, as are a lot of people around the Walmart area, that's pretty common. Because everybody has, like you need at least 10 acres to be a farm. And at that point, if you're registered as a farm and you're out in the county, you're good. You don't necessarily have to be registered as a farm to shoot in your backyard if you just have county land, but it helps. Because then they just think you're a redneck farmer and be done with it, right? I think it was 420 rounds for 174 at Walmart.
Yeah, pants for like 22. They always ask that because if it's for a pistol, you got to be 21 to buy. If it's for a rifle, you could be 18. Of course, I think I look a little bit older than 21. So,
Well, considering I had to get my hair cut and it's showing bald spots, I'm pretty sure I'm over 21 now. Not that I'm trying to be negative or anything.
holy shit! Dogs are
What's up?
going nuts. Dogs are in there fighting over their Kongs.
See what deals PSA has, because if they've got some deals tomorrow, I don't know. If they have that AK kit at PSA tomorrow, I may be selling a rifle and then bringing an AK home. I doubt they'll have them there, but still. It's more of an online thing. You want another AK?
Is it me or it's just lagging?
It's lagging. It's not you.
What's up, Knives?
Hey, Pink.
Hey, Knives. And I would say that it's your California internet, but I can't back that up this time.
Hey, nice shooting, Pink.
You what?
Nice shooting.
Oh, thanks.
Did you post a link of you shooting?
Yeah. Posted it on all formats: Gun Channel's front page, YouTube, Instagram.
Is there a show going on right now?
Shouldn't be unless the Daily Gun Show's still going.
Check this over. Crap.
Engine for another couple hours. So Everybody's probably eating.
And it looks like P226 got a SMLE.
Yeah, he got a lot of guns there at Tulsa.
Is that an AK, Pink?
Huh?
Looking at Pink Panther 69, and it looks like an AK on cinder blocks.
Yeah, that
What
one's
furniture?
an SLR.
What furniture do you have on it?
That's the stock. It's the SLR 107 FR.
Okay.
It's the plum. Z's got the black, and I've got the plum.
I mean, my AK is an AK that Foose built, but I gotta be honest. The Croatia mags work great in it, and I've got the East German furniture on it, so I couldn't be happier. It works just fine.
As long as it shoots.
I was happy just to get an AK, I tell you that. So how's that Thompson treating you?
Yeah, I've got to take it apart and give it one deep cleaning. I don't think the guy ever cleaned it.
Get a boar snake.
Yeah, it was giving me failure to ejects and stuff like that. So
I looked up that brand, and apparently those did that.
yeah,
Now, can you take the stock off?
yeah, I believe
So
so. Yeah,
So it's a
it
removable
should all
stock.
come complete. Yeah, it should all come completely apart. There's a bolt on the stock and the side, and it just like comes apart.
Okay. I mean, it'd be a nice Thompson if it could load Thompson magazines instead of having to use grease gun magazines, because grease gun magazines are pricey these days. I mean, back when they made those, like what, the 70s is when they made those? I think.
Eh,
When they made those in the 70s, no, I think you said they were volunteer arms.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah.
What, 70s, early 80s?
They made those in the late 70s, early 80s. When they made those, you could probably find grease gun magazines for like cheap. Now, not so much, because everybody wants one because World War II.
I'm trying to think of who had them in stock. I looked earlier. Let's see here.
what grease gun mags are what $30 a pop these days for the 20 rounders, 30 rounders. So.
Yeah, it should be 30. 3 gigs. Max. Yep, $30.
Yeah. How many mags did he give you? 2?
1.
Only 1 with that gun?
Yep. I think he was keeping his others for his one day he was buying.
What was he getting?
He was getting a special edition Thompson, an actual Thompson.
Yeah, watch. He finds out that he can't use grease guns and he has to buy Thompson mags.
Yep.
That'll sting.
Yep, there's one. Let's see where else. Man, my internet's going slow.
Mine's not. Yay. So you off tonight too?
Technically, yeah. I don't know if I'll go in or not.
Did you guys get snow up there again?
It was spitting snow this morning when I was, about 5 o'clock while I was at work. That's about it. That was only because it was so cold.
Bummer.
Yeah, especially since it was high 60s the day before.
Cold fronts, man, I tell you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 70 tomorrow. Yeah, freaking Ohio weather, man. Just from one
70.
extreme to the other.
That's Bob sunbathing weather right there.
Yeah.
Without a shirt.
Man, they made a 5-round grease gun magazine.
It's like, what's the point?
Exactly.
5 rounds is the point. You know what? They probably knew California was going to need 5-round mags. And then New York, then New Jersey, and then Colorado. They all need 5-round mags. Even though Colorado's 15, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
Colorado's 15. New Jersey, New York is 10, right? In California.
New York's what, 7 rounds?
7 technically, but they can't enforce that. Because the judge said you can't say it's 7 rounds when only 10-round magazines are made. So I think New York is 10. It's 5 rounds for rifles and shotguns. And I don't know what it is for handguns. But I would hope they would apply that to law enforcement as well. But knowing them, they don't.
I thought New York they did.
See how dumb and arbitrary it is for New York.
Dun, 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 dun.
Nice. The crowd goes wild and throws all their 10-round magazines your direction.
Fuck you, man.
I'm only messing with you. I'm never serious.
I know.
I just have to tease you for your choices of state.
It wasn't my choice. I was born here.
It's totally your choice. You stayed there.
I should have stayed in Arizona. Nobody wanted to fucking stay in Yuma. Fuck Yuma, dude.
It's Yuma. What do you expect? There's like nothing there.
Everybody does it canal for some fucking reason. I don't know why.
There's nothing in Tombstone either, but the issue is I'd rather live in Tombstone than in Yuma.
The only thing good about Yuma is the fucking dunes. That's it.
Yeah, but if you don't have a dune buggy, it doesn't matter.
Sean just had a reloading bench. That's what. Yeah, a half-hour check going on there.
Yeah.
That's where everybody's at.
Well, it's over now, but that might have been where people were at.
I didn't know about it.
Sean Connery's reloading bench, 30-30 Winchester.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go get some sleep.
A little early, isn't it?
It is, but I've been up since 6 a.m.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been up since 5.
Well, hold on. Technically, even though I was up at 6 a.m., you're like what, 3 hours behind me?
And
So technically, I was up at 3 a.m. your time,
and
and I'm fucking tired. I'm about to fall asleep.
and then
Let me sleep in peace, goddammit.
now you're gonna go stroke it.
Knives?
That's why I was throwing out some weird answers there for Heavy's chat, because I only had like 2 hours of sleep.
Knives, all I'm going to tell you is by the time I come back and I'm fully refreshed, I expect 3 dozen bags of oranges, okay? So get your ass working.
Right. Fuck you and your fucking SKS.
That's great.
It's like nobody likes you. Hey, Pink. What'd you say about
Yeah.
condom? Use them as casing?
Do I know?
Who said you use a condom as casings for like hot dogs and shit?
That might have been Sean.
Oh yeah.
I said to use latex gloves because you can use them 5 times, turn it inside out, and use it another 5 times.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
Remember to boil them first.
Useless.
Yeah, that's where my. I was gonna say that's why I was half asleep, and that's where all my shovel and lime and all the other answers were coming from.
Yo, Lippy.
Huh?
I think Pink and Flippy been hanging around too much.
Yeah, Flippy went out of his way to get all evangelical, go all the way to Ohio and recruit Pink.
Nah, it's probably similar. Good have.
I'm not saying whether I
couldn't
do or
believe
do
that
not
shit.
have rid of an ex-wife.
I couldn't believe that shit that his ex-wife walks out on him and then he becomes he becomes a evangelical. I don't believe that shit at all.
What?
Yeah, before he just dropped off the face of gun channels. Apparently, his wife walked out on him,
I know
and
that.
then he became like a born again Christian and stopped cursing. And then he disappeared.
Yeah, more power to him. I mean,
And then he probably drank the liberal Kool-Aid. Taste those tears of freedom.
well, if he ever wants to sell that Noveski, I'll give him $300 for it.
Oh, that's great. That is
You
great.
can buy a lot of Bibles with that.
he could outfit the entire congregation with Bibles.
Yeah, last time he was on here, I think he got a suppressor already.
Yeah, he
Well,
finally got his tax stamp.
since I have to deal with the tax stamp, I'm only going to give him 200 for the suppressor.
Only two?
Well, I got to pay the ATF out of the other two.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's one thing I don't think I'll ever get because just of the tax. Unless they do that Hero Protection Act, which I'm hopeful, but I'm kind of negative on that. It's just
Is it still in committee?
it's still in committee. And the issue is, I don't think I'll ever be able to afford a $200 tax stamp. So, and yeah, I know I can probably afford a rifle here and there, but just as long as I'm not paying over a certain amount. So, oh well.
It's not my fault your pimp doesn't pay you right.
What?
It's not my fault that your pimp doesn't pay you right.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, show more leg.
If you want leg, you got to go watch Yankees chat.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Because Yankees the only one in gun channels I know that wears high heels.
Yeah.
For $5, you can even watch him give that guy a hand job that paid him $100 yesterday.
What, he gave him $100 yesterday?
Yeah, I think so.
You know what I could do with the $100, man?
Hopefully he gets it.
I could have bought a rail.
You could have bought a rail.
Oh yeah. Next week, what am I? What's that shit called? The Raptor charging handle.
Devil Dog charging handle?
I don't know. This is he says it's a Raptor charging handle inside of still in the packaging.
Huh.
And I said no. I said he just bought it and sell it.
All right, guys. I'm out. I'll see you tomorrow.
So what you gonna do?
See ya.
Later. Bye, Knives.
See? And that's what happens.
Yeah.
I told you not to be like that, Pink.
Do what?
I told you not to talk shit about a night strike.
It was just too easy.
Just say porno, you'll leave.
No, Sean needs to. Hopefully, he copied what he commented in Brian or Heavy's chat, because where he did that parody of Night Strike with the Red Dawn, radio thing that G always plays.
Yeah, the one where
That
you
was
tap at the end. Yeah, I saw it. I wonder if he did.
Here, let me switch accounts. Jump in here with Pink. That way I can screen share something real quick. Now, if I create a Patreon account, if I jump in with 2 accounts, does that mean I get double the money?
That'd be awesome.
Let's see. Let's bring this up. Come on, internet, work.
Moon,
Yo.
you have awoken?
Yeah, a little bit. If I create a Patreon account, if I jump in with 2 accounts, does that make it double the money?
Moon.
Am I screen sharing anything yet?
Excuse me.
No. Yes, you will.
Yeah, that guy's face. It looks photoshopped. But every picture I saw on real news sites look the same. Like the fuck? It's crazy.
Yep.
An Ohio man facing multiple counts after he allegedly chased a family member with a hatchet.
What the fuck? No, this how it really looks, or that's just Photoshop?
No, that's not Photoshop.
I'll be freaked out like a motherfucker. That's what I do.
Just imagine if he was coming after you with a hatchet.
Just throw my wallet at him. Here, you have it.
Look at his long, flowing, golden hair.
Dang. Looks like more like a mullet. Pictures in the front, party in the back.
Got that mullet.
I want to show my dad.
Hey guys, what's up?
Howdy.
What's up?
The everybody stop crying about YouTube now.
What?
I was asking if people stop paying them now.
Oh, you're roboting.
Yep. Yeah, you broke up real bad there.
I was saying it. Everybody stop crying about YouTube now. Am I breaking up still?
Yeah, I think I.
Nope, you're okay.
Who's getting paid now?
Yeah. Everybody was crying about it yesterday.
We all waiting for the Edge of the Week for Bob and Edge to arm wrestle.
Yeah, I figured they'd have a Sharpie knife fight.
They can at least arm wrestle, like, cause that way Edge doesn't have to get up off a stool or anything.
Fucking, they must be drunk off their asses right now.
Nah, it'd take a little while for them to get drunk off their asses. But it would be funny to see them all, both pass out and then leave the camera on and see them snoring and cuddling
I think they be
each other in the garage.
start spooning each other. It'd be a little food.
It'd be the Bob and Edge Spoon Show.
I think they should make a horror movie about Bob.
Oh yeah.
Laughing.
I know there's movies out there like that. Got the shirtless old man driving across the country in a camper, stopping periodically at RV campsites here and there. People turn up missing.
How many listeners did Smith come on?
Yeah, I can barely hear you, Knives.
Chocolate.
Sound like you got swallowed up by a big vat of chocolate.
Chocolate.
That's better.
Yep, there you go.
Kinda.
You were being smothered by Edge and Bob, and you finally broke free.
Oh hell no! Bad dream, bad dream.
They flipped you on your back. And we
No!
couldn't hear you.
No! Oh hell no! Yo, did we get Gorsuch in yet?
Yeah. The Republic has fallen. I hope everybody's happy. We now have a democracy. It's like China.
We are
right
fucked.
now.
China.
He's a good judge, maybe. Maybe. Reagan got two wrong, huh? And
I hope so.
Yeah, we'll see.
and now the Democrats have the ability to do the same thing with liberal judges. And you know their judges are going to be liberal.
Yep. So who's the next one to go?
Hopefully, the Ginsburg lady. Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
How many rockets did Trump launch yesterday?
59.
Everybody keeps saying it's 65.
I keep reading 59. Killed
Yeah,
13,
that's a lot of money.
killed 13 children.
It's a drop in the bucket, Knives.
Probably had to dust them off. I like Harry's answer. They were old and they needed to be used.
Shit would have happened whether it was Hillary, Trump, or fucking Gary Johnson. Jill Stein would have launched them missiles. 'Cause would have just done what they were told.
Fuck. Jill Stein.
Jill Stein.
I don't know. Hillary might just stood there and shook her finger at him.
No. Knock it off.
No, Hillary's like responsible for the invasion of 7 Middle Eastern countries. Or 6.
Yeah, it's true.
She was all about starting this Cold War 2.0. Just like everybody thought. So she would have done it more easily for the
Yeah, she would have dropped 120 instead of 65
yeah.
or 59 or whatever. And if it was that time of the month, 220.
I think she's done. She's done her cycle. What was she, 69? How old was she?
I don't know.
Gonna have hot flashes.
Menopause and all that bullshit.
No.
Yeah, let me hop out with this account because this is actually taxing my computer real bad. So
Word.
here we go. That's a little better.
Did you see the new Glock models?
No, I didn't know they were coming out with some.
Yeah, well, they got the new Gen 4 compensated models, the Cs. And these new 17 and 19 with front serrations. They look pretty cool. But I
Doesn't
just sent
he-
my I sent my slide off and paid like $202 after the coupon code to get front serrations.
I was going to say, did you send it in to Taryn?
I sent it to ATEI for enhanced rear and front serrations for Gen 3 though. These Glock brand Glock ones are Gen 4s.
Yeah, I figured that since they've got all these aftermarket companies putting these serrations and doing all these other mods to it, they would figure they would jump on the bandwagon and try to recoup some of that money.
Yeah. Well, I seen they were letting some distributors do it, like Battle Worn and Nibex together. They did one with front serrations and like a Battle Worn Nibex finish. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. But these are just going to be regular standard black Glocks with front serrations, and the Glock logo is pushed back, and the 9x19 in Austria or USA, wherever they're made, it is pushed back toward the middle of the slide.
Do they have pictures out yet?
Yeah, it's on the Firearms blog, the article. Should be one of the top articles.
Yeah, question. Bow carrier, anything will do for an AR-10, 5.56, not
And
AR-15.
you need a 5.56 bolt carrier.
Anything will do,
What do you mean, like anything will do?
like any kind.
Any brand?
Yes, sir.
What are you looking at?
Some kind of cheap.
Oh, yeah. Look on PSA.
All right, cool.
I guess I heard they're good. Good steel. All tool steel or something.
Man, I like that G24.
Yeah.
+1, 6-inch 40 Smith & Wesson. Damn.
Oh shit, who left?
I wasn't even paying any attention. I was looking at the new Glock models.
Hey, Pink. You ever heard of Black Rain Orderings?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
I don't know what happened. What's in that there Ruger bag? That there Ruger bag.
Fucking Sears is selling out boat carriers now.
Who?
The Sears.
Well, they used to sell rifles back in the day.
Yeah. My 112 gauge says Sears Roebuck and Company right on the side of it.
I think I want one of the Shockwaves. I'm thinking now, like, that I got rid of my shotgun and said I don't want another shotgun ever again. I think it's either a Shockwave or a Benelli M4. Like
Yeah,
two
I wouldn't.
opposite ones.
I wouldn't mind getting one of those Benellis. Have it all tricked out and worked like the one Demo Ranch just got done.
What did he get done to it? The Terran Tactical?
No, it's some guy down in Texas. Yeah, it's got the extended tube. The loading gates all been cut out and reworked and everything else. It's set up for 3-gun.
Okay. Because that Terran Tactical upgrade is, it starts at 1800 on that gun. Yeah, it's crazy. They stipple it.
Let me see if I can find that video on it. Yeah, it's from Hayes Custom Guns.
But I would get a Shockwave just for portability.
Yeah, it's taking forever for this to load up.
Hello.
Oh my god, it's Fizz.
Foos
How's
What's
foos.
up, Fizz?
Much.
Fizz Foos.
Foos foos.
From now on, you should be named Fizz Foos.
Fusus. Hey, Pink, how was your match?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I get 29 out of 60.
Sweet. I have to go set up a one tomorrow.
When's the match? Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday at 1. So, were you guys there at Match Chat on last Wednesday, where I basically stole the Makarov away from Travis P?
I heard about it.
Yes.
There it is.
So what you got it for again? Like 200?
Yeah. And it has Russian grips on it. It doesn't have the Bulgarian grips, it has Russian grips.
You should put the Fab Defense grips on
Fab Defense? What?
it.
Yeah.
Just like a giant beaver tail.
Sounds fabulous.
Now I could definitely see that. Looking at it, and I'm just cycling and stuff like that, I could definitely tell it will beat the shit out of your the webbing of your hand. But that single action trigger, that's pretty nice. I have to tell you, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, I had an FEG PMK. It was a 380 though. It was friggin' awesome gun.
Yeah. So I got 100 rounds. I'm gonna go ahead and shoot tomorrow as I go out and practice, set stuff up. So now I went and took it all the way apart, and there's only like 10 pieces to this damn thing. Oh, it's worth $200. Even better yet, it's worth stealing it from Travis. So what's been going on this week besides the comic book that has been going on like Monday and Wednesday?
Nothing much.
Just wait for World War III to happen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Polecat was here on fucking Monday.
Nice.
Yeah, Yeah, you got Polecat showed up. Then Blue Line showed up tonight.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Thin Blue Line's been in the early watch a lot.
Oh, has he? Okay.
Ooh, Benelli with the undercut. Nice.
Jesus, man down.
Oh man, I think I need to slow down on the beer consumption tonight.
Hey Pink, are you still gonna get that rifle?
I don't know. It all depends on if I end up selling anything.
So I got the last piece of my single stack rig in the mail today. Remember whenever we were looking for that pink, not pink, but purple magazine holster? Or not magazine holster, but holster?
Yeah.
She came in.
You screen share?
Nah.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Pink holster, or pink belt, purple holster, white mag pouches. The single stack gun. There you go. How pimp does that look?
I don't know if pimp is the right word for it, but
it's gonna be badass. Now all I need to do is get the bullets that I ordered on Wednesday, and I'll start loading like a mofo for it.
Damn, Long Beach Grand Prix started today.
What?
The Long Beach Grand Prix started today.
Oh, okay. Or motorcycle or race car?
Race cars. You can hear them.
Is it like a 24-hour thing or what?
No, just practice right now.
Oh. Formula One?
No, regular cars.
Oh, cool. I'm totally wrong on everything, so.
Yeah, I used to be really into Formula One. Michael Schumacher. Yo, Moon.
Yo.
You're right. I should have bought that fucking charging handle.
Why?
That fucked up, dude. I
What's
could have
fucked
sold
up?
it. It was an AR-10 Raptor charging handle, and I could have sold it for more money. He wanted $40 for it.
Yeah, I told you. Told you could have sold it and then got a 5.56 one. Too late.
In the case.
Just get a BCM Mod 4 charging handle.
I'm just wrapping everything down right now.
That's like the middle size latch.
You building an AR? California compliant? 10 rounds
No,
only?
just an upper. I was going to buy an upper, but I'd rather build it.
Yeah. Men like putting Legos together. So it was like Heavy B on tonight, or?
He was on earlier.
Already? Damn.
He
So there's
started like
nothing-
around 12
Fuck.
California time.
Ah, so 2 here.
Hey, how you guys like those stories that's Matt's reading on a
Oh, they're
stat?
fucking awesome. They're hilarious, dude.
Fucking Bob Rolling.
Yeah. I like the end of the last one. Sporterized Mosin's now going for $1,000.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
Hey Moon, what are you playing?
Ghost Recon.
Dude, I would have thought you left that game already.
No. Can't stop playing it. It is too big though. It's like 20 San Andreas's. Two of my dumb AI teammates got ran over by cars. Oh no, they got ran over by a train.
That's never good.
Dumbasses.
Still messing around with that gunsmith?
The what?
You still messing around with that gunsmithing
Oh, on this game.
on that game?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's just parts. You can just like swap out barrels. Short barrel, long barrel. I think you just switch the triggers from full auto to semi-auto. I don't know. Yeah, it's not all that deep, but it's got a lot of. I guess these people get all their info from Airsoft, but Airsoft is kind of keeping up with all the real stuff. As soon as they make something, some real gun accessory, some Airsoft company copies it. And then the video game developers go out and play with Airsoft guns. I guess. It's my guess. Like right now I'm using the 1911. It's the only handguns are like the 5.7, a Mac 11, a SIG 227,
227.
an L General, which is a Beretta, or it could be a Taurus. 92. This fucking gun looks like a Ruger LC9 or something. A BFF. Yeah, it looks like an LCP. Okay, that looks like a good gun to stick in the game. That's what Ghost Recon guys would use. It does have the Maxim 9 in it, though. I haven't unlocked it. It's called the Whisper. And I got a, what's it called? A Python. Yeah, but a Ruger LCP. What the fuck? Let's see if I can show you. You see that?
Yeah.
What other gun?
LCP.
What other silhouette would that be? Fucking straight up Ruger LCP.
The BFF.
Yeah, the BFF. Your best friend forever.
Nice.
Beer burp.
I just drinking.
Bud Light.
Huh.
I know.
Give me a Shiner box.
I know. I bought it a week or two ago, and it was just one of those nights that, you know, you just want to have shit beer with shit pizza. So I bought shit beer.
What are you drinking? Natural ice?
Nah, Bud Light.
Yeah, where's everybody, man? Usually it's popping on Friday.
It's because you're here.
Fuck you.
Nah, I'm okay.
Fuck you first.
I'm okay.
You're welcome, Foos. You're the second person I said that to today.
Fuck behind him.
No.
long slide for the APX would look like.
Long.
All they'd have to do is make a.
Be threaded barrel. I know that.
They can make just a longer barrel and a longer slide for the existing frame, I guess.
Don't you have to get better sights on that shit
I don't have to, but I'd like to.
for the barrel? For the suppressor.
I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. APX.
Long.
I'm talking about the Beretta APX. Long slide.
Yeah, long.
Doesn't exist. Doesn't have to have a threaded barrel. Just has to be like a 34. Like a Glock 34. All I have to do is sell the barrel and the slide. Let me just slap it on your APX.
Man. I was hoping Travis would join.
Just usually join Edge's chat.
No clue.
I know Bob's going to be at Edge's, and they're going to arm wrestle. And then
Oh, he actually went over there now?
match at Tonsil Hockey. What? Yeah, he's
So
over
he
there.
actually went over there?
Yeah.
I think he's going to, Bob's going to get a reach around.
He's going to get the full shebang.
The full Monte.
What's today, the 6th?
7th.
Oh, 7th.
Yeah, all right. It's the 7th.
Hey, Pink, check out that link. That's how our guns look like now. The ARs look like.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What
Even the
happened?
fucking high points.
Looks like it's going to fly away. Whee!
They got 3 pages.
Surprised you have that many damn guns. In California.
just kidnapped a guy in the video game.
I was going to say.
Oh, shit. This fucking moon sounded like nothing happened. Hey, are those the same prices you guys have over there? Where you guys are from?
I don't know. I'm not looking at it right now.
$569 for a Delton.
Oh, that's too much
Actually,
money.
I was going to say the High Point's higher. I will say that.
High Point.
High Point Carbine.
It's higher price
409.
for
I'll
what?
say they're like,
They're like $269, dude. Why?
yeah.
Well, who's selling them for this much?
California prices.
That's insanity.
Plus 3 times taxes.
Yeah, I mean, they got to pay for all that additional plastic you put on it to keep that from having a pistol grip.
Yeah, it's stupid. But it feeds.
There's that.
It shouldn't count though, because it feeds into the pistol grip, the ammo. I thought the California law said something about it not feeding through the pistol grip. Like that's how they tried to outlaw Tech 9s.
No, those are featureless rifles now. Those without the bullet button.
Oh. That's retarded.
Yeah, there's that pic and video of that Benelli. Man,
Take a lookie. Say wise, Mike. Video quality set. Oops. Fuck.
Is that a Benelli?
yeah. Sorry, I stepped away. What'd you say, man?
I was just messing up and it set my video quality down to like 480 or some shit. This thing was blurry. That looks nice. The feed gate thing is all polished up.
Not polished, it's undercut.
Well, let's say you don't get your hand jammed up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, opens it up. That way you can feed it more ammo real quick.
Is it uneven or is it supposed to be like that?
It's supposed to be like that.
Oh, I couldn't have that. My OCD. But I guess it's necessary. Yeah, it's pretty cool. How much does that cost when you send it to them?
That I haven't checked out. Kind of scared too.
It can't be as bad as the Terran Tactical. I mean, all the Glock places that do like basically the same thing as Terran does are like way cheaper. And plus, that Combat Master thing for the Glock went up $200 the day John Wick 2 trailer dropped. So after I bet you all those packages went up a little. The
Yeah.
shotgun and the AR.
It's guaranteed.
So I was eyeballing it right before, because we already knew what me and Flippy and
Everyone knew that shit was gonna go up.
I mean, we knew what the gun was before everybody was just guessing, and the IMFDB didn't put the right model up. We knew it was a 34. I had still shots of like the very first trailer on my phone, and then like 2 months later, they dropped a second trailer or maybe a longer trailer or something, and that's when everybody knew what gun it was. And Terran Tactical's price went up for the Combat Master package.
I still there?
Yep.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I just watched a video of a Black Widow killing a snake. A snake got caught in its web and it went down and killed it.
I'll be back now. I'm gonna get something to eat.
Later.
Later, night.
I'll be back. I'm not
Absolute
leaving.
Probably gonna be another quiet night.
Looks it.
So what do you think of that Rock Island open gun?
It was decent. I don't know. I just don't. I don't have enough experience with Rock Islands to trust them as an open gun. Was that 9mm or 38 Super or what?
It was 9. It's the one that came with 2 barrels where you can shoot 9 and 22 TCM.
Oh, okay. So it was 9 minor.
Well, with the compensator and everything else, does it increase the power factor?
Yeah, he has to push that round faster.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I know it was definitely blowing up a lot of gases and stuff.
He might have been pushing a 9 major, but most people don't. I mean, well, yeah, he could do it. I mean, they'll just beat the crap out of the gun because a lot of those guns have to be built for him. Built for 9 major.
Let me see if I can find the results of my match here.
Yeah, so I have my single stack belt and everything all ready. I don't have any fucking ammo for it though. It's pissing me off.
What do you? Oh, you don't have any ammo for you to make a rough?
No, I have ammo for that.
Oh,
It's my 1911. I don't have any ammo for.
What kind of Mac do you got?
Bulgarian Circle
Oh,
2.
nice. Awesome.
Yeah, picked it up for $200. Well, total 212 shipped, and then 20 at the FFL. So
Nice. I paid, I got a original Soviet one. That one cost me a bit. But they probably operate exactly the same. I just paid a lot more money to have a triangle instead of a circle and a tent.
yeah, so I have mine is Bulgarian, but it has a Russian grip on it, black grip.
The Russian ones, I think, were the Bakelite ones as well. Just your typical, I think they were Bakelite at least. They're wood, aren't they? Or they're like a compressed. Oh shit!
These are black.
Well, the black. So there's this interesting Bulgarian Makarov. I think are they black with the star in the middle?
No.
Those might be just like a different kind of grip, I suppose. But there's actually an interesting Makarov. It's extremely rare. It's called like the Black Sea Naval Makarov or something like that, and it's actually a chrome Makarov with a black grip, but it's the one with the star in the middle of it.
No, this is black grip, but the funny thing is, I mean, usually the hammer and safety are that off-colored. Well, I mean, these are off-colored, but the grip is black. I've looked, and you can get about $30 and get the grips for them.
Yeah. No, the grips aren't too expensive at all. That's the great thing about that gun. I just bought like a fuckload of just parts just to hoard when I got mine. I have like an extra barrel. I have a whole bunch of shit for that gun, extra safeties, all sorts of things like that.
Yeah, I looked at it at the shop, and it looked like it was pretty damn, didn't have much Cosmoline on it or anything. And I came home, opened it up, and well, I mean, it didn't have a ton. Seriously, I could have went out and shot it the way it was.
Oh, I couldn't have. Oh man, when I got mine, I looked at it when I picked it up at the dealer, and I was like, wow. I was like, this doesn't have much Cosmoline at all on it. This is great. I opened it up, and it was just like there. And I'm just like,
no, but the barrel was clean. All the parts, the entire slide was clean. There's a little bit on the interior of the safety. There was some in one magazine, but I mean everything functioned, cycled. I could have ran it.
No, not me. Mine was just, oh man, it was have so much stuff in it. I was like, what the fuck? And it was funny because I was so impressed at first. I'm like, oh, I thought this thing was going to be dripping when I get my hands on it, but it wasn't at all. And then when I opened it up, I was just like, oh my God. I was like, I am going to be here literally all night. But yeah, no. It was it's a lovely gun. I love that gun.
Yeah.
Oh man. I love Soviet guns in general though, so I'm very biased.
They shoot pretty straight?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, that fixed barrel is just I don't know. I think it's really nice for accuracy. And it's unbelievably simple. Like, I am yeah, dude. If I could actually like because there were some parts worn on mine when I got it and I had to replace them. The fact that I can go beyond a basic field strip, I am the most mechanically stupid person on the face of this planet. Like, if you give me a fucking a broom handle, I'd find a way to fucking break it. You know what I'm trying to say?
The thing is on this, I mean, if you take it apart, and a lot of times if you take a gun apart, you have to look to see how you put the damn thing back together. Mm-hmm. This gun, if you take it apart, you're like, it's easy to put back together.
Oh yeah. Oh, but I mean, like I had to take out the hammer and a couple of things, and for me it was just like, oh, I was like, that's it. I was like, wait, I was able to do this. I was able to replace parts. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I took it all the way down to each individual part to clean it. I mean, all except for the barrel. I didn't press the barrel out, but everything else was down as an individual part. So.
No, yeah, for me, I would, yeah, that wouldn't work for me, unfortunately, to like go that far. Maybe it would, I don't know, but at least the way I brought it down to, I could actually I could actually do it. I was very happy. I was like, yes. But can't wait till I could actually start to get that stuff here and stuff and such.
What stuff?
Oh, my guns. I was up in New York City, but I'm currently in Miami.
Oh, you moving?
Well, yes. I'm here for work, and I'm rather sick of New York, and I'm trying to. It's supposed to be temporary, but I'm doing what I can to make things permanent, either here or somewhere else in a more, shall we say, gun-friendly place.
Good deal.
Yeah. I'm very sick of New York.
I bet so. I bet you like the South Beach babes.
One of the many benefits, I suppose.
Yeah, that was my results there, Fuse. I don't know how to figure up all that hit factor and stuff, but
yeah, I'll look at it here in a little bit. I'm in the middle of a World of Warships game because I'm a geek. I should have draft fired it. I should have went shooting today, but I didn't.
Thinking of going either tomorrow or Sunday. The fact I could actually go shooting is it's a great thing.
Shit, they went to Arizona.
What the hell is acoustic attenuation? Is that a word? Words. Anyway, they make cool patches. Kid Fox Design has a high point patch. They're all like super detailed PVC patches.
Yeah.
Of guns. Yeah.
acoustic attenuation is a measure of energy loss of sound propagation in media.
Okay. That's the name of this company. Acoustic Attenuation Group. So AAG, I guess. But I would just go with Acoustic Attenuation Group. Tag you. I don't know, I gotta make everything so difficult. And I've shown this guy's face is on IG. Scary.
That's a big patch.
Oh yeah, I didn't really notice the guy's hand holding them. They're not even public. The Fox.
One's detailed too. Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah. The Kit Fox, they're public, but that acoustic attenuation one is not public. High Point patch is awesome.
Yeah. Glock 40.
Problem solver. I don't know why these Overwatch triggers gotta cost so much money.
What's the trigger for?
Like a different shape.
Oh no, I mean like for what gun?
A Glock.
Oh, nice.
They have a bunch of different ones, that company, but they have one that's just flat faced and gets rid of the take up as much as it can.
Gotcha.
They're $135.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I went to that acoustic attenuation group's website and it's not showing up.
That sucks. I wonder if you have to DM him. Yo, some patches. Give me some patches, fool. That's why I like the Beretta APX trigger. It's like flat and there's no take up. It's got a short reset. I don't know. A lot of people were complaining that the trigger has a whole lot of take up. There's not really. I mean, there's a big flap in the middle, like the Glock has. It's safety.
Hmm.
That has more take up than the fucking trigger.
Hmm.
Once you press that in, then once you press that in, then there you hit a wall and it breaks. The reset is like
All right.
over an eighth of an inch, maybe. It was a weird trigger at first, but once I got used to it, I like it.
29th Limited. All right.
There, I found it, man.
Word. Nice. $15. Not bad at all.
Damn, you did shitty on the Classifier.
Yeah, I know. That's the one where you shoot left hand and right hand.
Gotcha.
We got t-shirts. Yippee.
Out of stock though, Moon.
The patch, yeah, I know. That sucks. Their t-shirts are in stock. If you like medium.
I'd like to like medium.
Now the Operino patch, that's in stock.
Wait, which patch is that?
That one.
Dude, that's nice. Highly detailed. I like the different colors.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I told G-Bubs about these patches like way back when I first saw them. Because they had like an MP5. They had like they had a bunch of little different guns.
I like the dog. I want the dog.
Yeah.
Oh, they just have 4 patches.
I guess. So where's the
There's
patches?
there's suppressors
Where's the patch department?
under shop.
Ah, I found it.
Canine treat bags.
Oh, is that how big the patch is? It's in that dog's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like these circular patches.
Yeah, I had 1 or 3 mics and 1 no shoot.
Good deal. Do you watch a Practical Pistol show?
No, I don't.
Ben Stagger. Yeah.
Has he got a YouTube?
Yeah, I'll get you to it.
Okay.
There you go. He's like been the national championship in production for 3-4 years.
Yeah, I know who he is because we were looking at his site for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It's him.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and subscribe to him.
So evidently, their shot was fired at the gun show last weekend, Tulsa Gun Show.
Oh wow!
It was a policeman went and was looking at was on the outside of the tables and was looking at a pistol, and he went and charged it and went to dry fire it, and he put one through he lit one off.
Shit.
If I can't.
See.
Where did I see it?
I tagged you in the new Glock pink, and they come with steel sights now.
Really?
At least these models. Steel cup the ball sights. They've always had them. You just had to order them from Glock or a Glock store or whatever.
Yeah, if I was gonna get one, I'd get that G24.
It's just as long as the 17L, right?
It looked long. I was gonna say it looked longer. Yeah, 6-inch or 17L 6-inch.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, I want to hurry up and get classed on the Rock Island so I can break the FNS out. What the hell? Before it jumped to the beginning of the stream on there, I saw a picture of a couple back plates with looked like dicks on them.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah, how we doing? Is that LA Shy Girl? So if you leave your gun laying out, you end up with a new slide cover plate. Hell.
That's funny.
Hang on a second. Let me... Yeah, because I'm pretty sure she's private. Can you see that?
What? Why?
That's funny. That's awesome. Anyway, I think I'm gonna get out of here and surf YouTube for a little bit before I bed. So,
Hey, man.
see you guys
later.
Yep,
Have a great night, buddy.
Yep.
It's a meme with Trump and Obama. It says Trump, I ordered airstrikes in Syria. And Obama says, wow, did we just become best friends?
Gotcha.
Funny. It's like brothers. It's like bros, step bros.
Gotcha.
They need to make a new Step Bros.
That was a very funny movie. That was probably one of my favorite movies.
I thought they were coming out with a second one.
I hope so. I noticed Tropic Thunder was on Netflix, so I watched about half of it before I passed out earlier.
Yeah. He mentioned in a interview that the odds of that happening are getting increasingly slim. Will Ferrell did.
Oh, for another Step Brothers?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He's getting increasingly gay. Okay. That's all I gotta say. I'll tell him on Twitter. Yeah, we get it. Trump's a big, giant, fat hypocrite. I tweeted about Obama and it did the same thing. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I saw a meme earlier on Facebook where had this liberal chick freaking out, talking about how Syria gassed all the children and everybody. And right beside it's the same picture with her saying, talking about Trump attacking them.
And that was a no-win scenario for him. That was no win. If he would have, in my personal opinion at least, if he would have done, if he did do something, but do something, people are going to bitch. If he didn't do anything, oh, he didn't do it because he's in bed with the Russians, because of this, because of that. Yeah, what can you really do? I mean, in my personal view, if there was solid, tangible proof that it was done by the Assad regime, unleashing chemical weapons like that, yeah, I think they deserve that and more.
Yep, exactly.
Keyword there is as long as there was solid, tangible proof of that, which I think there likely was, in order to launch such a strike and everything else like that. I don't know, of course, but I would assume that there was.
What gives us the right if Assad didn't attack the United States?
What gives us the right to do a lot of the things we've done and do? That's I guess what I would
people say we don't. When people say we don't police the globe,
I think that to a point. Like I said, it's a very it's a difficult line, I suppose. But when it comes to things which are considered weapons of mass destruction, and chemical weapons are that, it does violate certain norms and codes. I know certain UN and etc. NATO regulations and such. So
treaties and agreements and
exactly. So I suppose that you can use that as pretense. And at the same time, like I said, we've the time for we cannot stick our what gives us the right. That's I think we're way past that. Yeah, I think that we've sort of crossed that line quite heavily.
We've always been known as the protectors of the innocent. It'd be one. Plus it'd be one thing.
Look, every single country.
Dropped regular bombs. He dropped, chemical bombs, which is pretty much against every code and regulation.
Precisely, exactly, and he was obviously, based on what he was targeting civilians. You know what I'm trying to say? From my understanding, the casualty, I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, was more or less all civilians. You know what I'm trying to say? So that's difficult. I totally understand the whole concept of, we shouldn't be sticking our face where it doesn't belong, sort of thing. But I just my personal belief is we're kind of way past that point. We've been doing this since a very long time.
Yeah, that's why
Sometimes
I said earlier that it doesn't matter who was president. That's what happened anyway.
Although I will say I commend it was a ballsy move on his part. I will say that. Look, he did in a way do
Bernie Sanders would have done it.
Yeah, no, but the way it's interesting because he did basically say, when it comes to Trump in general, I'm happy with some of the things he's done, not happy with other things. But what I will say is he did say he was going to shut his mouth and just kind of do things rather than, tell the whole world beforehand and everything else like that. And that's more or less what he did here, He said it, he made an announcement about it after the fact. So, yeah, interesting.
Red USMC red Bulgarian waffle mags. I guess that's why they got red, white, and blue. The fuck? $60. Did you watch the AK chat from last night? Hey.
Yeah, I was watching it while I was at work.
They had the white mag and the blue mag.
Yeah, I saw those.
What were they from?
Circle 10.
Oh.
Bulgarian AK-47 mags.
Gotcha. Nice.
They did a hashtag red, white, and blue waffle. So I guess I don't know what the deal is with it.
Are they new?
Yeah.
Yeah, USMC Red Waffle Bulgarian. I'm going to have to get some of these Circle 10s.
They're expensive there. I think I got mine for. I got them from Circle 10, but they were regular black ones. I can't remember how much I paid for them. Might have been 60. That's crazy. I wouldn't like to think I paid that much for magazines. I know I got a deal on my bake lights.
Well, just the black ones are $44.95. So
Okay, that's probably how much I paid for them. I only have 3 of those. I have 6 bake lights that I got from AIM for 31 or 3 for 99, $33 a piece or something.
Now yours is what, 545?
No, 762 by 39.
oh fuck! And you got a bake a light? God damn!
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh, that's plum Cerakoted. Damn it. Plum Cerakoted Circle 10, 762 by 39.
Meh. I want one of those green ones. Those.
Oh, the old Soviet border guard ones.
Is that what they are? 'Cause
Yeah, the I think I know what you're talking about. They're very rare, and there was also furniture for the AK matching them.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. Those things are gorgeous. Rare as hell, from my understanding, but gorgeous nonetheless.
I think I've seen like a weird green Bulgarian mag or Circle 10 with a window in it.
What is it, Soviet era, or is it new production?
I think it's a new production.
Gotcha.
Like they're military prototypes or something. Not like the window that somebody just cut into their mag like you see on Instagrams a lot. It had a window like a mag, like a plastic window.
Gotcha.
Did Edge start his chat?
I don't know if they started yet or not.
He's going to arm wrestle Bob. Excuse me.
Yeah, there was the green one.
I think I'm going to sell my AR pistol upper. wants to buy the lower because you got to transfer it.
Oh, what? It's an SBR lower.
No, it's a handgun lower in the state of Pennsylvania, I guess. So here you got to transfer handguns, but not long guns.
Oh, you're out in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I go up there from time to time. Well, used to, I suppose.
It's all right.
Yeah,
I
it's
live near
nice.
Philly, so there's not a lot of outdoor or long distance shooting going on around here unless you belong to a club. But,
My buddy, I would go up there with my buddy because he has a place there. He has it by one of. He was like an hour or so out of Scranton.
okay.
Yeah, it was nice. He lived on like this big lake and like one of those community things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad lives up in the Poconos, so I just drive up there once in a while. Only takes like 2
Gotcha.
hours. Shoot in his backyard.
That's nice.
Yep.
Yeah, so once I establish residency either here or somewhere else that's, not New York, I'm looking forward to bringing my stuff down and acquiring some new things. Definitely like to get into some long distance stuff. That would be fun. I have a rifle for it that I've shot like twice.
Yeah.
I attempted to sight it in once, but that was an utter and complete disaster.
I think I would be good at it.
Yeah. I don't know if good's the term, but I'd have fun. That's what's important.
I would have to set some kind of standard for myself and be disappointed if I didn't reach it.
I would just shooting's like one of the very few things, if not the only thing I can do where like while I'm doing it, it's like I guess zen of some kind, Or I don't really think of much other things. I'm just like I'm trying to hit that thing over there, and that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah. I've been struggling lately between stopping doing that and starting to shoot with my brain scrambled and me being not ready, so I can see what is more likely to happen if I
Need to.
if I need to use it.
Yeah, I'd like to go to because a lot of the ranges they don't let you, shoot, from drawing from a holster or things like that. I mean, I'm sure there are ranges down here where I could do it, but I've not been here for long, so I just have to go and find it, I suppose.
But I like target shootings.
I like it all. I like every kind of shooting, with the exception of I'm not a big fan of Olympic style shooting, I guess. I screwed around a little bit of that when I was a kid, and it just wasn't my thing. But IDPA, IPSC, just standard target shooting, I've never done long range, but I'm sure I'd love that. Yeah, it's just something I enjoy doing a lot. Like I said, it's something where I don't really, it's because usually if I'm doing something, 99.9% of the time my head's in, it's there, but then there's other things I'm worrying about, oh, what am I going to do at this point? What about this thing I have at work, or this thing I have here, or this thing there? With shooting, I'm usually just I'm shooting. I'm going to try to hit that target, or I'm going to try to do my best to do this and that.
That's not Bob. Who's that guy?
So it's there is a lot of you'll see. I mean, you'll place actually watches.
He started already?
Yeah, there's a guy in his garage, but it's not Bob. Bob's in his chat, and He's in the room though. Whatever. I don't even know what their topic is.
Canuck and Texas chat with Biker Bob.
Well, who the hell is that guy? You know, it's weird how Edge's camera zooms in on people.
Oh, is that what's his name? The musket.
Murphy's musket?
Yeah, isn't that Murphy?
I don't know. It doesn't look like him. It could be, though. I could be wrong. Yeah, maybe it is.
So he's there with Murphy's musket, and won't go get Bob to go shoot anywhere.
Bob's got his guns now. Bob should send his high power to, what's it called? Wilson Combat. They're doing high powers now, or they got a new high power. Looks pretty badass.
Oh, that's probably awesome.
Yeah.
Was it Wilson? They do 1911s, and do they also do M92s? I know one company does the Berettas, and they do a fantastic job on them, or at least it looks like it.
Take a look.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on high powers.
What, on their website?
Yeah.
I think there was an article.
Oh, was it?
Maybe it's something
Yeah,
they're doing.
Yeah.
Custom work and finishes 1911, Beretta, AR, and shotgun.
Oh, so they do Berettas as well.
Yeah, because they got the Brigadier and stuff like that.
That must have been the company then, because I know that must have been them. Does really nice work on Beretta 92s.
Yep.
You found it?
Found what?
I never handled it, so I could, of course, be wrong. But it's just in terms of aesthetics and such, it seems to be very nice.
Let's see, long guns, they do AR-9s, AR-10s, AR-15s. Scatterguns.
Well, they do shotguns too.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Did not know that.
Looking at
CQB shotgun.
yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, look at some of that. Whatever jumps to Edge's camera, all you see is a big face of Edge right in the screen. Him smiling.
Zooms in on him.
Do what?
His camera zooms in and out on people's faces.
Does it?
Yeah. Creepy. Yeah, I can find a picture of it on Facebook when I search high power, but I can't find a stupid article.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, some of the work they did on these shotguns is phenomenal.
What, Wilson?
Yeah.
Yeah, was Haas up in there?
Yeah, Hosh is in there. Yeah, some of those old shotguns had some bad pitting in them and everything. They brought them back.
I mean, yeah, I've always known them for 1911s, but from my understanding, they make just fantastic products all around.
When you get that many gunsmiths together in one shop,
Mm.
Oh shit! Hawaii's up in that bitch.
but X-Tac Elite, man, that thing looks sweet. Oh, that protector.
What is it? A shotgun?
No, 1911.
Oh wow, I see what you're talking about.
Not the 9mm thing?
That's insane.
I'm looking here.
Combat invented like their own 9mm 1911 looking thing.
Nope, 45 ACP. Oh yeah, they do have a 9mm.
Oh, they do ARs as well. Look at that.
Yeah, I see their ARs at my range all the time.
They run nice.
You got 9 ARs?
I don't know.
Yeah, AR-9.
They're expensive, but I could always tell they were Wilson Combat because it had the logo on the grip, and it looked like a BCM grip with like the Wilson Combat logo engraved into it or stamped into it.
Man.
So what? The protector? He was in. They were in collaboration with Vickers.
I don't know. What's the
Either that, or it's just a Vickers. Just a Vickers video. That's what it might be.
We like that. I like that 1911. That looks nice.
I thought he did Nighthawk guns.
Yeah, these things are very expensive, but man, are they nice looking.
I don't know.
Yeah, 45, 9, and 38 Super.
Yeah, this is the Beretta I've seen. This is really nice looking Beretta.
What, the Brigadier?
Mm-hmm. That's expensive, but it's about a third of what they were charging for 1911. So
Yeah. If you want a high-end 1911, that's what you're going to be paying for.
yeah. Oh, they got a 9mm too. Interesting. AR and 9mm is not really my thing, especially for $2,000. But you know, I'm sure it's a nice one.
Put my pistol AR up for sale like a year ago. Nobody.
Oh, what ran? What kind of ammunition?
5.56.
Oh, gotcha. I was talking. I was looking at this Wilson one that actually it's a 9mm AR that takes either Glock or Beretta magazines.
Yeah, they got 1911 for California. Bullshit.
I want me a Russian Ishmash Bakelite. I want me a Russian Tula Bakelite. I want me a Russian Slab Side. Damn.
Oh yeah, when it comes to me, if I can get my hands on original Soviet stuff, it makes me very, very happy.
Damn, the California 1911 look neutered.
This is the only.
We're going to have some real Russian nuclear radiation pretty soon.
Hopefully not.
Breathe it in and just absorb it.
Maybe we'll give a superpower.
Yeah, super evolved coming. superhuman.
Which would be a country of X-Men.
They probably will too at that point.
I haven't checked to see if that Russian superhero movie ever came out or not.
Which one is this?
Remember the one with the guy that had the bear head? Remember that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Remember that, Moon?
Which one? What are you talking
The
about?
Russian superhero movie where
Yeah. Yep. With the crazy effects.
yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't checked to see if that ever came out or not.
Yeah, it looked cool. I watched
Yeah.
it.
Just please don't let it go to World War III. I still haven't moved fucking out of California yet.
No.
We're
They
not
want
gonna
to collapse the economy. And then, I don't know. Maybe nuke us. And then elite people go to their bunkers. But I think they just want like a Cold War.
I don't think it's in anyone's interest to nuke anyone.
No.
And I think I would say, with the exception of North Korea, most countries realize that.
Can't we just bomb the shit out of North Korea and just end it?
To be honest with you, we are kind of coming to the point where that's going to be very difficult. So if we're going to do it, we're going to probably have to do that soon. Because at this point, it's risky. In the 90s. In the 90s.
We should have done that before we bombed Syria.
We should have done that in the 90s, in my opinion.
North Korea directly threatened us.
They do it on a constant basis with nuclear annihilation.
Every time they threaten us, we should fucking send 59 Tomahawks somewhere in there.
You're going to need a lot more than that for them. I'll tell you that.
God, America is not weak. It's raining death.
Fucking bombing with dildos and shit.
Yeah, the propaganda and brainwashing is pretty strong over there.
There, honestly, I have to say, they take it to like the next level, and then they took it to the level above that. In terms of, proper authoritarian dictatorship, they're really good at that. Yeah. Although there are certain holes that are starting to form now, they've done a great job. They've done a very good job at a very bad thing.
Yeah, I've seen some documentaries of some like underground media and stuff that gets bought and traded.
Yeah, that and the fact that yeah, exactly. They get the underground media and such. Then they also have radios that they use to kind of tap in, because they're not allowed to listen to anything except for North Korean radio.
Yeah.
But they call them illegal radios that they listen to South Korean radio with. Then they actually, so for a long time over there, from my understanding, they were enforcing the whole, very, very strict adherence to communism, where, everything more or less, from my understanding, that you sold belonged to the government, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But recently they're actually allowing, and they, would have these like black market stores and such like that, where people would, actually sell things and keep the profit. And now, from my understanding, in recent years, they've been much more lenient, if not more or less just allowing it to a point, just because otherwise, I guess, maybe they are afraid that if it gets too bad, people will revolt. I don't necessarily see that happening anytime soon, but you never know.
Yep.
They're an interesting group. If I didn't fear being captured, I would totally go over there to visit, because I'm utterly fascinated with that place.
They got a lot of cool looking structures.
Oh yeah, like the oh shit, I always forget the name of it. It starts with the Rukyang Hotel, the big pyramid hotel they have in the middle.
Yeah.
To me, the history of that country is just, oh man, I'm fascinated by it. And to just be able to go there, because I'm very fascinated with North Korean history, Soviet history, things like that. So that's kind of like the last bastion of something like that really existing. So to be able to just go there and kind of see what it's like would be kind of cool. While being interested in the history, though, I will say that I wish that it could be made permanently history, like in the case of the Soviet Union.
Found me some tactical Nikes. Comes with the handbag.
Tactical handbag.
Yeah, just scroll down. You find a tactical handbag with Molly.
And strap a bunch of magazine pouches to it. And they keep a notebook in there for after the nuclear blast.
Well, if your notebook survives, that would be
It'll be
very
like The
interesting.
Road. They should make a sequel to that movie.
Which movie is this?
The Road.
No, I don't think I've ever seen it.
What the hell is that guy's name? Viggo Mortensen.
Yeah, not really very familiar with actors and such, so
That's a good one.
Be difficult.
There's no good movies this month, huh?
I don't know.
Doesn't Wonder Woman come out next month?
Fuck Wonder Woman.
I'll fuck Wonder Woman.
I don't want to watch any DC movies. I don't want to watch any Marvel movies. I mean, I still want to see Logan and Deadpool.
Let's see, Guardians is the next one at May 5th.
Yeah, it looks alright, I guess.
Then
It's not
Alien.
gonna be as good as the first.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Then Alien. Oh, well, I don't know.
Is that a remake or what? The Aliens one.
Alien Covenant. I think that's that. No, it's not a remake. It's we call a sequel to Prometheus, and it's kind of starting to link the movies to the very first movie.
Okay.
Then May 26th is Pirates of the Caribbean, and then June 2nd is Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I'll see Aliens or whatever. Alien Covenant.
Yeah.
don't really watch.
June 9th is The Mummy.
Yeah. For me, I don't really watch too many movies, but I did enjoy that Deadpool movie.
Yeah, Deadpool's good.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
June 23rd, Transformers.
Nobody wants to see that bullshit.
July 7th, Spider-Man.
See, that movie is actually something that got funnier, I think, the second time I saw it. Because I saw it in the movie theater, and then I saw it on a flight to Germany. And on the flight to Germany, I thought it was actually funnier. And that was the second time I saw it.
What's this again? What movie?
Deadpool.
Oh, okay.
Yo, is it me or Edge looks like an Asian cowboy?
That's funny. I used to have a guy in these chats that looked like Mr. Miyagi, but he had a southern accent. It was awesome.
Pat Mora?
I forget his Pat Morita.
Yes.
Yeah, I forget the guy's name. But he has a cool YouTube channel too.
The accents could be funny for sure. You never expect. Like I remember one time, I was at this this German event, and there's this girl who was her heritage was Taiwanese, but she spoke perfect German, and when she spoke English, had a German accent. I did not expect that.
Weird. Super weird. Not really.
Yeah. It's just unexpected because you never, you never know what to expect, I suppose. And like usually,
if you don't expect it, you're a racist.
Damn, I might even try to get one of those 40-round magazines.
For what?
It's a Bulgarian Circle 10.
Oh.
They're 60, right?
Yep.
Was that for the 7.62 or was it for the 5.45, the 40 granders?
7.62.
Yeah, I saw some banana ones. Do they sell those, or are those gimmicky?
No, they're what, 100 round?
They're like
Or
a 40 rounder, and they have the banana scheme on it.
Oh, yeah, the yellow ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are those gimmicks or just?
Yeah. They work, but they're just to be funny.
They're like funny as fuck though. Show up at their age.
What if you defend yourself with an AK with a banana mag in it?
They gotta be shooting at you and laughing at the same time.
Is the jury is the prosecutor gonna be like, this guy is crazy?
He's gonna be laughing the whole time. Where can I get one of these?
My defense would be like, well, I was just taking pictures.
Unlucky for that criminal to be breaking in while Moon was taking internet Instagram pictures.
Banana Mag was closest.
It would probably throw him off, that's for sure. So that's
I just won't make a mag that says Murder Mag on it. And it should be good to go.
Hey, what's the company name that makes bananas?
Chiquita. Chiquita banana.
Has a big ass sticker right in the front.
Yep. It ain't a real banana mag if it doesn't have the what's the other one? Dole? The Dole sticker on there?
Dial? Get a grenade.
What do you think of those slab sides, man?
They're cool. I don't have any because they're expensive.
Yeah, I know.
But,
There's only one left.
I really don't have a lot of AK mags.
I've got a lot of the Yugo, oh shit, surplus Yugo mags that everybody had a couple years ago.
Yeah,
I kept buying those. I mean, that's why I took that picture today with one of those Yugo mags.
I have 3 Circle 10s, 6 Bakelights, 2 steel mags from I don't know where, and the rest are like weird commercial Bulgarian shit, or I have 1 P mag, the old one without the metal lugs. Got, yeah, like that big Bulgarian bullet mag with the bullets on the side of it.
Yeah. I think I bought a 10-pack of those.
They got metal something. They got metal feed lips, but they don't got metal lugs. Which is whatever.
Yeah, I bought a 10-pack of those bullet mags. About a 10 or 20-pack of those Yugo mags.
I like those bullet mags. Are the best for polymer mags as far as they go. Better than Tabco. And
yeah.
I guess the new mag pulls are good to go, but I never tried them. They got all the metal where it's supposed to be now.
Right now, I'm looking for coupon codes.
Where do you usually get them? I never find them. I don't really look too hard, but I can never find coupon codes.
Well, I just did a Google search on them, and
Don't. Isn't it just come up with the websites that like offer a bunch of different coupon codes?
yeah,
They show you like what? Yeah. Yeah, I think I did. The last time I looked for one, I clicked on it. I forget what it was for, but it was like 10% off something. I mean, it gave me the code. The other day, Amazon was messing up or something and putting that TLR 1 HL for $39.
oh shit.
Yeah, and when you put it in your cart, it said, sorry, there's a problem or whatever, and it went to $120. But some people got it while it was $39, and other people complained that when they found that deal before, they had to get their money back or get a refund because the company never shipped it for $39. Yeah, I was gonna buy one.
Yeah, I would have bought 2 or 3.
Well, with the TLR1 lights,
Yeah,
I have one of those on my Beretta. $39 would have been nice. I think I spent a lot more
Yeah.
than that.
it was the 800 lumen one.
Oh, I don't know which one I have. I have the one that like has the option to strobe.
Okay, yeah, I don't know which one that is. That's like the RS
Some
or
shit
something.
like that. Yeah. I like it.
It's the
I think it's
HL.
yeah, I think it's a great fucking light. I don't have anything to compare it to, but for what it is.
Yeah, if that light didn't cost so much, because at that price I would just get another Surefire. I would try.
Surefires are a bit more expensive, though, aren't they? Because I remember comparing them, and I was thinking of going with the Surefire, but at the same time, I was just like, you know.
Well, if you're gonna pay for like a typical price for that light, it's like $149 or something for that string light, and you can get a
Oh, for the TLR,
yeah.
I think I paid a lot less than $140. I think it was maybe like $80 or $100, or I forget exactly, but it wasn't $140.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me look one up.
I think it was the S. I think you're right. That was the model of the one I had.
Alright. Looks like the bronze one is 150. The flat dark earth one is 159 at Midway. The regular black one is 126. You can get it as low as.
That's very expensive. Yeah, I remember comparing it to the Surefire, but I remember at least what I paid for it. I was like, wow, the Surefire is way more expensive. And while I know Surefire is a fantastic product, this one I've heard is also a fantastic product. So I just went with it, and I'm not disappointed. But then again, I don't have anything to compare it to, so.
I mean, it's not bad. These lights are like second best for a reason. They must be good.
Yeah.
So for a black one, 126 looks like the lowest, or 124.
But is this for that like particular high lumen one?
Yeah, it's the TLR1 HL.
See, that's the thing. I don't have the high lumen one. I don't.
You may have like the TLR1.
I think it's the S. I think it's the S, if I'm not mistaken. It might be the S.
TLR1S, yeah. Rail mounted weapon line. Okay. That's probably what you have. I thought that was 600 lumens, right?
Maybe.
I don't know where this description is. What kind of description doesn't have a lumen count? Lumens. Okay, 300 lumens. Yep. They had these ones without this silver thing on it. At Optics Planet. But I have a feeling if I ordered one, I'd still get it with the silver thing on it.
That's not the one you want?
I mean, most Streamlights that I ever seen have that like silver ring around the bezel. You know what I'm talking about?
Mine might have that. I don't remember actually.
There's these ones advertised on the Google search from Optics Planet that don't have it. There's a flat dark earth one and a black one that just have regular bezels with no silver loop thing.
Interesting.
Silver ring. But I can't find them anywhere else, so I don't know if you ordered that, if you would get it.
Damn it, I'm not finding any coupon codes.
Probably find the coupon code after you order it. That's how it usually works.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. I was just about ready to give up, too. Ah, crap. That's Circle K, not Circle 10. Damn it.
Where's Knives? See you in here?
Yeah,
You're not on Instagram, right?
I don't have Instagram.
Oh, you can't win this bulk carrier group.
Shit.
It's from Anderson. It's got a
Huh.
horse on it.
You got a horse on it?
Yeah.
That means it makes it shoot off full auto, right? Just kidding. Just kidding,
Yeah.
man.
It's got more horsepower.
That's awesome.
Yep, looks like they don't have any coupon codes right now.
Yeah, I'm out. Night, guys.
Later.
Buenas noches. Take
See you,
care.
nice.
Have a great night. Buenas noches.
Tú también.
Yep, there we go. 5 mags coming. You know that was a Dodge in there, don't you, Harry?
Say what?
Oh, Harry's watching The Wraith.
Oh.
On Netflix. With a $10,000 crushed pearl paint job.
This movie is really bad.
Yeah, but back in the 80s it wasn't.
It's trying to use every 80s stereotype.
Yep, there we go, man. 2 Bulgarians, 2 Bakelites, and a slab side.
Nice.
Got a 40 rounder, a 30 rounder, then an Ishmash and a Tula Bakelite, then that Russian slab side. That 40 rounder should look pretty good in the AK.
Did you get another one, or is it the same SLR?
No, it's the same one. Yeah, I've only got 2 AKs. got that Arsenal, and then I've got the OPAP.
Yeah, my AK just sits around and collects dust.
I want to get one of the Vepers and 545, and then convert it into looking like one of the AKS 74s. The ones that the Soviet paratroopers used during the Afghanistan war.
Who am I getting one of those 7.62 by 54R Vepers?
Those are nice. Those are really nice. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I would whenever I see any of those things, I usually get like I'm a little frustrated because I'm like, fuck, I just want a proper SVD.
Yeah.
I would settle for one of the Ismash Tigers. That would make me very happy. But you know, not quite sure when we're gonna be fortunate enough to be able to get our hands on those.
Yeah, I know.
My luck, one day I will break down and just buy one and be like, screw it, whatever the cost. And then a few weeks later, they'll be like, yeah, we're going to import some. And I'll be like, fuck. There goes my money.
Who was at the grocery store on the early watch?
Dano.
I see that giraffe still hasn't popped out that baby yet.
What zoo is that at?
I'm not sure. Animal Adventure Park. New York. Yeah,
Okay.
probably
Every once in a
lying just to
while,
keep her
it
boyfriend giraffe around.
Pops up on my Facebook, like notifications from ABC Action News or some shit. It's like a live webcam. Why the hell are you invading my Facebook with this bullshit notification?
Hey, what's up, Matt?
What's going on?
Not much.
If I'm echoing, let me know.
Nah, you're good.
All right. What's going on?
Not much,
I
buddy.
figured
How are you?
Just
Not
spending
too
money.
bad.
That's about it. Figured you'd be watching the Edge and Bob chat over there.
I don't know. They still doing chats on Fridays? Shit.
Yeah.
No, just up late. Wanted to see what was going on.
Yeah, pretty much just in here just buying shit and watching movies.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I should be buying shit though. I was gonna say it is kind of late for well, not really. I was gonna say it's kind of late for you to be up.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm at work right now, so.
Been thinking about going to sleep, but I'm just like, you know what? I don't have work tomorrow, and that's a good thing. So maybe I'll stay up a little longer.
Yeah, just go ahead and stay up till you have to go to work. You'll be good.
That will be a few days. I will probably die or something.
Let's check the news real quick, see if there's any developing stories. Oh, did you Supreme Court justice, Matt?
Oh, we did?
Yeah, that was
That's
through the nuclear option, no?
I heard something about that earlier today, and I didn't know if it actually was legit or happened or went through or whatever.
Pretty sure it did. I'm not 100%, but based on what I was reading, they said that they did it. They actually went ahead and pushed him through via the nuclear option.
Well, good, because well, no, I mean it's good that they're finally doing something that the other side's willing to do all the time.
Mm.
I mean, there's part of it that sucks, and
it's very unfortunate that this has to be the case. It really is. It's unfortunate that the nuclear option had to even be created, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
I'm normally very much for following general policy, especially when it comes to the I suppose segregation of duties, or what would you call it, like the splitting up of the power between the judicial, executive, and legislative branches and such, and just balancing power even within each respective one. But in a filibuster, it's a great thing to have. But I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to something like this, something for the Second Amendment, I'm a little more flexible.
Yeah, I mean, we all are to an extent, right?
I mean, because for me, I come, from a place where it's, very, very Second Amendment unfriendly. So, for me, I suppose I've seen it for so long. I'm just very tired of it and want it, to go away. The regulation and stuff like this. That's just complete and total rape of the Constitution.
Yep, he's in. There's a story here. Republicans nuke Supreme Court filibuster to squeeze through Gorsuch.
I wish they'd do that with Obamacare. Be nice.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that the thing that they offered up, though, wasn't much better than Obamacare.
Well, no, I mean the repeal of Obamacare, not that bullshit fucking Rhino Care, Ryan Care, Trump Care, whatever the hell people are calling it now. Yeah, that bullshit. No, that was unacceptable.
Does this mean they can push? They can push through any law with a simple majority, or just
if they
Supreme
enact,
Court
well, if they
justices?
enact, well, no, it's basically anytime they actually enact the option, they can do it. If I'm not mistaken of the history of the actual option itself. I think it goes back to, I don't know if it was created during Obamacare or used the first time during Obamacare, or that was just a major time it was used, but it was used at that time basically because Republicans were attempting to filibuster it, and he really wanted to get that thing on through, so it was used then. And I'm not sure, I don't believe it was used since.
2013.
Yeah. Yeah, so it can technically be used for anything, but I'm not sure if they're going to necessarily want to do that. But I guess we're going to have to wait and see. But they just filibustered him, for the utter fuck of it. I mean, from my understanding, there wasn't anything, that he did that was disqualifying. Kind of behaving like children, saying, oh, well, you guys didn't approve of our guy, so we're not going to approve of your guy. I think it's honestly safe to say that a 5-year-old might actually have a bit more sense than our elected officials.
Asteroid 2017. Guess we got an asteroid coming close to us at the end of the month.
Now, is that the one they want to hang a fucking skyscraper off of?
I don't know.
They got to catch it first.
Yeah.
I don't know fucking how they're gonna catch it.
I just get a fucking Pokeball, apparently.
You got a tractor beam.
For what, the asteroid?
Butterfly net.
Trump will just launch some tomahawks at it, and that'll send it off course.
Yeah, they're
There you
saying
go.
that skyscraper, it'd be going around the planet, so the scenery would always change. But I hope it wouldn't like bump into a mountain.
Well, they said, I don't know. I mean, you know, people much smarter than us figured out that where they wanted to hang it, what it would do is it would make a, you know, as it, with the rotation and all that stuff, where they were going to place it, it was basically going to make a giant figure 8 pattern between the northern and southern hemisphere over North and South America. Like, that's what it was going to do. Like, if they did it the way they were planning, that's what would happen. Is it would create this big figure 8 pattern, and like every day it would make this figure 8 pattern. I don't know. How fast is that shit got to be moving to make a figure 8 pattern over from, you know, Brazil to North America every day? Holy shit, that's moving pretty fucking fast.
It's a building that they want to do this with?
Well, the idea is they say they can catch an asteroid or a meteorite or whatever the fuck it is, and put it in orbit and build a skyscraper off of it, coming down into the Earth's atmosphere, so that it looks like it's upside down and it's hanging down from this asteroid that's constantly in orbit around the planet. And that's this weird new idea. So
never happened.
Interesting, but
the skyscraper
dangerous.
going through the atmosphere would cause drag, which would cause the asteroid to fall, crash into the Earth.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know how they figured this shit out. I don't know what they did. I don't know what quote unquote geniuses have figured this out, and this is what we're gonna do, and this is how we can pull it off, and I don't know. I don't know what they did. I don't know. So, but that's the theory going around right now.
For getting a simple change in scenery, I don't know if I would spend the money on that. That'd probably be very expensive, and sounds a bit dangerous as well.
Yeah, it causes extra magnetic pulls on the Earth itself, the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, doing something like that does seem, even if the people think they have it all figured out, there's a chance they don't. When it comes to things like asteroids, I don't necessarily know if that would be something I would want to take that risk on. For the benefit of a change in scenery, I'm okay. But perhaps that's just me.
Now, if they want to go up there and land on it and mine for precious metals or something like that, then that's one thing. But
oh yeah,
putting it in orbit, that's another.
It's an interesting concept. The fact that something like that can even be done is definitely fascinating, to say the least. But I just think I think it's probably better as an idea and a theory at this point.
Yeah, but I'm not a scientist, and I even know that's a bad idea.
I'm an accountant, and I just figure that'll cost a lot. And it's probably a bad idea as well.
Any kid that's flown a kite knows that draping a skyscraper into the atmosphere is going to cause drag. I should have went to the store before they closed.
I did, thankfully. I was about to not go, but then I did. I'll be thankful that I did tomorrow. That's
Now
a
it's-
simple thing.
I was going to say, Matt, it's weird. All my previous lobby chats have no ads on them, but the one that was playing last night does.
Yeah, it was pretty weird. Yesterday, when all that shit was going down, and I made that one little 17-minute live chat video explaining what was going on and all that kind of stuff. Like, out of my entire channel, that was the only video that had an ad in front of it.
So basically they're taking away money if you talk about firearms or just anything political or something like this.
At this point, look, here's how it went down. Yesterday was kind of like a reset button. They took ads away from everybody, and they started putting remonetizing everything last night sometime. Under the stipulation that, okay, look, you have to have at least 10,000 lifetime views and if you have that, great, your channel's monetized again. If you don't, then your channel's not monetized. If at some point you then hit 10,000 views, you have to actually apply to be a part of the YouTube Partner Program, which a lot of people nowadays don't know what that is because it's been years since that was a thing. I mean, when I first started on YouTube, that was a thing. Like, the only people that had ads on their channel that got any sort of revenue from YouTube were people that applied to the YouTube Partner Program. I am technically a YouTube partner. I'm technically a part of that program because I've been on YouTube long enough that, when I started and then did some videos and somebody told me, hey, you should apply for this, I was like, okay. And they let me in, and I had to go fill out paperwork and do all this crap and apply to be a YouTube partner. Well, like a couple years later, they just said, fuck it. If you make videos, we'll let you put ads on it. Well, they've rolled that back. Now you're going to have to apply again to put ads on your videos. So that's where they're at right now. Yesterday was the reset. If you had over 10,000 total channel views, they put your ads back on. If you didn't, you're going to have to apply to that partner program. The real key is they also came out and said, okay, look, we hit the reset button to clear out all those little teeny tiny channels that be a problem because we were seeing more racist and radical and terroristic type of ridiculous videos on these channels that didn't have a lot of views that were ending up with ads on their videos, and those were causing a problem for us. We reset that. We did away with it. That's no longer a problem. And now they've said, okay, now that we've reset everything, now we're going to start going through YouTube channel by channel to see if the content on that channel is if it meets our guidelines.
When you just stop it for 1 second. When you say they go through channel by channel, is that included in this partnership thing, or is it outside of this partnership thing?
They did not make that distinction. They didn't say. They just basically said, now that the monetization is back up, we're going to start going through the channels and figure out if what each channel is doing meets our guidelines. They didn't say. I'm assuming what I'm assuming is for channels that basically it's going to be like this. Okay, if you already had over 10,000 views on your channel, you got your monetization back. You're going to be subject for review at this point, to where they're going to check your channel to see if it's worthy of keeping ads up. If you didn't have 10,000 views already, and then you hit that 10,000 mark, and then you apply to be a partner, the first thing they're going to do is check your channel to see if meet their quote unquote guidelines.
And they haven't specified
for ad revenue.
any sort of
either way,
regulation.
yeah, either way, you're going to get reviewed as a channel on your content, and they're going to decide whether or not they think your content is quote unquote advertiser friendly. So
And they
at
have
some
no,
point, hit
they
the
have
channel.
no specifications. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
I
I'm
was gonna say, they
just
must have
saying
reviewed my channel.
it's very broad. They don't list what is or isn't advertiser friendly. They just use terms like offensive, which can be anything, you know.
Mhm.
So at some point, my you know, I mean, honestly, I mean, at some point they're going to look at my channel, however far down the line it is, and they're going to go, "Oh, you have a series of videos called Go Fuck Yourself." Yeah, yeah, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like that's going to happen at some point, because they're going to start reviewing channels, and they're going to hit my channel, and they're going to see that shit, and they're going, "Oh yeah, no," and they're going to cut my shit off. At the moment, they turned it back on after yesterday. So at the moment, you know, like my channel still has ad revenue coming in, sort of, until they decide that they're not going to pay me for that. So it really doesn't mean anything.
They're going to
say,
base
"Oh,
the entire. I guess you don't know, right? I was going to say that we're going to base the entire thing. Are they going to do it by video or by channel? But I guess you don't
see.
know.
That's the thing. They didn't say. They didn't say. They said we're going to go channel by channel to determine whether or not each channel is, you know, approved for monetization. They didn't say whether or not, well, what we're going to do is look and see if they have one video that pisses off, we're going to demonetize the whole channel, or no, we're going to go video by video to see which videos are offensive. They didn't make that they didn't make that determination. They didn't put it out there. I think they're leaving the door open to do either one. Like, they'll look at big channels like fucking what was the big one that was in all the news for a while there for a couple weeks? PewDiePie, right? Yeah. That dude's a fucking huge channel, but he had a couple of videos that had some shit in it that, while he was just joking around, he had some Nazi shit in a couple of his videos as a joke, and he got in a bunch of trouble for it. So they'll look at a channel like him and go, yeah, we'll just demonetize these couple videos. They'll look at a channel like me, because Google is anti-gun, and go, yeah, you got some gun videos? Fuck your entire channel. You know what I mean? Like that's my fear. It may not happen. I don't know. They haven't said that. But right now they've opened the door to basically say, well, we can do whatever the hell we want. You know, so if they don't like your content, if they don't agree with you politically or whatever, they now have a back door to say, oh, you were quote unquote, you know, not advertiser friendly, so we're going to shut down monetization for your entire channel. They may not do that, but they certainly could. We don't know.
Yeah. Well, it is a private company.
I just checked mine, and the videos that didn't have ads on them earlier, they're on there now. So
yeah, like right now, almost all the ads have popped back up on my videos, except for just a couple. What they consider really offensive, which the really offensive ones are basically just me talking about Islam or Muslims or terrorist attacks. Apparently, to speak the truth about that shit is offensive. But other than that, all my ads showed back up. But that's because at this point, and they're now going channel by channel. I am not one of the bigger channels. You know, I mean, compared to a lot of people on YouTube, I got how many? I don't know, 70,000 subs or whatever the hell it is. I'm pretty far down on the list. It's going to take them a while to get to me. You know what I mean? Yeah. I would imagine anyway. So we'll see when they get to me and what their determination is. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
You never know. They may start at the bottom and go up.
They could. Although I don't think they will, simply because if they start at the bottom and go up, I mean, the higher up you get in subscriptions, the
the fewer channels there are that hit that mark, right? So to start at the bottom and move up, you'd be starting with the channels that pull in the least amount of ad revenue, the least amount of views, and there are more of those channels. So it makes more sense for them to start from the top and work down, because then they can hit the channels that reach the most views that with advertisers.
Yeah, definitely. It wouldn't make any sense
at.
for them to go the other way. I mean, they could.
Yeah, if they start at the bottom, they're starting at. Yeah, if they start at the bottom, they're starting with every dude who makes 2 videos. That's millions and millions and millions of people that they got to roll through.
Yeah, and it also depends on how they're going to go about their actual evaluation. If they're going to go basically by title, you know, they could just enter. I mean, they could technically just enter in an algorithm, I'm sure, you know, just based on title or by keywords or something like this, and do it, you know, very quickly. But if they're going to actually sit through and watch videos, that's going to take a long time.
Yeah. And who knows? They may just be running off an algorithm. I have no idea. I don't know how they're going to do it. You know, we'll find out as shit goes on. But
yeah,
that's why I want.
At this point, they have
the lobbies makeup and high heels.
And it's also, I suppose, I guess we're also going to find out what they're going to consider offensive.
I mean, you know, it's a fine line. I mean, because at this point, YouTube's got to ride the line between, okay, you know, we don't like gun videos, but at the same time, you know, because we know Google is, you know, they lean left, they're anti-gun in general. So they have to make that decision between, you know, are we going to follow what our quote unquote liberal beliefs are and start acting channels based on that, or are we going to follow our pocketbook? Because what they have to know as a business is that regardless of what content is bringing people to YouTube, it makes them money. I mean, every video that somebody watches is a video that maybe even if it's not monetized, it brings a person to YouTube to watch a video, to watch a piece of content, that then there's always the opportunity that they're going to watch something else, and then something else, and then something else, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? So they're not stupid. As business people, they understand that even videos that go against Google's quote unquote political beliefs are still videos that are viable as revenue.
Sure, of course.
So they have to figure out where that line is. And you know, there's 2 ways to look at it. One, okay, Google's this company that's all about the bottom dollar. And if that's true, then they're not gonna give 2 shits about, you know, what gun video or go fuck yourself video I post, because if it gets people to watch, the other side of this is, well, you know, Google, I mean, YouTube's revenue for Google is, I mean, it's less than 10% of their total revenue. To them, Google is it's an okay chunk, but by no means is it a defining chunk. So if Google can use YouTube to say, hey, look, here's this platform that we own, that we completely control the narrative. We completely control the message. We can demonetize videos that we deem unworthy to our liberal beliefs, which unfortunately a lot of advertisers lean that way. And so here, look, here's this entire platform that everybody goes and visits, and you can post ads on, and we can control the narrative. If they use YouTube like that for their own, you know, liberal, then that's when it becomes dangerous. You know what I mean?
Of course.
If they just look at it from a bottom line dollar-making perspective, then none of us have anything to worry about. So it just depends on how they're looking at this at this point. You know, at this point they can look at it either way. You know what I mean? And we don't know which way they're going to to take this situation, how they're going to use this situation.
Of course, yeah, you're definitely right about that. I mean, for me, if I'm not terribly mistaken, the main reason YouTube became sort of this very popular thing in the first place is because it was a way to pretty much get away from, I guess, any kind of real, ownership, I suppose, like company bias, if you know what I mean by that. If it's like, for instance, like NBC or something like this owns this, that they're going to be, putting things towards a biased way, pretty much just the way anyone can kind of put anything up there. You know what I'm trying to say? If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, because it started out, I mean, we're talking about user-created content. So
exactly.
The entire idea of YouTube started as, hey, look, this is a website where you can come to see just what other people are doing, and that's it. And then at some point, before Google bought them, because I've been a member of YouTube, a lot of us have. Yeah. Since before Google actually bought them. They didn't buy them, I think, till 2012. But it was a website backed by some pretty solid servers. You uploaded your content, and was pretty simple. What attracted people to come to YouTube was the fact that you went to YouTube and you didn't see some pre-manufactured bullshit. You saw what the people posting it wanted you to see. You got to see your friends, your family. Right. You got to see
posting what they wanted.
You got to see some guy from Wisconsin who was posting some shit. You got to see some dude who decided to go in his backyard and let his friends kick him in the nuts or whatever. Whatever it was. It was. It was the evolution. It was the origin, honestly, of that platform. You know what I mean? Like, there's TV shows out there now. It was the internet evolution of America's Funniest Home Videos, and there was an attraction for that. And so when they first started advertising on YouTube, before Google bought them out, the people that owned it, it was like two guys. I don't remember their names. I remember watching a documentary about them, but they understood, hey, when we decided to advertise, we're going to share that ad revenue with the people that are creating the content, because they understood they're not doing anything but understood, hey, we're just here to provide a website we created and server space. The only reason people come here is because of your content. So yes, if we're going to sell ads here, well then Google stepped in and bought it, and for a while that's worked. And now, because they're left leaning and they want to control everything, they're basically going, yeah, we don't care if the only reason people come here is because of you. We may decide to just push our agenda.
Gotcha. So my major point, I suppose, is that if that was the origin and that's what made it so popular, the dangerous thing that they have coming into is not so much losing just the gun people, right? It's the idea that they would get the perception, they would wind up gaining the perception around them, more or less, that they're not that anymore, that they are just this censorship, sort of, that YouTube is no longer that free space anymore. And if that happens, they run the risk of losing it, pretty much, of it, waning in popularity and people finding an alternative. I mean, this kind of thing tends to happen. I mean, I can't think of too many companies that have forever been entirely relevant. So, I mean, the life and death of a company's popularity is bound to happen, I believe. But, if they do something like that, I believe that they'll be speeding it up quite dramatically.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's two sides to that. One is you're absolutely right. I mean, YouTube has, for all intents and purposes, they have a time of death. Now, we don't know what that time of death is, but at some point, a thing of the past. Some other website or program or whatever will come along and replace it. That's just the way technology works. and they're trying to hold on for as long as they can. It is, I mean, you say, well, they're worried about their image and whether or not they come off as a place that is no longer what YouTube used to be, as that free space to go out and say what you want and do what you want and post your videos. About that. Bread and the new YouTube, what are they calling it? Where they're now a cable channel, that offers, prime time and network and some cable channels for $35 a month, whatever it's a YouTube video or whatever they're calling it. They are trying to turn YouTube into something other than the place where anybody can go and post their videos and have fun. They don't want it to be that anymore. They don't care if it's no longer known as that. I mean, they want a little bit of the interaction, but they proved this, what was it, a year and a half ago, when they started YouTube Red and they started pouring millions and millions of dollars into some of the bigger channels to turn them into YouTube Red channels, and they started backing them to provide exclusive content where you had to pay $10 a month to see it. They've already made their decision. They don't care if YouTube is this, individual community where people can just post whatever they want. They'll keep that aspect, but they're certainly not going to foster it by means of saying, yeah, you can make money off of doing it that way. They want to turn it into competition for Hulu and Netflix and Amazon. That's what they want to turn YouTube into. That's what Google wants.
I personally think that's an absolutely terrible.
I see the YouTube TV thing just popped up on my.
I think that's a horrible idea, personally, to be honest with you.
Oh, I do too. I think it's
from a business perspective, from a completely like they have a rather unique thing for their size, and to try to become something else. I think it's incredibly foolish.
I think it's a horrible idea. I think it's going to go the way of, what was it, the Google, what was this shit that we were all bitching about a year or 2 years ago? Not Google Hangouts, the Google Plus or whatever. They were trying to create their own social media bullshit.
Right.
To compete. They were trying to compete with Facebook, right? And it tanked. It was a horrible fucking idea. That's what they're trying to do with YouTube right now. And I think it's a horrible idea. And I think they're stripping away what made YouTube. And they don't understand why people are attracted to YouTube. And maybe they don't care, because now people can do a lot of the same things that they were doing on YouTube early on Instagram or Twitter or whatever, or even Facebook now. So they're basically saying, look, you can go post free, makeup tutorials, or I kick myself in the nuts, or cute cat videos on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Go do it there. Here, we're trying to create something new. We're trying to take this platform and turn it into something new. Maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, businesses do sometimes make horrible decisions, and of course, I don't know. But maybe it works for them. But if I were in that boardroom or that decision making around that table, no, I would be definitely against that, because they do have. First of all, they're known for this, right? If they're trying to move away from like the thing that they're known for being unique for, to just become another Netflix or something like this, I think that is incredibly.
Oh, I think it's a horrible idea, because they're never going to be able to compete with Netflix or Hulu or Amazon. They're not going to be able to do it, because people do not think, oh, YouTube, a place where I go pay to see shit. People think, oh, YouTube. Oh wait, you're trying to charge me for shit?
No, it's a horrible idea, because the thing is, people in general, right? In my view, at least, and through the studies and etc. I've done, when people get used to something, right? They're used to something being free, or they're used to something. One thing about you being used to something at a certain price, and then the price goes up, people freak the fuck out. When they're used to something being utterly free, and then all of a sudden they have to pay for it, fuck no. They usually get
Yep.
the hell away from that and get the hell away from it fast.
And that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. I mean, and for whatever reason, the same reason they wanted Google Plus to be a thing, they're going to make this mistake too. Now, the only difference between this and Google Plus is they put God knows how many hundreds of millions of dollars into Google Plus to turn it into competition for Facebook, and it just completely failed. Whereas this, they've started YouTube Red, they started the YouTube TV or whatever it's called. They started these things, but up until advertisers started complaining, they didn't really fuck with straight up YouTube. And
that's the big problem.
Yeah, and now my only concern is, well, now that they've been given the go-ahead to start doing a reset and start changing things because, oh, well, we had to because advertisers were complaining, they're going to use that as an opportunity to change the core of what YouTube is. And, you know, I didn't care about YouTube Red or all this other shit that they're adding on to it because they never did away with what YouTube really was.
Well,
anybody
right,
could still post something on YouTube. Anybody could throw something up there, and it wasn't a big deal. And as long as they don't change that, who gives a fuck, right? Who gives a shit if they add YouTube?
The other things are just additions. They're just options, right? Like
exactly.
You have the option to do X. You have the option to do Y, but the actual product is still the same. Does it mean that, you know, pouring, you know, any money whatsoever into, I mean, you know, all right, maybe to experiment or something like that, but as a wise decision to really, you know, go all into it, probably not. You know, at least until, you know, proper research and, you know, testing and such like that is done. But to entirely change what it is, it's a completely different thing in my opinion. And if they actually go ahead with that, I think it's going to backfire and it's going to speed up the death of YouTube a lot quicker than it would have died naturally. Then therefore, you know, business viable alternative comes out, people go to the alternative, and that's the end of YouTube. YouTube becomes the meat spot or the MySpace or the fucking AOL, Yahoo, you know, and whatever next thing will be the next thing, and that's it.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, and at this point, it's just speculation. We don't know what they are or aren't going to do.
It's fun to speculate.
But no, I mean, the way they're treating YouTube at this point, the way Google is treating YouTube, it seems like that's what they want to do.
That's the direction they're headed in.
You know, it sure does seem like that's the way they're heading. I mean, we don't know, but it's not far off to say, well, you know. This kind of feels like the way they're going.
Yeah, I mean, look, unfortunately, with the way things have been in general, you know, politics, election, and things like that, people have become a bit more sensitive to these things, I suppose, in one way. And I think maybe they assume that by taking this kind of a stance, they'll be appeasing these people. I don't think it's a good idea, to be honest with you. Because to be completely honest with you, I think a lot of these people, and if they really think that they're going to be, making a big, I think that the majority of people are actually much more freedom-minded than I think the internet and a lot of things let off. I just think that they're the silent majority, and I guess the social justice type people and everything are kind of just the loud minority. You know what I'm trying to say? And I think that if they base their business decisions on appeasing those people, I think it's going to backfire dramatically in their face.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think publicly they'll get shamed or anything like that. But what will happen?
They'll be publicly praised, but people will just get pissed off and leave.
But what will happen is YouTube will just crumble and disappear. Less and less people will show up there, and it will eventually become something that just is no longer a viable, social media outlet, which is a shame, because we were talking about this earlier today on Heavy's chat, but I think we even talked about it on Yankees chat last night. But what people don't understand is YouTube's been around since 2005. It was around before Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. It was around before everything. It was there at the ground level back when MySpace was still a fucking thing, and
YouTube, when people really stop and think about it, and I'm just going to apply this to let's just talk about gun channels. All right, let's just talk about the online gun community. YouTube, barring everything else, is the heart of the online gun community. You can dismiss the forums, and those are great, but they don't have the exposure that YouTube does.
No, not at all.
Yeah, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, they have not been around as long, and they still don't have the exposure that YouTube does. People were allowed to get onto YouTube at a very early time and create a community and start doing gun reviews. And here's how to disassemble this. And here's what I feel about the Second Amendment. And this is something that has fostered into all kinds of things. Everything from just vast resources of gun knowledge on YouTube all the way up to things like channels like Mac, who, whether you like him or you don't, this dude's producing content that rivals a fucking TV show, you know, that is putting high-end pro-gun content out there. You know, if it was not for monetization, if it was not for channels being able to make a few bucks off of their effort they were putting in, right now, nobody would have ever heard of Iraq Veteran 8888. They'd never have heard of Mac or Nut and Fancy or Hickok or Such or any of these fuckers, because they would have just done videos for a while, not really gotten anything out of it other than some conversations via the comment section. And, you know, after 6 months, a year, maybe even they lasted 2 years, they would have went away because life moves on. You know, you can't maintain a hobby unless you're getting something out of it. And so there would the heart of the online gun community has been a thing that was there back in 2012 and 2013 to fight off all that anti-gun sentiment after Sandy Hook, that was there after the Charleston shooting to fight off the anti-gun sentiment there, that was there just less than a year ago to fight off all that anti-gun bullshit that was out there after the Orlando shooting. That core heart of the gun community that was a presence online would not exist. And politicians right now, with social media being as big of a deal as it is, if that wasn't there, if there was no online gun community, if there was not a visible and loud presence online for people who are pro-gun, politicians wouldn't give a shit about us. You know, Trump doesn't care about anybody that doesn't tweet shit to him. You know what I mean? Like
I wouldn't say you're wrong. I would not say you're wrong.
Yeah. So I mean, if without YouTube, through monetization, fostering this online presence of people that you know, in my case and in many cases, put their jobs aside to start creating online content because we were getting something out of it, there would be no online. And make no mistake, I'm not saying I contribute to the fucking online gun community because I'm just a little dipshit. But I'm just saying.
No. I would not say that.
General.
I would not say that. Look, everyone contributes what they. You know, everyone contributes what they contribute.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say.
I'm just saying.
And the
general,
fact that you know, work hard on your stuff and everything else like that, and we do have a decent amount of viewers and such like that. You definitely contribute. You know.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm just trying to put it in generalizations, you know, because I'm not trying to toot my own horn because I'm not big shit in the YouTube community.
No, but at the end of the day, I agree with you 100%, because having this platform to be able to, you know, articulate, communicate, you know, your points and, you know, the truth, I suppose, behind the gun argument and such like that. It's imperative. You know, if you don't have a way to get your voice out there, you know, how the hell are you going to do it? You know, and it's like you said, you know, these guys, they do work their asses off, you know, yourself and, you know, I'm sure everyone else included, you know, so I don't see any kind of issue at all with them, you know, being compensated for their time, you know, provide a valuable, in my opinion, you know, provide a way more valuable resource than, you know, most of the media that's getting paid a lot more money. So why the fuck not?
Yeah. And it's one of those things. I think about this and I've been thinking about this for the last couple. Can you imagine if, because I remember YouTube, before monetization, or even when they did start monetizing stuff, but you had to be a partner. There was a time, there were one gun channel in particular I remember. It was called Ruger 6, and he was fucking awesome, and he did great gun videos and high quality stuff. And he was a partner there for a little while, but it was right at the infancy of the YouTube partner program. Most of the stuff he was doing was coming out of his own pocket and his own time, and he wasn't really getting compensated for it because it was so new. And he was around for, a couple years. And today, if he had just stuck it out until, the monetization had really kicked in and started paying off, he would be up there with Hickok and Nut and Fancy and some of these fuckers, right? Mm-hmm. But because life moves on, he just kind of, went away. I mean, his videos are still out there somewhere. They're all back from, 2008, 2009, 2010. And I remember him being one of the best fucking gun channels I've ever seen. And that's what happens and it's not to knock, anything. It's not to say, oh, we all deserve fucking money, but it's just life. You know what I mean? You find a hobby, you have fun with it, and then you do it for a while, and then eventually life takes over. And if you're not getting something out of it to offset the time you take away from your family and your job and everything else, well, you just kind of move away from it. And that's normal. We all go through phases and hobbies and stuff like that. And if that was just a normal thing on YouTube, my problem is that YouTube would not be the big online gun community presence that it is. If we just, if Hickok wasn't getting paid for his videos, he never would have broken out. Nobody would have given a shit about his video where he's shooting a pumpkin for Halloween. Hell, he might not have even still been on YouTube to do that video, to where he did break out and become somebody who was featured on primetime fucking television. You know what I mean? So maybe he had left and gotten bored by that point because he wasn't getting anything out of it. And that's not to knock him. It's just, maybe his life just filled up. Yeah, his life filled up with other stuff and he just didn't have time for it. And because he wasn't getting compensated for it, it wasn't worth it for him to find a way to make room for that. So that's my issue with it is if you start demonetizing gun channels, specifically gun channels, because I don't give a fuck about gaming channels or makeup channels or anything else, because when it comes to gun rights and politics and this shit, I think that's important, and this is a voice that we all need to have a part in. When you start demonetizing it, then people will naturally just kind of die off through attrition. And it's not their fault. It's not because they're greedy assholes who want to get money from YouTube. It's just because when you're not getting compensated for putting time and effort into something, eventually you have to kind of stop putting time and effort into it, because we don't live in a world where, we can just fuck off all the time and do whatever we want and have our bills paid. We have to get something out of the time we put into things if we're going to take time away from our family and our jobs. And, of course. And so it kind of sucks because I don't want to see above and beyond any money. If I could trade every single fucking penny that I could ever going forward possibly ever make from anything I do online, just for the fact that I know that we have such a strong online and social media presence as gun owners that nobody ever fucks with our gun rights, I would gladly do it. I would gladly say, you know what, fuck it, I'm good. My gun rights, my freedoms, my liberties are far more important than anything I ever do on YouTube. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So
look, I agree with you. I agree with you 100% on that. I agree with you 100%. But to me, I think the best way to go forward is to just monitor the situation, and if they do go ahead and go nuts, I think it'd be time to take action and just try to find viable alternatives. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, we are. Like I said, I do believe very strongly. Amongst all the the social media bickering and the social justice and everyone I do believe that as a country overall we've become a lot more freedom minded, and I believe that everyone, like, you would be so surprised the people. I mean, because I'm from New York City, you would figure everyone there must be anti-gun, but I would say even most people I've had a conversation with it about are pretty pro-gun, actually. And then friends of mine, for instance, who I've spoken to about it, who were anti-gun, I would say vast majority of the time, and some of these guys have very left-leaning views on pretty much everything except for that. You know what I'm trying to say? They'd be like, well, no, I'm actually very pro-gun.
It's something that has, you know, the issue of guns is something that has started to, and partially because of social media and everything else, something that has become more acceptable. You know, even though the leftists pop out every so often to try and push this narrative, and even with when they're successful with their side of the argument that we got to do more to restrict guns and whatever else, the narrative is still, I believe, moved right. It's moved more pro-gun in that even, you know, 10 years ago, maybe you had a person that believed guns should be outlawed. Now, today, they don't believe they should be outlawed. They believe anybody should be able to get a gun. Oh, but maybe they believe you should have to go through a bunch of background checks to get it. So they've moved right. Even if they're still not quite 100% pro Second Amendment, pro everybody should be able to get a hold of guns, shall not be infringed, all that stuff. At least they've moved right. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they've moved a little bit further pro-gun.
Yeah, like I said, you'd be very surprised the interesting group of people you'd meet who are actually, some of them are very pro-gun. I mean, Jesus, I have, because I have a, you know, my friend base is pretty split between a good amount of people from the United States and then a very sizable group of people from Europe. And even a lot of the people in Europe I've met there and friends of mine from there can be pretty fucking pro-gun. You know, like one good buddy of mine from Ukraine, he's very pro-gun. You know, he's into all, like, his Facebook page, he has all like the pro-gun Ukrainian stuff and things like that because of what went on there and everything else like that. And shit, I was in a bar in Reykjavik, and I was talking to this guy, and we were just, you know, bullshitting, and the guy pulls out an NRA, Icelandic guy pulls out an NRA membership card.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And but you're right, because I've actually got far more subscribers than I would imagine that are from Europe. Yeah. You know, in fact, I literally just day before yesterday, before all this bullshit YouTube stuff happened, I just made a video for a subscriber of mine who sent me a message. He's out of France, and he sent me a message saying, "Hey, you know, I like your gun videos. I'm very pro-gun. I like your politics videos, but I don't understand politics in the United States. Can you make a video explaining politics to people who don't live in the United States? What politics is like in the United States?" So I literally just the other day did a 9 or 10 minute video on explaining, you know, politics in the United States to people, which I'll probably explain.
Did you, just out of curiosity, because there's one thing that they don't understand that we have that's very different. I'm just curious if you touched on this, states' rights. Did you talk about that?
No, I didn't, because what I touched on, because he sent me a message and he said, "Look, you know, I hear you talk about politics and you talk about conservative and libertarian and liberals and all this stuff."
That aspect of it.
Yeah, and he said, and his question, and the reason he wanted me to make the video is, "Look, over here, I don't understand, because you talk about liberals and progressives and conservatives and libertarians and all this stuff."
Oh, I see what you're gonna say.
He's like to me. He said to me, when you say conservative or libertarian or liberal or whatever it is, he's like, it means something apparently very different.
Completely different. Oh, completely different.
You.
Yeah, completely different.
And so he's like, can you make a video explaining? Well, at first he said, "Can you explain to me?" And I said, "Look, let me make you a video because maybe other people will find this, you know, informative."
They will for sure.
And I said,
that's a great video.
I said, he's basically like, explain to me just kind of the political spectrum in the country and where it's at and all that kind of stuff. And I said, look, here's what I'm going to do, because this actually is something that I think makes, you know, for a good content. I said, I'm going to make a video where I explain what the current political spectrum is in this country based on our perceived two-party system. And then in the same video, I'm going to explain this is what the political spectrum actually should be.
Yes,
because
that's very
this is the way we perceive it, because we live in what we think is a two-party system. But based on the fact that we're really not a two-party system, we've just been indoctrinated into thinking we're a two-party system by these two parties for the last 100 and something years, that there's no other alternatives, because we aren't a two-party system.
No, in reality, I think political parties are in my personal opinion, are a horrible fucking thing, because they get people to think along, to group think in terms of how they vote, rather than actually,
Exactly. And I talk about that, and I talk about that in the video that I did.
That's great. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and so I made this video for him. Like I said, it's like 9 or 10 minutes long. It's one of the longer videos I've done, but he wanted me to make it, so I'm going to post that up probably sometime next week. But it's just kind of it's a very kind of rambling kind of, okay, this, that. It's, those are the best ones. and Republicans and because, the political spectrum right now, and if you watch the video, I mean, whatever, I'm basically just repeating shit I said in the video, but it used to be it was left versus right, and the further left you are, one of the key components to being further left was you wanted more government control over whatever. You wanted the government to fix your fucking problems for you. And the further right you were, the less government control you wanted. And we've moved away from that, in that left versus right is now conservative versus liberal. But both of those sides want more government control.
Ah, very good. Yes.
And so they're now, instead of, they've always been defined by issues, but they were also defined by more or less government control. That's gone away. So now left versus right is just a
what do you want restricted?
Yeah, basically it's well, one side wants abortion, one side doesn't. One side wants gun rights, one side doesn't. One side wants low taxes, one side doesn't. That's what left versus right is meant. But the real and that's the key to it. The real more versus less government control has been moved from conservative versus liberal to progressive versus libertarian. That's where the real designation between more government control versus less has moved, whereas libertarians want basically the least amount of government control possible, whereas progressives can be conservative Republicans or liberal Democrats. They can be either one. They're the ones that want more government control, and depending on whether they're right or left leaning, they just want more government control that protects the shit they care about on their particular side. And so I explained that in the video, that's basically where we are now as a country. And in the video, I talk about how, well, where it really should be, if you simply go on a sliding scale of more government control versus less government control, all the way on the right is anarchy, all the way on the left is communism, you know? And you have a lot of things like socialism, progressivism, liberalism, moderates, conservatism, libertarianism, as you go across the board. And, I explain how things like nationalism, populism, fascism, authoritarianism, because I know I was going to get questioned on that. I knew I was going to, because I didn't put those things on that sliding scale because they don't belong there. Because a fascist can be left or right, just like
of course.
Hitler.
Of course.
People love to say Hitler was a right-leaning fascist, and he wasn't. He was a fucking socialist. He was very, very left-leaning.
The Nazi Party is the National Socialist
Exactly.
Party.
And so I pointed that stuff out in the video. I'm like, this is what the political spectrum should be. We should have multiple parties. We should, whether you like it or not, we should have the Communist Party, the Socialist Party, the Progressive Party, the Liberal Party, the Moderate Party, the Conservative Party, the Libertarian Party, and the Anarchy Party. And then you would have subsections of those parties too, probably, that would eventually evolve. But in general, those would be your parties. And some of the, any of those parties can be nationalists, because nationalist is not defined by being right or left. It's about, having some sort of attachment to one's own nation or culture or whatever it is. Same thing with being a populist party. The idea that, you're for the individual, that can be left or right. There's been populists that have been hardcore left and hardcore right.
Of course.
Same thing with authoritarianism, although I will say authoritarianism specifically, and fascism also, even though they can be right or left, they usually, historically, against what the liberal media will have you believe, they traditionally tend to be left-leaning, because to be a fascist and be in control, or to be an authoritarian or be in control, generally speaking, you usually need more government control. So they usually tend to be socialist or communist.
Generally speaking, I mean, I mean, look, yes, have there been right-leaning dictators and such like that in history? Of course, but if you do look at history in the past 100 years or so, between 150 whatever kinds of years, the countries that tend to have the dictators are usually the communist parties.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
They're communists.
Absolutely. Mao, Kim Il-sung, Stalin, and
oh, absolutely. They're always
Tito,
in recent history.
Ho Chi Minh. You could just go down the list.
Oh, absolutely. In recent history, the last 150 to 200 years, every single fascist or authoritarian dictator has been left-leaning. They have been to the left.
But most, like Pinochet, I don't believe he
there's been a couple.
left.
There's been a couple here and there, but the ones that have, they're not the ones that kill millions and tens of millions of people. You know what I mean? So they're less known, and while it's still bad, but the vast majority have been left-leaning, and that's one of the things I touched on in the video, just because it's just one of those things. And again, to go back to, I'm trying to explain this to somebody who doesn't live in this country. It's something that a lot of people don't understand. It's unfortunately something a lot of people in this country.
It's just because they will, like, for instance, and I'm not sure what it is in each respective country, but for instance, their word liberal, like their liberal party, may be our conservative party. You
absolutely.
What I'm trying to say? It's just their nomenclature for political parties and such. It's just entirely different. And that's where it comes in. But what I was also going to say is that another thing they tend to have a very hard time understanding is the idea that gun laws are different in New York than they are in Texas. Like, to them, they're like, I don't understand this whole, state thing. That's something I've actually gotten a fair amount of. Because in Germany, for example, they have states. They do have their own, states and things like that. But they have, like, if you want a Waffenschein, a gun permit, a weapons permit, you've got to apply to the German government. It's not to your respective state, from what I understand. It's Deutsches Waffengesetz.
I've had conversations with people about that stuff before, and the way I've explained it to them is, well, the United States is like the EU in that every single state, from your perspective, speaking to somebody who's from Europe, every state is its own little country, and we have certain laws and rules and regulations that kind of cover all of these little nation states. But in general, each state has its own set of laws and rules and regulations on everything from firearms to taxes to everything else. And usually when I explain it like that, they get it. They go, oh, okay.
Oh, they understand after you explain it. But, like, for instance, like, I've had people say, like, oh, man, you live in the U.S. and, your gun laws are so open. And I'm like, you do realize that where I come from, we have stricter gun laws than you do. And they're like, how can that be? You're in America. And that's, like, once you explain it, they get it. But it's just something that's kind of, like, generally speaking, unknown.
Well, because they see the United States, and it's been promoted this way for a very long time, even though we as people who pay attention to bullshit understand this is not how it is. But a lot of people see the United States, oh, this is one solid country. And they look at the states almost as like, oh, these are different cities in this one big.
I mean, look, like in like I said, in every like in Germany, for instance, you have the Bayern region, like where that's Bavaria, and you have other regions and things like that. Hessen, I believe, is one of them. So they understand that concept. It's just that they don't really necessarily make their own rules, and if they do, from my understanding, they're very minor. It's not like in the United States where every state is able to really, do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah. No, I got you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff though, and it's really good explaining. But like I said, it's definitely nice to see that even over there, everyone's starting to become more pro gun. I love seeing that.
Oh, always, yeah.
Yeah,
that's always a good thing.
for sure.
Hey, look, I have to cut out for a few minutes, but I'm going to actually stay in the chat. I just have to mute myself because I got to go take care of a couple things.
Sure.
Give me about 15, 20 minutes.
Sure.
But I see your name here, Joe.
Mhm.
What's your name over on Gun Channels?
Probably Death Metal Accountant.
That's not okay. I don't recognize that one, but I've had fun talking to you. So
Likewise.
You should hop on one of my podcasts sometimes.
I would for sure.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna leave it on. I'm gonna stay in the room. I'm just gonna mute it so you guys aren't gonna hear me because I gotta go take care of a few things for about 15, 20 minutes. And as soon as I'm done, I'll pop back on. So
Sure. Yeah. I'll probably still be here. So.
All right. Well, y'all have fun. We'll see you in a
Sounds
little while,
good.
Pink.
Woo Nally. What's up, everybody? Was everybody quiet time? Today is International Beer Day. Not Beer Day, Beer Day. So I'm going to get some of my, or try to find some of my favorite beer before all the beer establishments close. I don't know if anybody's watching this, but that's never really stopped me from talking to a camera before. Trying to find Lee Oscar's Death by Coconut. It is a rye stout mixed with coconut flavors, and it is delightful. Yeah, what's up?
You driving?
Yeah, I am right now. Just down the street. I'm trying to find this particular beer I want to drink for International Beer Day, or is it just National Beer Day? Have we gone international with it?
It's Burrito Day.
Burrito Day?
Yeah, well, at least that's what I seen on the gram.
I was told that it's a beer day.
I didn't see that one, but I don't follow any beer people on the gram. On the egg.
Well, if there was not a couple made in heaven to work together, it would be beers and burritos, right?
I guess so.
Maybe chips and salsa would be a better bed made of beer.
Pretzels and beer.
Ah, pretzels and beer is good. That's
So
true.
there's no fucking way there's a pretzel day. What are you just hanging out in parking lots, man?
Yeah, what's up with Matt? What's he doing? Ooh, let's see what-
Now you guys decide to show up. I've been here for like an hour. Me and Joe have been having some serious conversations, some real thought-provoking shit. We've been like really, we've been solving all the world's problems in here, and now you guys decide to show up.
I've been listening.
I'm just trying to get some beer.
Beer is very important.
Well, beer is definitely one of the ways you solve the world's problems. I'm not going to argue that, but
Well, it's both the solution and the cause of most problems. I'll be honest.
more solution than cause. Let's
I would
be honest
say you
here.
could
Come on.
probably, most issues I firmly believe can be solved over a beer.
How you doing? Good.
I will agree with that.
What are we getting
Absolutely.
I need that Death by Coconut. Where's the Death by Coconut?
Although I've been trying to cut back myself because, yeah, unfortunately beer is not friendly to diet.
No, it is not. That's true. I've been drinking a lot of vodka. Vodka's fine with diet, believe it or not, with the diet I'm on anyway.
Oh, yes, vodka is. That vodka is my go-to.
Vodka is great.
The triple IPA by Wolf Mother. This stuff is the bomb. Oh man, I got to get one of these. Oh, I'm gonna get plowed right now. Triple, dude, it's so good. No Death by Coconut. No Death by Coconut. Death
Stand
by
under a
Coconut.
tree. Eventually it'll happen.
By Lee Oscar. No more. All right, no problem. I mean, they have a good selection of. Oh, wait, now they got the Patsy. That's good enough. We're good. We're good. No problem. We found another one. And let me get some Natural Spirit Yellow Pack.
What was the name again?
Death by Coconut, but it's all right. If you got the Patsy, that's good enough. This one's better. This is very good. Very good.
Spirit Yellow?
Yeah.
If you're fond of vodka, have you ever had vodka and with a pickle?
Nope.
That's something to try. It's so good.
Thank you.
I'd grab the number 13 lottery ticket. That's guaranteed.
I've had vodka mixed with I've had vodka mixed with grenadine. If that counts.
You do not mix
credit.
the pickle
It's not
in.
yeah, it's
you
credit.
take it as a chaser. You cut up a pickle and you drink the shot, and then you eat the pickle. And oh man, it is so good.
I've just been to the point to where I've been so drunk where
me and my friends realized at some point after drinking all the beer and all the tequila in the house, we decided suddenly we wanted to make a tequila sunrise, even though we had already drank all the tequila and we didn't have any orange juice. So we said, hey,
good,
let's
but it's
throw
not
some
$24
grenadine. Let's throw some
One bottle of beer
grenadine
is
in some
$24.
fucking
Very
vodka
expensive.
and see what happens. And it wasn't a good thing. It turned out very, very bad. You don't want to know what it's like to wake up the next morning and just see spots of red all over the carpet where you threw up
All set?
grenadine colored vodka.
Thank you.
It's not good. It's not good. Fortunately, that was when I was like 19, 20 years old. I don't do that shit anymore because that was 20 years ago. But it's not fun. It's not fun.
No, it does not sound like it.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Also doesn't taste too good. You'd think, hey, let me put grenadine in something. It'll probably make it taste better. Not so much with vodka. Really, no. Mm-mm.
No, grenadine vodka
actually makes vodka taste worse.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah,
that's real bad. I don't
so
soda. I know a lot of people drink vodka tonic. I hate vodka tonic. I like a vodka with a
I'm
club
pretty
soda
good.
and lime. That's it.
For me, I either like it straight. Oh shit! I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying I'm with it. I like either vodka, just straight shots of vodka, or I have come in the last couple of years to really appreciate. I take a nice sized glass, I pour 2 shots of vodka in it, and then dump 1 12-ounce Dr. Pepper, or excuse me, Diet Dr. Pepper in it. So I have a nice 0 calorie alcoholic beverage, and I will admit it is an acquired taste. Vodka and Diet Dr. Pepper is an acquired taste.
Unfortunately, it ain't 0 calorie, because if that was 0 calorie, I'd be drinking it all the time. Vodka does have calories, but it's nowhere near, it's not as much as the others.
Alcohol
it's
is
as 0 calories you can get with an alcoholic drink.
Fair
but,
point.
There you go. I mean, there is some calories in some fucking vodka. But the
have-
Diet Dr. Pepper is 0 calories, so there you go.
I have like a cult-like opinion on sugar replacements, though. So I think regardless of whether there's calories or not, your body kind of reacts to fake sugars the same way it reacts to regular sugars.
No, you're absolutely right, because I've actually been doing research on that kind of bullshit.
Yeah, I
and
just avoid
I call it bullshit, but no, you're right. Your body becomes trained to react to certain things, certain types of sweeteners in the same ways. Not exactly in the same ways, but for the most part, as far as if you're worried about calories or weight gain or anything like that, for the most part, it reacts to those things the same ways that it would just regular Dr. Pepper. I've just gotten to the point, before I knew that shit, I've gotten used to Diet Dr. Pepper.
Right.
And I like Diet Dr. Pepper. And so I drink Diet Dr. Pepper. I don't like regular Dr. Pepper anymore.
Right.
So that's what I drink whenever I
was
want.
never much of a soda guy, though. For me, when it comes to vodka, it either has to be straight or it has to be not with the syrup shit, but I like to have infused vodka. Like if you maybe take some vodka and you put some like fruit in it or something like that and let it sit for a week and then drink it, man, that is good stuff.
Well, that's interesting. I've never really had infused vodka. See, I like gin. I like gin a lot, and gin is almost like an infused vodka if you get right down to it. But
all you gotta do, you just get a jar.
I've actually done that stuff. I've done some of that in, I don't know. I mean, granted, hook ass me putting shit together, but I've done that stuff before where I've taken like just a container and you pour vodka in it, and I'll throw like coconut or strawberries or whatever in.
That's all it is. All it is.
Yeah, and just throw it together and leave it in there for a week, and after a week or so or whatever, and just pull it out, and you got some really delicious tasting vodka.
Yeah, no, that's infused vodka. That's infused
actually,
vodka.
I take it back. Then I did an infusion. I did an infusion with bacon. I threw a bunch of bacon into vodka, and then I let it sit for a month actually, and then I strained off everything. I made it super. I like did multiple strainings with a like really high mesh. Like a really high compound mesh. And then it was the best Bloody Mary vodka that I have ever used in my life.
Dude, okay, so check this out. There was this bar called Nasha Rasha back in New York. It used to have 300 different flavors of infused vodka. They had everything from like cherry and like raspberry to bacon, chocolate and bacon, to shit like fucking beef and fucking caviar flavored vodka.
There you go.
It was interesting stuff. And then they had this they had this deal where for I think it was $30, it was all you could drink. Oh my god, that was something else.
I would take that. I mean, all you can drink for $30 is like a brunch, or what is it?
No, it was whenever. The place went out of business, and I think one of the reasons was because it was kind of like ridiculous their offering. One time, I was out for I had two buddies from Germany in, and we were out for one of the guys' birthdays. This motherfucker, we drank 2 pitchers of beer each. And then I asked after, I'm like, hey, where do you guys want to go? I had mentioned the place to them. I thought, after drinking all that, they would want to maybe, sit in a little cafe or something. My buddy looks at me and she goes, we want to go to the all-you-can-drink vodka place. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, let's go. I'm like, okay. I got down to 12. My last one was tomato and basil. I just hit the fucking table. That was the end of me. It was ridiculous. This motherfucker wakes me up like a little bit later, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? He's like, we're leaving. I'm like, how much did you drink? He's like, 20 or some shit like that, or 16. I'm like, god damn, dude.
So check this out, and then tell me if you would do this. There's a buffet in Las Vegas. It's only on Sundays. They serve high quality seafood. They serve caviar. They do a unlimited Bloody Mary bar, which basically means you can do unlimited vodka. And they also have Dom Perignon champagne, and that's the regular. That's like one of the regular high quality champagnes they have. So it's very high quality vodka, very high quality caviar. But it's like $150 to like $250 a person for about 2.5 hour brunch.
Nope.
Would you do that?
Nope.
How much is it? I'm sorry.
$150 to $250.
Yeah, if I'm on vacation looking for, something to talk about later on, maybe, but other than that, no.
Leia and I are totally thinking about doing it because Leia and I both really love caviar, and we generally only drink vodka straight when we have caviar, or we drink Bloody Marys and we drink a shitload of champagne. So
I mean,
all
if
of
y'all
it
are
is just
looking for
right in our
something to
wheelhouse.
do, if y'all are looking for something to do, you've never done it before, that's just a cool thing for you guys to go do. That's worth it at that point. If
I
it's
think
just
so,
like,
yeah.
I mean, if it's just like, I can go here, I can go there, I don't really care either way. It's not going to be a quote unquote experience for me or something that I really give a shit about. But fucking no. It's certainly not something I would do regularly.
No, not regularly. No.
What kind of vodka? What kind of caviar do they have? Is it the red or the black?
It's black. It's sturgeon. It's proper sturgeon caviar.
And it's only 150 for that, and
To
all you can
start,
drink
to
liquor.
start, there's levels. It's 150 to start. So I'm assuming you may not get black caviar for 150, but it's definitely on the list. So we would pay whatever it is to get to the sturgeon level. I really like a proper like Russian way of having caviar with a blini with
blini.
Onion and creme fraiche. They call it creme fraiche, but that's another way of saying creme.
Okay, this chat just got too rich for my blood.
Well, it's not that. It's actually not that much money. If you just
You're talking to a guy that I think has had caviar twice in my life on a fucking Ritz cracker. You know what I'm saying? Like,
crackers are fine. Crackers are fine.
I don't know
with caviar.
shit about caviar or whatever.
Well,
but
no. Crackers are fine, but a Ritz cracker, it's like a buttery, flaky, salty.
This is true.
Caviar is already salty enough. It doesn't need extra salt. It doesn't.
I don't know. I don't know anything about caviar.
For me, though, if good, I love good ikra. I love good red caviar. I've never actually had the chorny, the black one, but I've had ikra. I've had the highest quality ikra I've had is actually with Japanese places.
So we had a dinner party at our house. Like we would do this once a year. We'd have like a really high quality dinner at our house, and we'd invite very few friends. And the night we did it was ossobuco. Have you ever had ossobuco before?
Sounds familiar.
It's the leg of a calf that's like it's what's the preparation?
Is that a
It's
Spanish
braised.
thing?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
it's
Okay, I don't know if I've had it, but it's, I know of what you're talking about.
This group of friends that I have very into ossobuco, and it turns out that one of the friends is single. He's an older dude. He's a manager at an aerospace company. Makes very good money. He started dating this Russian lawyer, and so she comes and she brings out the full caviar spread. She has everything, and it's all fresh, made that day.
Did
She
she
went to the
bring
Russian market.
blini?
Yes, she brought blini. She had creme fraiche. She had hard-boiled eggs. She had fresh chopped onion. She had that's pretty much all I had, and like maybe a little bit of lemon for people that were needed that. But I don't. That's not how I eat it. It was amazing, and we were like, she needs to come to all of our parties now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of caviar.
For me, I enjoy. I have no problem with just blini, ikra, and maybe some maslo, some butter. And that makes me very happy.
Do you like sushi at all? Have you ever had
Of course.
masago? Masago.
Oh,
Masago is like it's close to like it's just smelt egg, and that's one of my favorite things.
Masago is have you ever had mentaiko?
No, what is that?
Mentaiko is a flying fish eggs mixed with though it's usually a very cheap caviar, but it's mixed and in with like a sauce and it's spicy. Mentaiko onigiri. I never had mentaiko sushi, but they also make a pasta dish. It's or like a noodle dish. A mentaiko with mentaiko is very good. I love mentaiko.
Oh wow, okay. Then that's going on my list because I love any of this. I like small eggs. I don't like the salmon eggs because that reminds me.
That's ikra. That's ikra.
Yeah.
Have you ever had good ikra though? So here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is interesting. The word for this kind of caviar in Russian is ikra, right? And the word for ikra, ikra, and the word for, and I think it's actually, and the word that it's so it's. I don't have my Russian keyboard on here, so I cannot type it in Russian, but I believe it's in if you phoneticize it in English, it's ikra. I'm pretty sure. Let me translate it really quick and see if it reads that way in Russian.
So for anybody who hasn't had, like, salmon eggs are just like the kind in America when you get bait, like when you get the bait eggs, the red bait eggs, those are basically salmon eggs. They're preserved salmon eggs, and that's what we fished with. And so I grew up with that.
Yeah,
and
that's the Russian one.
It's bait.
I mean,
but I mean, understand what we fish with is preserved. It's over salted. It's for fish, and so that just when I eat it, it just reminds me too much of the bait. So I don't really enjoy it. That's why I like the small eggs, like caviar and smelt and any of that kind of stuff. It's very much that's my jam.
That's a regular restaurant. How much is it to get caviar?
Oh, it's expensive. Caviar is expensive. Like real caviar is very expensive
for one serving at a restaurant.
No. It depends. It really depends and how much. Like for instance, so the first one is the Russian way to say it, right? Ikra. The second one is ikura. Ikura. This is the Japanese way, but they both mean the same thing. It's both the red caviar. I don't know what it is, but in the Japanese places I've gone to, the good ones, when you have good ikura, oh fuck me, it is one of my favorite things.
And they pop though, right? They're big.
Yes.
They're big eggs. They pop.
Yes.
See, I don't like the popping. That's the thing. I don't really enjoy that. The texture of that. I like the small eggs.
You've got to if you go to a proper Japanese place and you see they have either ikura sushi or if they have like sake don with ikura, and they especially if they use the sweet soy sauce, the amai shoyu on top. Get this, and oh fuck, you will enjoy it. I promise you. Even if you do not like ikura, you will really like this one.
So when you in Russian it's ikra, but ikra. In Japanese you did it's a phonetic pronunciation. So it was ikura, ikura.
Ikura.
Ikura. So that's
Ikura.
is that the kanji, not kanji, katakana?
That's not kanji.
Katakana?
So this is hiragana, right?
Hiragana, yeah, the
Hiragana.
phonetic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Katakana is like this, right? So if you want to write beer in Japanese, you would write biru. Biru. But it's with this one. I'm gonna write it wrong just because I don't know where the hell the slash is.
I'm not on my computer. I'm on my phone outside drinking my beer and smoking a cigarette.
This is the second one here is katakana, right? So this is what you use when you want to say Western words or any kind of words that aren't Japanese words. So beer is not a Japanese word. You would use katakana. Now, the third Japanese alphabet is kanji, right?
Kanji is the old style. That's like almost Chinese. You have to know like almost Chinese characters, yeah.
Kanji
There's also Romaji.
Kanji is the one that they taught college kids into writing stupid shit on themselves with when they get a tattoo, right?
Pretty much.
It's like soup.
So okay, you see the first character there, right? See the first one. The last two are hiragana, but that first one is kanji. It's a Chinese character. This one, the word means to eat, right? And the first character means eat. You follow? So this is the difference, right? So this first alphabet here there's about, I think, 44 characters. I could be wrong. The second one, same number. The kanji is an utter bitch because there are tens of thousands of characters, but if you want to read like a Japanese newspaper, you need to know between 2,000 and 3,000.
And kanji is, it's very difficult for English speakers to learn kanji because kanji doesn't have the same kind of alphabet. And so when my wife's family is Chinese, so many of them like know kanji and or the Chinese version of that, right? And so when I would ask them like, what are these characters, and they say, well, how do you explain to somebody what the color orange is? You just know the color orange or you don't know the color orange.
Actually,
there's not a translation, a straight translation.
So the actual best way to think about it, and this is the way I've had it explained to me. And for me, I'm on about 150 of them right now out of the 2,000 to 3,000. So I've got a ways to go. But I found this description to be quite correct. First of all, in terms of one way to think about it is in terms of the numbers, right? So this is the number 4, right? It doesn't say the number 4, but you can look at this and just say this is the number 4, right?
Right. You just have to know it because it is it.
Exactly. That's the way kanji, the general way kanji works. Now, the thing about kanji also, though, is that they certain aspects of them will repeat in patterns. So you'll have you can look at one and have like a general idea just by what shapes it's made out of what it is. I'm not at that level yet, really. I'm not really at that level yet. Sometimes I'm like, I think I'm starting to get this concept, but I don't think I'm there yet.
So my wife's family, apart from they're 100% Chinese, but they're from Vietnam. And so the Vietnamese written language you can translate that into English. Like
it's Romanized.
The characters, it's perfect. That was exactly the word I was looking for. It's Romanized. Yeah. And so once you can Romanize the language, then you can learn it by translation through your own language.
If you're going to Romanize Japanese, you got to use Romaji.
Well, that's all Romanji is Romanized Japanese. So, like, for instance, like for the kanji one I've written,
there's no N in Romaji. It's
Romaji.
It's Romaji, I believe.
Romaji.
Shut.
There's no N in Poco Ghibli.
There's no N in Poco Ghibli. There you go.
There's no N in perpetuity either.
Suck it, Matt.
Rock Humper said, "Shut up, Jonas."
Yeah, no, I'm very. I like Japanese, and I studied it for a little while, but then getting involved with a Chinese girl, that's like, let's not continue the Japanese path anymore because there's.
Well, it all depends on whether her family is from Manchuria or not.
No, they're from Canton. They're Cantonese, so they speak Cantonese.
That's even worse.
Yeah, so Cantonese is hard.
Hi.
Cantonese is no, it's not. Hi is what?
Hi.
That's Japanese. Hi is yes.
I know. It means yes. I was very confused when I was working for a Japanese company, and this dude would like answer the phone, and then he'd be like, "Hi," and then like he'd say, "Hi, hi, hi, hi," and I'm like, "What the fuck is he on a conference call? He just said hi like 50 times." And I realized after the fact, like his boss talked to him like saying stuff. It's their equivalent of being like, "Yep, okay, yep, Like he was just whatever the dude was telling him.
Yep.
But can you still speak Japanese? 今はちょっと日本語話せますか?
日本語が少しわかります。
わかる。
That's about as far as it goes. I can order food. That's about it.
I learned how to translate broken Japanese English into broken Spanish English. Because I was the interpreter between the Japanese company and the Mexican company.
Oh God,
wow,
he knows English.
I know English and Spanglish.
Spanglish.
Spanglish and English. I was the translator between the two because they couldn't understand each other.
So that's hilarious. That's awesome. That's awesome.
That was that trip before I met you, dude.
Oh, right on.
When I was down in Tecate.
Oh yeah. All right. That's crazy, dude. I didn't know that. I didn't know that about you. We should talk about that. I love the Babelfish of the world. Like it's people have made, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars in just translating people's shit from one language into another. You know what I mean? Like just making it so that other cultures can experience something that one culture made that is special. I mean, if you think about the video game market alone, localization of Japanese video games is just a huge market.
Sure.
Have you guys ever played Earth Defense Force?
Yeah. I play. Oh God, what's the other one? The one where the aliens are attacking you and you have to fight them and it's all turn-based.
I don't know what that is. Earth Defense Force.
No, Earth Defense Force is real time though. That's like a shooter. It's a shooter game.
Yeah, first-person shooter, giant spiders and ants and shit.
Earth Defense Force is awesome, by the way. It's so fucking ridiculous and cheesy, but it's an amazing piece of video game history.
Fuck yeah, dude.
By the way,
you know what? I might play Earth Defense Force 2025 right now. It takes place in New Detroit. And what's funny is when you start blowing up buildings and shit, like, you know how they have computer people? Like, you have Marines on your side or whatever? And when you start blowing up buildings, they go, holy shit, New Detroit is starting to look like old Detroit. I'm like, you. I live in old Detroit.
The game I was thinking of was called XCOM. XCOM.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of XCOM? It's very popular.
Yeah, I've got XCOM.
I mean, it is. I will say it is definitely awesome. I will say translating is an absolute bitch, though. It's a lot more difficult than you think. Like for me, one time I had to translate a document from German to English for a buddy of mine, and it's like I was reading this fucking thing, and I'm like, I know what it says. I'm like, I understand this, but I'm like, how do I say this correctly in English? I'm like, And it took me like a few paragraphs. Took me like an hour.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like just different languages, like they just talk different. Like they'll say, you know,
completely different.
If you just go word for word, it doesn't make sense. You know, it'll be like, oh, red, blah blah blah. It's like, no, it's the red car went down the street. Like that's what you want to say, but that's not what it says word for word.
The problem is other languages' grammar is different than than English grammar, and when you translate from one language to another, you run into that gap.
You run into that gap, but at times it's literally like, for instance, in Japanese, you have markers for everything. So you have object markers, subject markers, particles.
Motherfucker, Jesus Christ! Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't talking to you guys. This dude is fucking tailgating like just behind the back. That's just.
I'm sorry. I'll back off.
No, dude, don't. No, please. But
fucking slow down, Matt. What the fuck?
Not to mention the problem is if you translate anything into English, it's backwards. It's basically backwards. So you have to like transpose all the verbs and nouns so that they make sense in English, because otherwise it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, precisely. What's funny though is certain languages have the funniest rules. Like for instance, one of the rules I love about Russian is that you can, so it's not like Japanese where the things have to be in a certain order, and like English, if I say, for instance, if I say I have a new car in English, yeah, that's how you would say it. You cannot say in English, you cannot say have a new car I. In Russian, you can say novaya mashina u меня есть, or you can say u меня есть novaya mashina. Yeah.
New car I have.
You can put it in any way you want. That's the crazy thing about Russian.
Are you telling me that Russians are Yoda?
Oh shit!
They can be if they want to be.
You've done it.
Yes, they are. We are Syria in.
Yeah.
He has finally figured out the great conspiracy. The great conspiracy. The Star Wars Russian conspiracy. That's what it is. It wasn't. They weren't hacking us. They were fucking.
They used the Force.
They were creating Jedis. Fuck. We're fucked.
I've seen those videos.
They made a movie about that. We made our own during the Cold War. Didn't you see the documentary they made about that? What was it called? It's a movie called The Men Who Stare at Goats. There you go.
No, the Spetsnaz training video. That's basically the Jedi Force when they're flipping around and people are shooting in their direction and they're just flipping around shit. They're basically using the Force right there, right? They're just not Jedis. They're just Force sensitives.
That's why we got to be very, very.
So you're
careful.
telling me we had a bunch of I don't know, whatever, some Russian dudes. I was trying to think of a Russian name. There's a bunch of Sergeys. We had a bunch of Sergeys standing out in front of the polling places saying, "You're not with her. You're not with her."
They like to be called ISIS.
Or they
Not
could
just
be saying,
or Boris.
Or they could be saying with her, not you are.
Vladimir, come on now.
Vova.
With her, you are not. With her, you are not.
You
With
can
her,
say
you aren't.
you can. The great thing about Russian is this is the point is you can rearrange the words however the hell you want. You can just rearrange the words in any order and it makes sense. I've never seen a language you could do that in other than Russian.
No, because they're more. They're all rigid. I mean, Spanish is backwards of English. English is English, right? Yeah, they don't. And Japanese definitely is not like that.
Japanese is on another planet. Of all the languages.
Have you looked at Cantonese at all? Cantonese is like that. Cantonese is very rigid.
Okay, you guys are confusing Matt, so bring it down on a couple levels, all right?
I'm just saying. You now I've got this image stuck in my head of a little short Russian dude named Vladimir at the polls, and he's like, he's like, vote or not, you must. Third party, you must not try. I mean, I can't. I'm stuck.
Gary
on
Johnson, you will not vote.
Throw away, vote you will.
Throw away, vote you will.
Wasted vote you have done.
The wasted vote you have done. Yes.
Austin Peterson.
Okay,
2020.
By the way, Night Strike, that is way too good of a fucking Yoda impression. Why have you not done that on the Geek podcast?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I'm waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
You know how many times we have talked about Star Wars? How many fucking times have we talked about Star Wars on the Geek podcast?
The problem is I can never get a chance to do it on the Geeks and Guns.
You could probably just start talking in Yoda in your responses, and everybody would just be like, "Okay, well now we're going to make the whole show about this." Like
I literally could respond every response with that voice. The problem is,
By the way, you're no longer invited to the Monday night chat unless you're going to fucking at least for once every chat do Yoda. I'm just saying. That was too good.
Oh, Ghibli, you must.
Let me stop laughing. I think I might be able to do that one.
Pasta, you must.
Poker Ghibli, you must. Yes.
See, why is
good, man?
Dude, how did I not know about this? Dude, you've been on the chat for like a year and a half and I didn't know about this? What the fuck?
Okay, so Night Strike, can you do Kermit then? Can you do Kermit?
I can't really do Kermit. Kermit's hard.
Have to.
Hang on.
No.
It's soundbite time.
Do Kermit. If you can
Night
do
Strike.
Yoda, you're not that far
Yeah.
away from Kermit.
Kermit the Frog here. I can't do it. I can't do Kermit. That's too hard. So, I can only do Yoda. That's the only one I've ever tried. So, and then we lost Matt, Smeggy, and
None of them liked your Kermit. They fucking left
yeah. You know, I should have stuck with Yoda. There you go.
Dude, Night Strike.
Yes.
You have got to do a promo that says hit or miss 9 o'clock Tuesday nights in Yoda. And then like record the shit and we'll play it as a soundbite.
All right, we'll work on that. But the issue is, I've just never had a chance to use the Yoda voice and do it properly, because you know how hard it is to get a word in edgewise with Matt.
Can you get a Yoda word edgewise in here?
I don't know.
Edgewise, dude, you cannot.
Edge is not in this chat.
Yeah, Edge is not earlier.
I can't do that one. That one I can't do. All right.
Chat is not with Edge.
The chat is not with Edge. Yes.
There you go. There you go. That's perfect.
All right, so fuck you for not doing this before.
I'll do it this Monday. All right.
Fucking that's now a requirement to be on my podcast.
Everybody has to have a sci-fi voice.
The thing is, the Yoda voice is just something I've been able to do after years in practice, and we're talking like 10 years of practice.
That's pretty consistent.
Oh, that's all. Okay.
All right.
I don't give a shit. Do it.
You know, some people pick up the guitar. Some people want to play the violin better. Some people want to play the trumpet. You went Yoda. Hey, that's honorable.
That's a respectful choice. Damn it.
That is a respectable choice.
That is time well spent.
I've been waiting to use it, but the issue is, Matt, you know how hard it is to get a word in edgewise on your chats sometimes.
Yes, I do talk a lot on my own chat.
And when the new Star Wars movie came out, I emailed and asked for a link, and you ignored me, and that's why I didn't say anything when that
Did
episode.
you guys see?
Episode 7 came out.
How did I ignore you?
You didn't check your email. That's how.
Well, yeah, because I don't check my fucking emails. You get a hold of me on gunchannels.com, not on my fucking email, if you want to get on the chat.
Well, see, I didn't know that at that point, asshole.
Well, now Matt knows that he has a token Yoda in his pocket if he wants it. So you'll be hot on the list. He's got a pocket Yoda in case he wants to pull that out.
Hold on, I got this.
Yoda.
Douchebag, you are. Yes.
See, we're taking a lot out of him. You can hear it. As he's doing it more, he has to clear his throat more.
It does hurt my throat
him
a
to
little
do
bit.
this. It's killing him.
It's not killing me.
Come on.
Oh, it hurts your throat. Do you hear me, bitcher, when I say you're the tactical hot shot of the day?
I can do that easier than I can do Yoda, so.
It don't hurt my throat. And all my neighbors just started staring at me, so I'm going to lock the door before they come get me.
That's what she said.
I hope she didn't say
So
that.
I like this little dark night that might sign up for channels.
That doesn't hurt my throat.
Jesus.
Well, the problem is, Matt, you're always keeping your throat lubricated.
Well, yeah, you got to.
Pussy motherfucker! Have you heard of it?
That's.
Oh man, this Wolf Mother IPA, man, 11.2%.
That's
Strong.
fantastic.
Yeah, triple IPA, brewed in California, out of LA, Golden Road, man. If you find a can, you want this stuff.
I'll tell you something. When I go to a bar and they don't have any like particular beer that I'm very into, I just look for the IPA with the highest alcohol content and just go for it. That's usually what I do.
Ugh, I do not like IPA. Way too bitter. I am not a bitter person. I don't drink coffee.
Oh, I drink, like, for me, I like bitter. I like it all. That's the thing for me. But generally speaking, if you're looking at a menu, unless there's like some proper Belgian beer on there, IPAs will have the highest alcohol.
Oh, you're my bro, man. You're my bro right now. Belgian beer is my shit. Like, so Leia, my wife, a lot of guys know my wife now that have been on the chat or they've been to the house or whatever, but my wife doesn't like IPAs. She thinks the IPA is like causing a problem in the beer market, particularly in California, because it's like an arms race. It's always this race to who can make the most bitterest beer with the highest possible alcohol. She doesn't want anything to do with it. So she's like went totally the opposite. She only drinks like stouts, milk stouts, like big time into the heavy beers. But the thing is you can probably drink more stouts than a strong IPA.
Probably, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare it to my normal beer is the Belgian Triple. Belgian Triple is my favorite thing. If it's on tap, I'm drinking that all night. A Belgian Triple will put you on your ass way before.
Honestly, dude, if you really and so do you notice how Belgian beer here in the States tends to be stupid expensive?
Say that again. What was that?
You ever notice how like Belgian beer here in the States tends to be just incredibly expensive compared to other beers?
Yeah, if you're drinking a proper Belgian that comes from Belgium or one of the known Belgium, like if you have like a Le Chouffe or Le Chouffe or whatever how you want to pronounce it, that's going to be very expensive. But there's a lot of American beers that are using Belgian yeast and they're making American Belgians, and those American Belgians are pretty damn good actually.
Oh, sure. No, I agree 100%. But if you want to enjoy proper Belgian beer, go to fucking Belgium, dude. Oh, my God. I cannot tell you. You go into the bars, there are just lists and lists of beer. All incredibly cheap. And all of them, I would say, have an alcohol percentage, I would say 90% of them have an alcohol percentage over 6. And
yeah,
it's unbelievable.
That's what
I was drunk the entire time I was there. It's as simple as that. And not only that, but the people of that fucking country know the average person on the street. Like you'll be looking at the list they have outside, and the person will come up to you and they'll be like, "Oh, this one's the real one. This is the one you want. Oh no, don't get that one. That one's shit." You go inside, and the bartenders are fucking beer encyclopedias.
I love that. No,
it's unreal.
My wife is always bugging me to go to Europe and all that. And I was like, now we should argue to do the Belgian thing.
Go to Belgium and here's my advice. Do not, I mean, go for the fuck of it, sure, if you want to go to Brussels, but it's not super impressive. I would advise you to check out Ghent. Is an awesome city. That's where I was, and I fucking loved it. I was in Brussels for like a day. I was in Germany, and I just took the train over because my buddy was in university, and it was cool for a day trip, but I wouldn't have wanted to spend more than that there. But Ghent, I wish I would have spent more time.
I do want to go to Germany for Oktoberfest. I would like to be there for Oktoberfest. I would like to be in Germany for a proper.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing about Oktoberfest is that I've never actually been in Germany for Oktoberfest. I do want to go, and I will go one day. At least I hope to go one day. However, the beer is quite expensive. That's the only thing I'm going to warn you of. And
yeah, sure, but I don't really care. I don't really care. No, I mean, so I have friends that I've worked with that every year they go to Germany for Oktoberfest. Every year, a bunch of engineers get on a plane and they go to Germany for Oktoberfest, and they come back with these stories and I'm like, I have to go to Oktoberfest.
Totally go. I will go someday, but I've heard many stories of it being just. So, like, have you ever been to Germany before?
No, I haven't been out of the United States.
Gotcha.
Other than Mexico.
So here's my advice. I just came back from Mexico, actually. But what I would say.
And you survived. Oh my.
Yeah. I'll tell you, it's a cool place. Mexico City is awesome.
You got to go way south of the border. Once you get past the border, you're good.
Yeah, like Mexico City. That's where I was. It was awesome.
Are you fucking insane? Mexico City's a fucking shithole.
I liked it, man. I enjoyed it. The food was unbelievable. Oh man.
Oh my
God. Yeah,
that's so much fun.
Don't drink the water.
I did not. I did take that advice, and I'm probably happy I did.
What did you drink?
You
they
mentioned
bring you
but You mentioned your amazing wife. I just want to say, tell her I said hi and thanks for the cookies.
Oh yeah, man. No, I mean,
that was amazing. You guys are like the most amazing hosts ever.
And you're welcome back anytime. If you're in the area, just let me know, and you're welcome. We got a room. You can crash. Like, we're good. Anybody on the chat is welcome to come crash at our house. You know that.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Anybody, like seriously, anybody. New friends, old friends, it doesn't matter. You can come hang out.
Bring your family to NRA.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, no, I want to do. We got to get the young one a little bit older to when we can travel a bit further, and then we're going to start doing that kind of stuff because you kind of put your life on hold in the first couple of years when they're babies, but once they're a little bit older, then you can go out. And our kids are crazy. Like, I mean, a lot of the guys know some of these kids, and Edison's only been on my videos and stuff, but like we're gonna be good. Like, we just got to get out there once we get a little bit older. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I booked my flight for NRA today, and I don't know. I guess I'm used to like my company thing. So when I book flights, I just pick like main cabin or whatever, and then when you get to pick your seat, I pick exit row, and it just gives it to me. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, I know those supposed to be like preferred or whatever, and I thought it's because I have so many miles that they give it to me. Well, then when I was booking my trip for NRA, obviously I didn't use the company thing because I would go on the company credit card, and that'd be bad because I'd get fired. So I was just on like the other thing, just like my own thing, and I hit like main cabin. I go to pick my seat, and all of the exit rows were all blacked out. I'm like, what the fuck? So I click on it. It's like, oh, you have to do the Comfort Plus thing. That's what Delta calls it. So I was like, all right, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do it. I went back, started over, and I clicked on like Comfort Plus, and then I picked the flights and all this shit. I ended up getting exit rows both times, and I saved $60.
Wow, that's fantastic.
So I'm guessing that like in the tactical community, like gun community, I think most guys who fly know to get the exit row. Like, that's like most guys who fly a lot like know, like, all right, we're gonna go exit row. We're not fully seniority level that we can get like a higher level seat, so we might as well go with the extra legroom of the exit row. I think most people know that in the gun community, the people who fly. I think people know that. It's like the unknown trick.
The over 6 foot community, which I belong to, you definitely know that, because otherwise, like, my knees hit the back of the seat if I'm just sitting there. Like, I had a dude, I was in a regular seat or whatever. It was aisle, so I do kick my legs out in the aisle when I can, as long as the like drink cart's not going on. But anyways, he was trying to lean back, and he was fucking jamming the seat into my knee. And I'm like, dude. And he's like, oh, this is hitting something. He's like fucking rocking back and forth, like smashing into my knees. And I go, yeah, it's hitting my knees, motherfucker. And he was like, well, move or whatever. I was like, dude, this is the length between my hip and my kneecap. Like, that's the length it is. I can't shorten my bone. Like, this is just how I'm fucking sitting. So yeah, exit row is like the only way for me to go. Because I'm tall, and I'm also like 80% legs. So when I'm sitting down, most people are taller than me. They really are. Like, regular short people are taller than me when we're sitting down. And then I stand up, and they come up to like my fucking chest. Like, I'm all legs. So airplanes are not my friend. Unless I get exit row. So, but anyways, it was a happy, I don't know, coincidence is the right word, but I was pleased to see that I got Comfort Plus for $60 cheaper than the regular. I don't know how that happened, because I was willing to pay more. That was my whole thing. I'm like, you know what? It's a vacation. I'm just gonna pay more. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going.
Well, good luck.
You ever have the pleasure of winding up with a row of seats all to yourself?
Oh yeah.
That is the greatest thing. I happened to me once on my way back from Germany, and oh my god, I was so happy.
Yeah, no, it happened to me once when I was actually on Southwest, which I don't like Southwest, but it was one of those, like, whatever. It was the only flight I could get to come home. And then so I was flying. I was returning flight going back out of town for work. And there was something wrong with the plane. we were supposed to leave in the morning, and then they're like, okay, it's going to be like, 20 minutes. And like, okay, whatever. And then like some people like rescheduled their flights and shit, so then they left. And then they're like, oh, we have to get a part in from so-and-so. It's like on the plane from New Jersey. Like, you'll be here in an hour or whatever. Okay, great. A couple more people rescheduled. By the time we finally left, which was like 5 o'clock at night, so basically I did spend all day at the airport, but Detroit airport's fucking nice. Especially, like, it's nice. Anyways, we ended up having like fucking a quarter of the plane. And so they basically were like, all right, we're going to board the plane. There's basically nobody left, so sit wherever the hell you want. So yeah, just fucking, everyone had their own row. I put the armrests up, I'm laying down. And then the dude doing his little spiel about like, oh, we have, pop or whatever, and, alcoholic beverage available for per, who are we kidding? You guys ain't paying for shit on this flight. He literally said that. And so, like, what do you want? I'm like, well, I'll take a Jack and Coke. I mean, if you're offering.
Everything.
I had a nice experience coming back from Colorado. Coming back from Colorado when I was sitting next to my buddy, and we ordered. I get Tito's vodka, and he gets Jack and Coke or whatever. But they're like, "Oh, I don't have my card machine." I'm like, "Oh, okay, sweet. So it's free." I'm like, "Okay, great. Give me another one." Like, all right, load it up. It was sweet. It was like a 2.5 hour flight, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna be all toasted before we get home. Excellent, good.
That's the beautiful thing about international flights is that alcohol is completely free.
Oh yeah, it has to be, because you guys gonna be up, like, you're gonna be either awake or sleeping, and if you're not awake, you need something to go to sleep.
Oh yeah, man. I will tell you something. Every time I fly international, my goal is always I drink as much red wine as humanly possible, and I go to sleep, and I wake up there.
Mm-hmm.
And that time that I had the whole seats to myself, man, I just laid across, kept on ordering red wine. It was nice. It was very nice. But no, speaking of that, like I was saying, if you're going to go for Oktoberfest, go for that first before you see any place else in Germany and see the beer prices there, because it's going to spoil it for you.
Oh yeah, it would be like, okay, I got it. So
Yeah.
if I go in Oktoberfest, then I'm going to be used to very high prices.
Yeah,
and
and
then
then,
go back and be like, this is amazing.
Exactly.
Okay,
Because the thing is that
Beer at a fucking baseball game or something, or a hockey game, like they know you're fucked, so they just charge whatever they want.
because the thing is that when I say expensive, I really mean comparable to like U.S. prices, maybe a little less, right? Now, actual German prices, that's a completely different ballgame. Actual German beer prices are so fucking cheap. I remember the first time I went, I was looking at the menu at one point because I was drinking beer the entire time, and
So, go ahead.
oh yeah, sorry. And I was drinking beer the entire time, and I'm like, you know what? I actually want water right now instead of beer. And the fucking water was more expensive than the beer. I was like, no, I cannot pay more for water than beer. Just bring me another fucking beer.
And we lost us, Maggie. And
My light is too bright here. Let's lower this a little
I
bit.
have nothing to bring to the conversation right now after the whole Yoda thing. I think that I've reached a low now.
You reached a low?
I've reached a low point in the conversation.
So, Leia, tell me about caviar. We were talking, so we have a
Delicious.
no. I'm on chat right now. We were talking about caviar earlier.
Hey guys, I'm here to talk about caviar.
This is my wife,
Do you
Leia.
have some?
No, I don't have any with me. So generally, you've had.
Why are we talking about it if you don't have some?
So help me out. Is it Matt? No, not Matt. Who was it? Who's talking about
Joe.
Yeah.
So so he's telling me about a we were talking about derivatives of caviar or caviar replacements, and he was talking about a special. Hold on, let me take the.
Made of seaweed?
No, not made of seaweed stuff. That sucks. The Japanese have, like the salmon. Tobiko? No.
Tobiko.
Tobiko, is that a thing?
Tobiki?
What was the name of the
Ikura.
Ikura.
Ikura is just the red caviar. It's the salmon caviar, but in a good Japanese place, it's amazing. At least for me.
Yeah. No, we've had that, but you mentioned something else that's a little bit more than
By
that.
the way, I love
Mentaiko.
caviar.
No, he said it. What?
Mentaiko.
Yeah. You've had that.
Yeah, but back to salmon caviar. Okay. It's
Here
awesome.
you go.
And Josh won't order it because he thinks it looks like bait.
If you go to a good Japanese restaurant and give it a try, and I think you're going to change your opinion. Just close your eyes and go for it.
No,
He can't wrap his head around
So
it.
wait. So I must say, she is the woman who will not eat natto.
Oh, I love natto.
I love natto. I love natto. Natto. I love natto. She will not eat. She thinks it tastes like corpses. Like if you were to eat, she thinks it tastes like a human, like a decomposing human flesh.
What about wasabi?
Oh no, yeah, wasabi's fine. We put them in.
I love a good wasabi. If you have
wasabi's good.
So he's from the guy you were talking. Joe is from Russia, and so we were talking about caviar.
Oh, I'm not from Russia.
You're not from Russia?
No, he's from the other Kazakhs. He's from the other state. He's from New Yorkistan instead of Californistan.
Where did you
New York? Sorry?
Where did you pick up an accent? Where's that from?
Oh, I don't have an accent. Well, New York accent.
Oh.
Yeah.
Looked really awful. He said I had a stroke or something.
No, shut up.
He's from New Yorkistan, and you're from Californistan.
You speak Russian, right? You speak Russian?
Yeah, not perfectly. I'm like intermediate in Russian, I would say.
So we were talking about when we had the Osobuco party, and then Steve brought his girlfriend.
Yeah.
The best, like we could replace a friend, just make her the friend.
She decided Steve wasn't good enough for her.
Best party ever.
She stopped by a Russian shop and picked up
I mentioned it. Yeah.
caviar.
The whole accoutrement.
She got the.
You can explain it again though, because it sounds so delicious.
It's so good.
Do you remember the last time we went to Vegas and you thought that Petrosian was just like a casino lounge?
Oh,
and you
yeah.
had to go sit down.
So we stayed at the Bellagio the last time I was in Vegas, and there was a piano bar right off the lobby, and I was like, oh, I'll just go hang out at the piano bar because those are my people. It turns out that the piano bar right off the lobby at the Bellagio is Petrosian. Petrosian is a very well-known, at least in the United States, caviar bar. It is like a no joke.
Oh.
And so I was like,
He's from
oh,
New
I'm
York.
just gonna.
He knows what Petrosian is. That's
Yeah.
fair. Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, I'll meet you at the piano bar. And she's like, what are you talking about, the piano bar? I'm like, right here. I'm like, hold on, let me look at the front. Oh, yeah, it's called Petrosian. Just meet me there. She's like, are you at Petrosian without me? And I was like, no, yes, no.
Get out of there right now.
Get out.
Oh man.
Is it Wolf? Oh, I'm so sick of that. Why do they act like it's so special?
It's 11%. It's a try it.
No, we've had Wolf.
No, you didn't like it?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the pass it.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Be right back.
Oh boy. Matt, you still there? I think he's angry at me that I didn't do Yoda.
Well, it was definitely a good impersonation.
It's 10 years well spent, I guess. Actually, more than 10 years. I think it's been like.
If it makes you happy, that's all that matters at the end of the day.
I think it was like I started doing it in '97.
Gotcha.
So.
Like I said, for me, if it makes you happy, I say do it.
20 years, I guess, then.
Oh
God, was it really that long? Oh my God. I'm getting old. Not as old as Matt will be this year, though. So what's going on with you, Joe?
Something very big happened for me today. Something I've been waiting for many, many years. Letter got in the mail. I picked it up, and it was my concealed carry permit.
From Florida?
Florida.
Yeah, Florida, I figure.
I was incredibly happy because my other permit says on it, the New York one specifically, big letters, not for carry. And this one says concealed carry permit. And I was like, yes. I was
just
so
remember,
happy.
you don't have reciprocity in New York.
Well, if the national reciprocity bill goes through, I do.
Don't count on that.
I ain't, unfortunately.
And unfortunately, that's not viable in South Carolina either.
No, it's viable in a lot of places, though. I think 33 states.
The thing about South Carolina is they're just as bad as New York and California as far as reciprocity is. Because
really?
Yeah, South Carolina doesn't like anybody who doesn't have training courses for the reciprocity or their carry permits.
But Florida does have it.
Well, the issue is South Carolina also doesn't like out-of-state permits. Like if you have a non-resident permit in another state, but you don't live in that state, South Carolina doesn't like you.
Gotcha. That's interesting.
And this is really just the law enforcement officers that are, they don't want to have to deal with the extra shit. They don't want to have to learn anything new. They don't want to follow the law as it's written. They want to follow the law as they enforce it.
So they'll break your balls.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and they don't like the idea of constitutional carry in South Carolina. But guess what, fuckers? The House said yes. Suck on
That's good old constitutional carry. When that becomes nationwide, I will be a happy, happy person.
And if the Senate tries to go and punt the bill to the Judiciary Committee, it may actually get through the committee a lot faster than they think it would. Because the chairman of the committee has an NRA rating of, over 90%.
So for me, right, the way I view it is like, it doesn't make any sense to someone can have a handgun in their home, right?
Mm-hmm.
Store and buy a handgun. What the hell is stopping a motherfucker from walking out with it? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, the fact that there's like regulations to that, it just makes no sense. Because there's only one group of people who will follow those regulations. You know what I'm trying to say?
It's only stopping the people that don't do things illegally. But it's not stopping people who do things illegally because they don't care about the consequences. They don't care about their actions. All they care about is continuing on with their criminal lifestyle.
Yeah, it just makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense.
So, But hey, you would think that the first state to have ever seceded from the Union would be able to have open carry and constitutional carry already by now. But no. Boggles the mind.
It's time for editing.
Edit, you must.
Edit, you must. Edit, you must. I don't know what to make my title of my video, though. That's always the biggest problem with doing like a daily video is that you have to like make a title that's like punchy that people will like, hey, yeah, I want to watch this.
I do everything raw. I don't edit a single thing.
Well, okay, so that's a way.
I know that's not your way.
That's a way to go.
I find it's easier just to do everything raw. Don't edit anything because sometimes people want to hear you fuck up.
Well, no, I mean, you can do that, but you still have to have a sweet title that makes them want to, like, watch your shit.
That's probably why I only have 400 subscribers. That and Matt helped me out.
It took me a long time to learn some of this YouTube stuff.
Yeah. I haven't even figured Patreon out yet. Matt said something about it, but, I still haven't gotten a single dime. So, Whatever.
Maybe it's
Well,
like
I
a
mean,
monthly
Matt,
thing or
I mean,
something.
it's a comparative scale, right? Matt has
No.
many more subscribers than us, right?
I have patrons, but the issue is, I've had them for a few months. The issue is, Patreon still hasn't sent me any money.
Call them.
Oh.
Maybe there's an error.
Wow.
So
You should call and ask. That maybe it's like an error or something.
Yeah.
Where's my money, bitch? Where's my money? Like that?
No.
Maybe they'll say you're an evil gun channel, so no money for you.
Did any of you guys catch my soldering video today? Did any of you catch that?
I did not.
No, I don't. If you're not subscribed to me, I don't know that you get the notification, but some of these people are. I know Night Strike. Did you see the notification at least that I was going to do something live? I don't know where my world is with my.
I don't think I'm subscribed to you. I'm not sure.
Son of a bitch. No, it's okay. It's okay. But so
don't hold on. Don't worry. Yep. I can fix it. Just give me a minute, okay?
No, I mean, but understand. Like, I'm not trying to point at you. I'm saying that, like, because of where we're at with YouTube, like, if we're doing things live or we're doing anything, like, you don't know if what you're trying to do is making it to the people that are following you. And so if they're not getting it, then what you're doing is not as valuable, right? Like, you don't have the people watching. So I did a live video today on soldering up a project, a Radio Shack project. Oh, Edison's awake. And that was it was pretty cool. A pretty good little interactive community with people like that solder stuff, like a little soldering iron kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna do it again probably in 2 weeks when I have my next Friday off. It's a lot of fun. Pretty cool. I love to solder. I don't know. You guys solder? Do you guys do that?
I know what it is because my brother is very like mechanically oriented and he's done that kind of shit. But for me, I am the most non-mechanically inclined person you'll ever meet. So if I were using a soldering gun, I'd probably be more afraid of actually burning myself with it than anything.
Oh no. I don't use soldering guns. I use soldering pens because the issue is I've had to replace, several caps on a motherboard like 17 different times for it to get to work, for it to run properly.
Look at this. Look at it. Look at this tip. It's the hotness. Look at this. So
I've got smaller tips than that.
So precise. So ready. So ready for your movements. I don't know. For me, soldering is very therapeutic. It's almost like yoga. Like there's a style of like, the breathing and the feeding the solder onto the joint and the whole thing is very zen. It reminds me of meditation or smoking a pipe, like if you have an old school American pipe, like in that breathing style, like the whole thing very much like they're all a part of the same family in my mind.
Gotcha. That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. It's cool as hell, honestly, and it's very practical. I just
with me, soldering leads to endless sleepless nights, and no thank you. I do as little soldering as possible if I can help it.
I understand.
That's and the problem is with electronics. Sometimes replacing capacitors on a motherboard can only fix the problem so much before you just have to reflow the entire motherboard, or just buy a new one. Damn it!
Yeah. See, this is where I have no idea what's going on with this kind of a thing. I would totally, if I tried to do this kind of a thing, man. Oh my god.
Basically, what reflowing is, it's a machine. When you reflow a motherboard, basically
it's like overhauling a motor.
No, it's a little different. Basically, it's a machine that heats up all the solder connections on a motherboard or a circuit board of some type, and fixes any impurities in the solder. That's all it
Gotcha.
does.
I would still equate that to rebuilding a motor.
The issue is reflowing a circuit board doesn't always work.
I would, rebuilding a motor, soldering a circuit
Sometimes.
board. If I attempted these things, I utterly and completely guarantee you it would not go well at all.
Well, don't worry, Joe. We'll just give you a calculator. You'll be fine.
Yes. No, just give me Excel. Fuck
No,
calculators.
no.
Give me Excel, and I'm happy.
No. You're an accountant. You get a calculator. That's it.
Microsoft Excel. That's what we use. That's our tool.
No. We'll give you Google spreadsheet.
No, thank you. You give me Excel, and we're all good.
You get Google spreadsheet because it's cheap.
I got my Excel right here. Makes me very happy. I got my study schedule on here, my workout, my vocal practice, my instrument practice, my language practice.
What
It's all
instrument do you
good.
play?
Violin and mandolin.
Mandolin. That's a very
Yeah.
difficult instrument to play. I mean, I would think that. So tell me what you think, but I think the mandolin's a little bit more difficult than the violin.
No, not at all, man. Not
Really?
even close. Do you play mandolin?
No, I play string instruments like guitar, ukulele, that kind of stuff.
Give the mandolin. If you want to give it a go. Mandolin is very easy.
Really?
So for me, every time I would practice. So the thing is that I because of situations and such, I'm probably going to have to transition all the way to guitar, which I'm not the happiest about. Not that I have anything against the guitar, it's just that I was very into the whole violin mandolin thing, and now that I have to switch to guitar, I'm like, fuck. Anytime I would, because you know that a violin and a mandolin, they're tuned the exact same way.
Oh, okay. I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, it's G, D, A, E, and mandolin, G, D, A, E. Perfect fifths, both of them. So it's literally the exact same thing. The main issues between them is that the mandolin is double stringed.
Right.
So, and I mean, for me at least, that doesn't make it any more difficult to play. And you pick a mandolin and you bow a violin. The reason that mandolin is much easier than the violin is because, you pick it, and bowing is unbelievably difficult. Like, to get a sound isn't so bad, but the problem is keeping the bow straight. Like, I thought I was oh man, yeah, I picked up a violin, and the first time I was able to get a sound out of it, I was able to play it for 2 seconds, and then it sounded like a fucking cat dying, and, like,
so the problem is the bow.
The bow, and it's fretless.
Violins
are fretless. You're a millimeter off, you're going to be sharp or flat. And it just, like, you've got to just perfect that shit. And I was like, I wasn't getting anywhere near perfecting it, but I was getting better and better and better. And then my band pretty much just fell to shit. And I went, because my primary trade is, in terms of music, is I'm a vocalist. I just picked up these instruments for the purpose of accents.
Well, so have you thought about the harmonica then, if you're a vocalist?
It wouldn't really fit my music style. I mean, I'm sure it could, but for me, I don't necessarily think it would fit my.
I don't think you can
style.
do the blues with a mandolin and a harmonica.
Well,
Harmonica, you can do the blues.
No, bluegrass. Bluegrass is all about the mandolin and the harmonica. I don't want to assume that I'm not assuming what he plays or does. And also, a blues harp goes 12-hole diatonic, 12-hole diatonic harmonica. That's not what a lot of jazz players play. They play jazz harp. Jazz harp is a totally different harmonica, and that plays with more classical bands than anything else. So when
because the harmonicas are each one is set in a different tuning.
No, that's these guys. The 12-hole diatonics are a single octave, and so we're generally playing single octave.
So there's other ones that are not like this.
There's chromatic scale harmonicas. There are harmonicas that play multiple octaves and they're very long, and those play better with orchestral arrangements than anything. Like they're perfectly tuned for those arrangements. So don't get, America is all about the jazz harp, you know, the single octave blues harp, that sound. But what's the there was a group of 3 guys that played 3 different types of harmonicas. There's a chromatic, there's a tremolo, and there's the diatonics. And the diatonics, so you can play with just about anything with a harmonica.
Blue Man.
No, it's not. Well, it was the Harmonicats. Harmonicats. It's the Harmonicats.
Gotcha.
So go on YouTube and look up
a chromatic. So it goes. So basically, it goes from, let's just say, A to A is what
That's
you're saying.
finally back with a glass of vodka.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look up the harmonica.
So technically, yeah, you can play. So technically, you can play any set of scales on that harmonica.
Right. It depends on the harmonica. It totally depends. And I mean, you can look up the Harmonicats. There were a back before there were platinum records. There were basically a platinum record group that produced harmonica music, and it was jazz influence type stuff, and they were orchestral backed, and there were some instances where they were playing with a string orchestra.
Oh wow!
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. Like the harmonica is actually a very complex instrument because in America we get so caught up with the 12-hole diatonics that play a single octave, and that's when you get the John Popper where he's got the suspenders with all the fucking different octaves or harmonicas. But there's a ton of harmonicas that play multiple octaves, or they're chromatic, or they do
a multiple octave harmonica would have to be gigantic.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. It's larger, but there are also a lot of those harmonicas that playing multiple octaves are also chord-based harmonicas. With the regular diatonic blues harp, when I say regular, I mean what I'm used to. That's a single note, right? It's either a blow or a straw note.
How could you play a chord on a harmonica? You have to just, hit multiple holes.
They're built that way.
That's fascinating. That's really cool. I was not aware of any of this.
Yeah. No, they're built to play chords. They play chords. Like a tremolo plays chords. A larger jazz harp is also tonal based, and so you're playing into 4 holes. If you think you're playing a single hole on a diatonic, you're actually playing 4 holes, and that's a chord. So it's very interesting. There's a lot of different stuff with harmonicas, and not a lot of people are doing it, but it might be actually kind of cool if you looked into it. I don't know, maybe.
Sure. I mean, honestly, so the style of music I play is metal.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how that goes then. Okay. Well, now I know that. I don't know how that plays.
No. We can do something with that. We can do something.
You can. I guarantee you can. There's lots of really cool. That's why I was adding the violin and the mandolin into my metal music. It was all accent stuff. You know what I'm trying to say? It wasn't really meant to be the centerpiece or anything else like that. It wasn't meant to for instance playing a full chorus or a full verse just based on mandolin or violin or something. That was supposed to be occasionally in say a chorus you throw in some mandolin or you throw in some violin kind of a thing.
So am I to understand that depending on what hole you're blowing into, you get different results? That I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what we're talking about here.
That seems to be the consensus. But I'm not the expert on this.
Okay, so I'm gonna look up So if you're adding violin and mandolin into metal, there's a very specific harmonica for that.
Gotcha.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna look it up. Hold on.
Which harmonica do you use for metal?
The Metalocalypse.
Yeah.
No, it's the harmonicacalypse or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
You just said. I'm just saying. You just literally said cock. But okay.
You just literally.
You enjoyed it. Don't lie.
Are you playing the cock instrument? Is that what you're playing right now?
I don't know. I was
The
trying
drum
to come up with
instrument?
Cock.
A chromatic. That's what you want. You want a
Chromatic.
chromatic. So I'm gonna post that in the chat. And so the largest makers of harmonicas are all from Germany. Hohner is the oldest company. Actually, no, I take that back. Seidel is the oldest company. Hohner is just the most prolific because Hohner started diving into the diatonic game with all the blues, harp, the black, largely black people that played the blues harp. But actually, Seidel. Let me pull up Seidel.
I feel like you know too much about this.
I have a lot of harmonicas. I play harmonica.
Okay.
I play a 12-hole. I play a 12-hole diatonic blues harp. I play blues type.
I don't even know.
12-hole holes. So no.
So I am impressed. So there you go.
That's
But-
awesome.
by-
Seriously.
Okay.
These things are beautiful.
You've
by the
been
way-
impressed and surprised in the same night.
There you go. There you go. But no, by the way, Hosh, I don't remember what it was. I don't remember the context. I don't remember what I said, what the discussion was. All I remember is the last time that we had a discussion about politics, your wife got pissed at me for something I said. So I would just like to apologize because I don't remember what the fuck I said. She got pissed at something I said about libertarians or voting libertarian. I don't remember what it was. I just remember your wife getting mad at me. So I would like
so first of all,
apologize for whatever the hell I said.
So first of all,
you might want to close the door for this one.
No, so first of all, we yell about all the things all the time. And so she probably was not upset. She was just talking. So no one was upset at you. Matt,
You guys from New York? So you guys are from New York?
No,
yeah,
from
New York as well,
California.
then.
Oh, wait, no, this is what I remember. I remember.
Do you remember this?
I remember we were all having a
Okay,
conversation.
now I'm gonna unmic. Hold on. Let me uncan this. Okay, so Matt, Never Enough Ammo, thinks that the last time he talked to you or me and you in the same room that you were mad at him about something.
No. I'm just saying. Like, we were talking about politics, and I'm firmly in the libertarian camp, but I don't remember what I said. I said or insinuated something, and all I remember is from off screen. I heard, "Are you kidding me?" And I was like, "Oh shit, that fucking pissed somebody off."
Oh no, she's not mad. She's not mad about that. She just questions your integrity.
So don't even remember the conversation we were talking about. Had something to do with voting libertarian and Gary Johnson or something. I don't remember what it was. Maybe I was saying something about Gary Johnson. I don't remember. I have no.
You mean Libtard Johnson?
I don't remember what I said. And you guys know I'm all for third party and libertarian party and all that kind of stuff.
Just
so I
not
don't know what
him.
I said. I remember that and I'm like, oh shit, what did I say? I didn't mean to piss anybody off. That's all I remember.
So first of all, no one in this house is mad at you, aside from maybe Ben or Edison. But I don't know. They don't. Ben can talk. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's holding some grudges. I don't. Nobody's mad at you. And any talk that we ever had about a third party, like, I mean, vote how you want to vote. Like, I'm not gonna. We can talk, argue, whatever about it. That's fine. I don't care. Unless. Oh wait. Now she's drawing a line. Hold on.
Oh shit.
You were one of.
Oh, now she's coming around the mic. Hold on. You're gonna hear her in full color. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Unless what you said was that as a libertarian, you recommended voting for Hillary. So
No.
that wouldn't get it. That would probably be the only instance.
So
I could be like,
Leia deals with a lot of like moms on Facebook and her blog and all that stuff. She deals with a lot of moms, and a lot of moms are very liberal.
I think it was something along because you guys know I spent like months talking about third party, because I'm all for third party, especially.
I definitely remember a discussion that you and I had, and Leia was involved in that, where there was a point where you said, all right, we gotta not necessarily stop going for the libertarian, but we have to, like, in certain areas, we have to push for the conservative ticket. I think,
and I may have said that. I don't know, because I was the one that got tons of shit.
No.
No, because and maybe I don't know. I don't remember what it was. Honestly, I don't know because I got tons of shit on my YouTube channel.
It was in reference to swing states.
Yeah. So
that's what that sounds about right. It may have been one of those things where I was like, look, if you're in a swing state, and let's just make sure it's not Hillary, go ahead and vote Trump. And I may have said that. I don't remember what it was because I got tons of shit for being.
Don't vote for Gary Johnson because he's turned out to be a liberal in libertarian sheep clothing.
So let's be straight up, Matt. You're not going to upset any of us. We got a guest room. You can come stay in the guest room anytime, and she'll make you cookies. Maggie is a no account. She makes great cookies. You're welcome anytime. No one will upset you.
Come for VidCon.
Yeah, come for VidCon. Come out here for YouTube.
Yeah, my wife's been trying to plan to come out there for fucking Comic-Con for the last 3 years. We're just waiting.
Where are you still in Cali?
I'm in Cerritos. I'm by LA.
Oh, I was supposed to go to LA actually this whole year to come visit a good friend of mine, but he's actually moving out of LA at the end of the month.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's LA.
Pretty much, that's what he said.
So, at no time, Matt, does anybody hold any animosity towards you. Don't.
At least for now, until he says the next thing.
No, I mean,
you know what? Everybody was so heated during this election cycle.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty much turned out the way that
no one expected.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that night so fondly.
Oh, so I mean, we did that. We did the live stream on my channel.
You mean you quarked us right after the end of Matt's?
No, I no one was doing it, and so I jumped in and did it. So
without telling us.
No, that wasn't a quark because we had ended that chat.
Done. It was done. We all jumped onto my channel. We did it on my channel.
We did like a 4.5 hour chat, and I was just like, "Look, I'm done. I have to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I can't keep doing this chat. We got to shut it down." So we shut the chat down, and whoever wants to do it after that, that's
I was up that whole night that night. So
I wasn't. I promptly went to sleep literally within 20 minutes of that chat being over that night. So.
No, so for me, I will never forget that shit. I was actually traveling for work. I was on an audit, and I was with my team and everything else like that. And it was funny because the whole entire team was, for Hillary and such for the most part, and some of them didn't really care. But wait, this is the best part. None of them voted. I was the only one because we were out of state on election day. I did the early election, and I was like, yeah, I voted for Trump kind of a thing. But it was all cool. Everyone was like, but I was like, you know what? I really don't think he's going to win. He has a chance, sure, but I didn't think it was going to happen. We're at a restaurant, right? And this is when things were first going on. And I'm just preparing for the worst. I'm looking at the screen, and it's like, wait, he's winning Florida. He's winning this one. I'm like, but it's so early.
No. At the beginning, it looked like she was going to win, for the longest time. And then he just started gaining speed.
I didn't.
I don't want to relive the past, but all of a sudden it started looking weird. Like it all started like they're not reporting, and most states want to report really quick. Like they want to get like I'm a swing state and I'm for Hillary, and they're taking too long, and it starts slipping into like 11, 12, and
you know what it was? They probably couldn't believe their eyes.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I don't know. This is weird.
No,
this
Michigan
is really
was
weird.
the surprise. Michigan was the big surprise. I think it was like once.
Yeah, that was definitely a big surprise.
Oh, wow.
Which was the one we said we don't care about anymore, but the issue is that it's split in half at the end. Was it New Hampshire?
Minnesota?
No. It was a New England state that split in half. One vote for Hillary, one vote for Trump.
Was it Vermont?
It was something like that. It was one of those little teeny tiny little states up there.
Yeah.
I gotta say though, I mean, Trump is doing a lot of things really fast. If like, regardless of how you feel about what
He's gotten more done in his first 100 days than
So one thing
Obama did. I'll tell you that.
Leia will tell you, which she's right here, she can tell you herself. But so Trump's a business person.
Oh, yeah.
Trump is about doing business. I don't really think he cares if he gets elected for the second
He
term.
doesn't.
Because he can go back to making $1 billion in his private.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't give a shit. So he's just doing what he thinks. What he thinks he's interpolating of what people want.
Interpreting.
That's even worse.
Interpreting.
Thank you.
No, there's actually a word there. It's not interpreting.
Thank
It's not
you.
interpreting. It's not
Not a
inter-
problem.
interpolating is actually, I think, a word.
Okay, Google it. We're not at a bar with no internet access.
I will do that, but let me finish my point. So,
Wait, your bars don't have internet access?
no, we do, but I want to finish my point. I don't want to stop midstream and be like, okay, well, let me go dial up a definition. Interpolating, no, interpolating is a real word. Now that I'm getting like the more
interpreting
is a real fucking word.
I was referencing the
It is
fact
a real
that
word.
back in the day, people used to have arguments at bars that would go on for
Yeah,
hours.
and they'd be like,
because they didn't have access to the internet, so they just had to.
yeah, I remember. So, some of us in this chat actually remember a time interpolating. And that's a word.
You're confusing interpreting and extrapolating.
Insert into something else.
Just move on. Just keep going.
Well, I don't even know where my point's going because we decided to pull the phones out.
He was getting so much done, and he's interpreting what needs to be done, and
Extrapolating is probably actually the right term.
He's not beholden to like the political establishment to try to keep a job.
Well, we're saying that, and I think we have to be very mindful of that concept that he is his own man that's pushing an idea that he thinks is right, and it could jibe with us and what we think is the way we should go, particularly with guns, and we need to be mindful of that. Like we absolutely have to keep track of what he's doing because he's kind of a loose cannon in that sense.
Oh, for sure.
Well, he's a
definitely loose cannon.
He's a loose cannon in the sense that he gives literally two shits about gun rights. Like that's not if you want to talk about he cares about taxes, he cares about trade, he cares about rules and regulations and laws that concern business. Those are things he genuinely cares about. You get into
jobs
healthcare, you get into gun rights, you get into a lot of this other stuff. He will say he cares about it because he knows who got him elected, but there's a lot of stuff he just doesn't give a shit about. He is who he is. He is a guy that cares more about business and particularly his business more than anything else. And you're right. He doesn't give a shit if he gets elected in 4 years, as long as when he comes out of it 4 years from now or 8 years from now or whatever, he comes out of it positive, whether that be in his perception or whatever it is. As long as he comes out of it positively looked at, then he's fine. He doesn't care. So, I mean, when it comes to gun rights, we have to watch him and keep him in check.
Oh, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. In fact, so my view on Trump, first of all, generally speaking, is when he cares more about business or more about anything would be his ego. I find him to be a massive egotist, personally.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, every president is a major egotist.
Yeah, you
like
gotta be
every
a special kind of
one
narcissist.
of them. Obama, major egotist. Every president that precedes him, a major egotist. Because if you're driven so far to the point that you want to achieve the mantle of being the president, you have to be a huge egotist.
I don't necessarily think you have to be.
There's no one. Think about it this way. Like really, like conceptualize this concept that there's no one that's off stage going, no, dude, your ideas are really good. Just get out there and tell them, yeah. And they push them out. There's no fluffers for these people that want to be president. They believe that their way is the right way. They're major egotists. Whether you believe with their political mindset or not, they have to be of a certain mindset that says, yes, I want to lead an entire country. I appreciate that in the United States, we are a three-party system, and the executive branch should not be as powerful as it is. But still, you have to be like as a single person, like the president, as a single person, you're a single you're an egotist. Like you have to be, right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, you're right. And even and it's not about that you think, you have to be. Maybe you don't necessarily have to be like the asshole, quote unquote, egotist, but you have to be of a mindset that you are right. You have to be of the mindset that you're confident in what you are saying, that it is the best course of action, and you have to be willing to put your balls out there on the line in front of the entire country.
Right. Yes, and I don't think that necessarily makes one an egotist, though.
Yeah,
with that said,
it's a matter of perception. It's a matter of perception.
Yeah, totally. Oh, absolutely.
When you look at Trump, when you look at Obama, okay, both of them are without a doubt egotists. They are full of themselves. There's no doubt.
What I would say the difference is that Trump makes it a bit more obvious.
That's fine.
True.
Yeah, that's true.
You're right. There's no doubt about that.
Trump was more honest about it than anyone was.
They are both egotists that want their own. They want to have themselves stroked, as it were.
Well, think about what is a legacy. Everyone wants to talk about the legacy, right? Obama, sorry.
But in the same, look at George Bush. Look at George Bush, Jr. Look at him. I mean, he was not what we would traditionally think of as an egotist, but he was more than willing to put his balls out there on the line and say the stuff he thought. So I guess it's a matter of perspective, and some people are obviously more prone to put that information out there about what they feel, what they think, and then say, well, you should feel like I do, and you should be glad I'm telling you my opinion.
Right,
Good old George W. He taught me the great ins and outs of strategery.
There's a big. So to me,
no joke. How many of us would be glad to go back to the fucking George W. Bush days? How many of us would be like, after Obama and we got Trump? And I'm not saying
okay, so let me
holy shit.
Only after the assault weapons ban ended, okay?
The assault weapons ban ended, and it wasn't like it was it wasn't anything that George W. Bush could have done in 2001 or 2002 or 2003. You know what I mean? It's not like he could have done anything about it because it was law. It was waiting to expire. So I'm just talking about as a guy, as somebody who lived in Texas under him as governor for quite a while. He's got his issues, but I trust George W. Bush a hell of a lot more as somebody who actually gives a shit and cares about his values than I do.
Well, you can't make this argument about.
I didn't trust Senor Jeb.
Families, right?
No, Jeb's a fucking dipshit.
Hold on.
Come from
compared to
political families where they have an entire history. They're so ingrained in the political system.
Oh, no, absolutely.
I agree 100% with that.
It's modern. It is modern. It's the what are we, patriarchy or whatever. I mean, it's the modern version of that. When you talk about Clintons versus Bushes and that kind of stuff, and that was again
it's like a hereditary monarchy or something exactly. Like this.
But I do feel just a little bit, and not completely, and I'm not gonna knock anybody who scrutinizes George W. Bush because he had many fucking problems. Right. I'm just saying, as somebody who lived in a state where he was governor and saw his policies and that kind of stuff for several years before he ran for president. I can just say that while I was not a fan of his father, I'm certainly not a fan of Jeb Bush, because fuck that guy. I am much more appreciative of George W. Bush, not necessarily as a president, but just as a dude.
Okay,
He
so,
seems like a nice guy.
so check this out. Check this out for a second. Let me, and then I'm going to I'll yield the floor to my wife. So
you bet.
So there's a very interesting historical parallel that we should look at. Kennedy, when Kennedy took office and he had the problem with Cuba and he had the situation with nuclear weapons, he was in a situation where he had many of his military people telling him he needs to launch a strike against Russia, and he was against them in all situations. Like, he was constantly against the people that told him he needed to be forward thinking about getting aggressive. And he said, no, I'm not going to do that. I will not do that. And there's recorded testimony because he legally kind of recorded everybody in his Oval Office when they were talking about, and the conference rooms, when they were talking about how to handle the Cuban Missile Crisis and the globalization of nuclear arms. So we as a nation have been brought up with the concept of people who are strident in their ideals, particularly in the legislative position. They hold their position and they carry it all the way out, and their mental composition makes them want to adhere to what they think is right. Their own personal, whatever goal is driving that boat down the water. That's what they do. That they just focus on what they think is right, and that's all they focus on. Kennedy, for example, this goes way before we landed on the moon. Anyway, all right, so go to Leia. Go.
So I don't know that Trump is more narcissistic or a egoist than other presidents, so much as he's learned, unlike the other politicians that have kind of come through the system, all other politicians have had to play the game and garner favor and humble themselves to reach where they got, especially to their political parties. But Trump has been a CEO and ran his own business for decades.
Yeah.
He's never had to meter his ego. He's never had to bow down to anyone else to get things done, and he runs the country like he probably ran his company.
So
finding the most efficient, most direct way to get something done, and not worrying about the aftermath.
So here's my biggest argument, and it's in a direct reply to my one. So Trump, if you think about a CEO, a Trump CEO, any CEO, is a totalitarian. They want to tell you how to live. Trump comes from a background of wanting to tell people how to live. That's how he ran his company. And that is where we should be paying attention to Trump in the positions that he takes, and the laws that he supports, and the budget that he backs, and the judges that he says should be confirmed. We should be saying, you are a totalitarian. You come from a world as a CEO where your word is edict. You force your will upon the people that work for your company, which is good for business as long as you make really good decisions. Some argue he didn't make decisions. And that's not what good decisions. That's not what I'm arguing about. The point is that that's the world that he comes from. He comes from a world of being a totalitarian.
Yeah. And then the profitability or the gain in equity is proof that whether or not he's right.
But whether he's CEO or not is based off of a panel of 12, there's no stock. The stockholders are the taxpayers, right?
Well, no. Yeah. Wait. Are you talking about in the company?
No, there's a board. So in a proper large corporation,
in a publicly owned company, I don't know if Trump is on the stock market. I don't know if he
understand what I'm saying. The board of directors can vote out a CEO in a publicly traded company.
Yes,
absolutely. It's very important.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
That's a small
It can be
group
in a
of people.
private company too. A board of directors is important.
It's a small group of people. So we are the board of directors. We are the board of directors that focus and shape where we're going in the future with this country. So we have elected Trump. That happened. And so we are now in a situation where we have a very large capitalist that wants to direct the focus of the country going forward. And we have to understand that at a certain point, his background is that of a totalitarian, because as a CEO, his word is law. He doesn't have to go through Congress. He doesn't have to go through anything. He speaks and people make it happen. So
yes,
that's not necessarily a bad thing, because actually so here's my crazy idea of where I would like the world to be, is that him having a Twitter, great. Him speaking all the time, great, because at least he's giving me all the ammunition that I have, because he's speaking about what he wants. I have a very clear understanding about what he wants as a president. And if he doesn't achieve that, then I can grade him on his progress. If I don't like his vision, then I can argue against his vision by voting him out or doing something else. But at the same time, he's making it very clear, right? It's a transparent almost. Is it not transparent? Would you? I think he's very transparent. I think he.
Well, you know.
Wants.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
I don't know about the Syria fucking Tomahawk missile bullshit. I don't know about any of that.
We had a discussion about that yesterday morning.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that.
Why?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's fine.
More money for defense.
Get off my desk.
More money for defense is good.
Get your beer off my desk. Yeah, more money for defense is good. Build that military infrastructure. We always love that.
More money for defense spent correctly.
Yeah. It's like you work in the industry.
I am an accountant. Don't forget.
You account for are you military involved? Do you have military?
No. I'm not in the military at all.
He's out there doing audits. What are you talking about?
No. You see, Joe speaks the fine art of decimals. Okay, that's what he speaks.
Your people scare me very deeply.
That's so funny. So I used to be a financial analyst, and we used to that accountants were about the past and analysts are about the future.
But you have to
not necessarily for financial forecasting.
You have to analyze the past to correctly understand the future, because if you don't, you'll probably make the same past mistakes.
It's true. Our data is only as good as our accountants.
And then they have engineers. They're like, get the fuck out of my way. I need like, right now.
Well, we're not stopping you from leaving the hangout.
Oh man.
Just saying.
Who are you talking to? You want me to leave? I'll leave.
No. You're saying get out of your way.
But what was I going to say? But I agree. The thing I agree with the most on for sure is that in general with Trump, I mean, just this whole thing has been a massive opportunity for us. Now we need to keep an eye on him, yes, but it's been a massive opportunity. I was discussing. We don't know how long this opportunity is going to last, right? That's the only thing that's kind of interesting. I mean, there's a really good chance.
What the opportunity is. What is the opportunity?
Well, with Trump, in terms of Second Amendment, I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's true, because he did speak largely about the Second Amendment.
Right. So I agree. We have to watch the hell out of him. But I do think that this is the time. Yeah, I do agree that this is the time. Also, we really need to be fighting hard for. For instance, repealing the NFA, reciprocity, the whole, Hearing Protection Act, et cetera, because I think that we may not get an opportunity like this again for quite some time.
You know what? You bring up a really good point, and I think everybody should be looking to their local representatives to go forth and support some pro-2A bills and get it in front of them, Well,
I agree with that 100%. But what I also think might be a nice idea is if maybe when I'm saying we, I literally mean us.
I'm not getting in camera.
Like all
No.
six of us.
Yeah, us. Get together and try to kind of organize. Like I think we were having this discussion the other day, whether it be having, instead of like just random calls to representatives, organizing mass calls to representatives. Even if it's, 20 people, that's still better than one person, right? You know what I'm trying to say? Or, even contacting the NRA and such like that, and making sure that they're sort of, on the right track, but doing it organized.
I'm not.
If you know what I mean.
I'm not poo-pooing you in any way, but I have spent.
I just had the best idea.
Oh, hold on. I have spent many drunken nights on these chats with G-Webs and other people, saying the exact thing you've been saying.
Why don't you guys make it a tag though? Use your social media to your advantage.
We've done that. Every second matters. Every second matters.
I'm saying, make it you call your representative or whatever, and make it a tag. You record the phone call. You record yourself making the call and making the statement, and seeing how it's being reacted to, right? And then you post it, and it's a tag, like call your representative.
That's interesting.
Because then everybody in the gun community is posting a slew of the same videos saying the same things.
So here's the same problem that I have talked about ad nauseum in the gun community is that
the roaches.
No, it's it leads to the roaches. That's another problem. That's a California problem. So we in the gun community largely are exercising our rights, and we enjoy exercising our rights. And that's what we do on the weekends. That's what we do for our free time. And when we're done having our free time, we pop a beer and we're drinking it and we're having a good time. Not a lot of people actually chisel out part of their day or week to be activists. Most people don't do that. They don't want to be engaged in the concept of calling their congressperson. They don't want to do it. They won't do it. Fucking Yankee, if he's in the lobby here, like he'll hop on here and he's got the same argument I do. And it is the concept that we're so busy having fun because this community we live in and do and enjoy is so enriching to our lives that we're so enriched to the point that we won't fight for it because most people won't. And
I agree with you.
It's a small percentage of people that will actually do it.
So my thing though is that I'm a very firm believer of at least trying. You know what I'm saying?
No question.
And even if we could get, even if we could get 15 people, 15 to make coordinated phone calls at some point, it's still better than one. You know what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely.
What's a bill that's being proposed right now?
Well, pick one. California alone. No.
Night, guys.
No.
That's the bat signal for Leia.
Understood.
I would say California and New York are not good examples to push anything because you guys have a snowball's chance in hell, or maybe a snowball's chance on the sun.
No, but if you take Colorado, for example. Colorado, which we thought was all this like free-loving gun community, they pushed down magazine limits. And so
you know why? I'll tell you why. Because they traded their guns for pot.
Well, okay. All right. So here, I appreciate that's a sentence that you made. That is a statement. You made a statement. The reality is that nobody signed up to say like, hey, we're going to replace your magazines for pot. Like nobody did that. The people voted for these things. So the people are not educated in the area of gun rights. They're more educated in the idea of pot rights than they are educated in the idea of gun rights. And I would like to take a second. So I've been in Colorado. I love Colorado. Colorado is a great state. I go there many times. I'm out there for work all the time. And I go down the road and there are dispensaries everywhere. And you know what? Great. I
agree.
Any problem with that.
I agree 100%.
Zero problem with that. But they have been, so Adam Carolla. Adam Carolla is You know, he came from California. He's a podcast guy. He's a radio guy. Adam Carolla, Man Show guy. He said that we as a people turned marijuana into a folk hero. And he's right. We turned marijuana into this concept more than a reality because it's untouchable by science. It's untouchable by laws. People are just going to do it because it's a folk hero, like Jerry Garcia and Bob Dylan and everybody else that came before them. It is a folk hero concept. It's not an idea anymore. It's a living, breathing thing. Smoking weed is just what people do, and you just got to get used to it, man. So how do we do that with guns? How do we make guns a folk hero?
It's possible.
I've always argued that California, largely, before it turned all this liberal bullshit, was the last bastion of turning gun rights into a living, breathing thing. Hollywood exists because of cowboys and the Wild West and building that whole system into this multi-billion-dollar environment is all based off guns. It's all off of guns.
But it's the way that they perceive it. In the thing about, you're 100% right. I do think there's a way to normalize it. And honestly, the way that you normalize it is through exposure. Right, that's the way you normalize anything. The issue is the way that they do it in Hollywood is, it's generally speaking, I'm not a big movie guy, so you can quote me if I'm wrong, it's the people who should have the guns and the people who shouldn't have the guns. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Usually it's the heroes, and they're supposed to protect you, and it's all the civilians and the citizens who are running away, you know, scared. And if there is a citizen with a gun, you know, it's usually this guy's a bumbling idiot or something like this. So it ingrains in people's minds, you know, well, no, the people aren't supposed to have the guns, but the big, strong heroes, they're the ones that should have the guns.
The man with no name.
The military. The people underneath the politicians enforcing the laws. Those are the people that are allowed to have guns, no one else. And that's a bad idea.
So here's a really great parallel to the reality that I'm dealing with. I had a home invasion robbery that happened like a mile away from me. A guy was working in his garage, and a guy walked up into his garage, pulled out a revolver, beat this guy in the head a couple of times with the revolver, just pistol whipped the shit out of him, and said, don't effing move. And then his two cronies ran into the house and tried to like do something with his wife, not do something sexually, but like try and find where the valuables are. And they spent a little bit of time, and then they all ran away. And I see this on my Facebook post because we're all in the same Facebook groups of the city, and all I'm getting is people saying, well, I can't have a gun because the state doesn't allow me to have a gun. And then I reply to him saying, what the fuck did the state have to do when there are literally people attacking you in your garage? The police are not there. They can't protect you.
100%.
They're arguing with me saying, well, you're gonna get in legal trouble. I'm like, what does it matter? If your family, like, those were three thugs.
They could have done whatever they wanted.
The one thug pinned you down with a gun and beat you about the head, and then the other two thugs ran in the house. So you got to make a decision at some point in your life where you say, my life is less important than my family's life. And so I don't really care what the laws are. I'm going to carry a gun and train to use it properly. And I'm talking to people, and I'm telling them, like, the police are always going to be 7 minutes away. The police will always be 7 minutes away. And no matter how long I repeat that, the only response I get is, well, we just need to get more police then. We just need to get more of that. And it's just...
Unless they're literally sitting in your house with you, it doesn't mean a fucking thing.
It's this perpetual ass-kicking machine that people just want to believe in the state that it's going to protect them. It's going
because people, all people. This is.
You're also ignoring one other point. You're ignoring the other point that the liberals, or the Democrats in particular, they want to protect and shelter criminals more so than actually protect and shelter the civilians.
Well, so I believe that that's a cognitive dissonance in their mindset. I believe that they're fully capable of separating those two entities completely. I think they see people that have been marginalized and beat up by the system, and that's what they focus on. They're not focusing on real criminals. They're focusing on people that have been chewed up and spit out by the judicial system. And in that, I don't disagree with them. There are people who have been chewed up and spit out.
Yeah, I agree.
System. But at the same time, to only focus on that is to be wholly unaware of the realities and the real situations around you.
Agreed.
You have to defend yourself. And anytime that you put barriers in front of you defending yourself, it means you're not ready to defend yourself yet. And that's okay. I mean, it's not in my eyes, but that's your place right now. That's where you're at. You can't defend yourself yet.
It's a choice they're free to make, and it's a decision that's legal for them to make, so they should be able to make it. The problem is how you explain, or maybe a way to explain it to them is you can have that decision, but why do you then go further and say, here's what I can and can't do?
Because they're on.
Well, you can explain it to them. Was what I was going to say is you were talking about their answer is more police. My answer before you said that was, then, don't worry about it. It's not something that happens often enough that you need more police. It's like saying we don't have enough fire department. Well, do we have any fires? No. Well, then we don't need no fire department. So if this awfully touches their life, you can't come up with something that, I don't know how long you've lived there, but that's the only instance of a crime like that. That's lightning strike. That's like saying we don't have enough lightning rods. If you never get lightning strikes, what do you care?
Yes, but their whole.
So all I'm saying is you're not gonna change their mind if they're sitting there not worried about lightning strikes. You're not gonna sell them a lightning rod. But here's what I'm saying. Maybe you just say, look, you can choose to not have a lightning rod, but why do you insist on saying I can't have a lightning rod? Sure, you don't think it's a big deal, but why do you insist on me not having it?
Because I think that
conversation that you have with them.
I don't think many people, how to put this, I suppose. I think it's because they believe that having just the lightning rod out there, like you said, or in this case, it's the gun, somehow makes it more accessible for these people to get it, kind of a thing. And if there were just laws to stop it, these people wouldn't be able to get it. That's their opinion.
So you're saying the perception that all crime guns come from law-abiding people with good intentions, but they get their guns stolen from them because they're either lazy or dumb or...
That's right.
I don't think they honestly, to be honest with you, I don't think the majority of people think that far into it.
No, they do. They dial into a media talking point, and that's what they base their argument off of. They absolutely do that. So here's people want to villainize the people that disagree with them. We are predisposed to want to make an enemy out of our neighbors because they don't agree with our world mindset.
Agreed.
And that's what perpetuates the concept of two parties. That's what perpetuates the concept of everything that we're dealing with. People, so when you have these violent altercations, people that don't believe in having a firearm, they believe that they have subcontracted their self-defense to the state. They believe that by paying their taxes, think that by paying their taxes, that they should be protected.
Right.
But they've never been exposed to the realities of crime in their entire lives. So they have no reason to believe that their expectations are wrong until they're proven that they are.
Wrong, though?
No, they are. They are completely.
No. Only if you look at the big picture. But if you're the person who grows up in that crime, then yeah, you paid too much money for cops, really.
That's a very good point. And see, that's a whole nother. That's what makes this whole thing so complex.
That we're in a world where there's reduced crime. So you happen to talk about an incident of crime, and that makes it seem like there's more crime in the world. But as far as all the numbers, right, crime is going down. Violent crime is definitely going down. So they literally live in a world where there's less crime. So
right, and so that is exactly the point, is that everybody speaks in generalities and relative statistics. We're all speaking about the concept of how likely is it that I will be involved in a crime. It's very low because things have gotten more civil as time has gone on. But that doesn't mean crime has gone away. And for those that have experienced real crime in their lives, violent crime, they're almost shunned even further because society, those not exposed to crime, have walked away from the concept. They've never experienced the concept. They've never had to live through
They'd
it.
have to seek it out. They feel like they need to seek it out. So therefore, people that have had experience with it did something. Then what the fuck were you doing? I didn't ever have to give in a crime. I don't know anybody that's ever had really any crimes except for cousin so-and-so that went down and asked for it and got in a crime. What the hell were you doing to get in a crime?
That's right.
Yeah. And the media is going to leave that connotation there, or leave that perception there.
Well, I think people want to believe it could never happen to them, and as long as they don't engage in certain foolish actions, let's just say, that it's not going to happen to them. It's as simple as that. You know, I mean, you hear about, for instance, someone being struck with a horrible disease, for example, whatever the disease might be. They're like, oh man, well, they must have done something. Oh, well, that's horrible, but that's never going to happen to me or anybody I know until it happens. You know what I'm trying to say? Same thing with any kind of crime. You know, it's never going to happen until it happens. You know, and I believe that, you know, again, my thing is that all people, every single human being in the world, they tend to take the path of least resistance. We all tend to do this, you know. And the thing is that it's much easier to not really think about it and just go, well, guns, no gun crime. Therefore, there should be no guns. You know what I'm trying to say? That versus
it's a very simplistic binary argument. Is what they're making.
Right. And it's not even and I'm not even saying that the people who think this way are stupid. It's just that they haven't thought so far into this issue. They haven't dug deeper and deeper and deeper. I mean,
because they have no reason to. They're not engaged in the community. They don't understand what guns are. They don't understand the realities. It could be science fiction. It could be a comic book, and they don't have any interest in comic books. So they're not going to engage. They have no interest.
Exactly. And like I said, people tend not to question certain societal norms. Why? Because it's easier not to question it. It's fucking easier. And again, people will take the path of least resistance 99.99% of the time. If I told you, you know, there's this, you know, I don't know, this money, for instance, I don't know, $10,000, and you can either work, you know, 4 weeks for this money, or I'm just going to give it to you now. Chances are you're going to go, well, shit, I'm just going to take this money now. And this comes with anything. You know what I'm trying to say? Like people will tend to always take the path of least resistance when it comes to these things. In terms of they feel, I watch the news, therefore I'm educated enough on this. They don't really feel the need to dig further and further and further. The thing is, when you start to dig further and further, you kind of realize, wait, shit, there's a lot more to this. You know what I'm trying to say? I've learned that about the vast majority of things. There are it's funny because I've come to learn that most general beliefs that people have are actually quite wrong. And again, it's not because they're stupid. It's just they get to a certain level and they stop. And when you start to dig further and further and further into it, you're just like, wait a minute, holy shit, there's this further aspect to it. There's this aspect and there's that aspect to it that sort of changes things. And for us, guns, I mean, we don't mind necessarily digging that far because, you know, we love it. But, you know, for us, it's not much of a chore. But for them, not liking it, it is.
And that's exactly evidenced by the media being so mentally retarded when it comes to guns. They don't have one single nut they can strike together to come up with a thought on how firearms actually work. They don't engage with the community. They're not looking to understand any better. They just want to keep pushing out this concept of guns are bad. We have to get rid of them. Well, even Fox News, to a certain point, they also are stupid when it comes to guns.
And that's why they need to be challenged. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm not saying in a violent way or anything. I mean, literally, like, you know, you got to, not in a nasty way at all. You have to literally, no matter, see me, my thing is that you can sit there and call me a moron, a massive cunt, whatever the hell you want to call me. But at the end of the day, especially if it comes to political discussion, I'll sit there and go, I'm sorry you feel that way. But could you explain to me maybe why you feel that way? I will, why? And then I will interject, okay, I hear your point. Would you mind hearing my point? Here is why I believe that this is in fact the case. And then I will, generally speaking, run them through. That's
the rational argument. Most people are unwilling or incapable of engaging in a rational discussion when it comes to things that are so. So here's the problem: is that media has created an emotional backbone for a lot of this stuff. And until you can actually talk to somebody on a rational basis, they're unwilling or incapable.
You can. So the thing is,
on a rational level.
To be honest with you, though, you can get emotional about it from the pro-gun perspective. It's just the correct way. So at the end of the day, I do believe that most arguments aren't necessarily about the argument. You know, generally speaking. Of course, sometimes this is the case. They're not about the thing that one's arguing about, right? For the gun issue. Now, the gun issue is actually one of those, I guess, that has multiple facets, right?
Yeah.
But generally speaking, it's about you want to be safe and protected, right? Just generally speaking, safe and protected, right?
Relative,
You want to be safe and protected. An anti-gunner person wants to be safe and protected. You believe that the best path to being safe and protected is via a gun. Force versus force, be that against your government, be that against if the government became too crazy powerful and, you know, the whole thing, be it against an attacker, be it against whatever. They believe, on the other hand, the path to being safe is by not having guns around, so bad people cannot get guns. A government, the idea of the government becoming too crazy powerful, it doesn't even enter their mind. That's insane. That doesn't happen. That cannot happen here. This whole thing.
Because they're propped up by the idea of statism. They have the concept of the state as just being the natural.
Right. It cannot happen. It's impossible.
What's your? May I ask? Are you Jewish?
No.
Okay. You have a very most of the Jewish people I talk to about guns or whatever. You have this similar type of argumentative path. Not that we're in opposition, but the way that you approach is very, very New York Jew kind of. No offense.
No, dude, absolutely not. None taken at all. Maybe it's just the New York argument.
Yeah, no, it's which always cracks me up about the Jews with guns is that there are so many. They're anti-gun, but then when you speak to them objectively about Israel or wherever, then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, you got to have guns in Israel.
It's different there. That's the argument you're going to get. It's like, different there.
Well, now you just created this second-class citizen for America that we can't have guns. Oh yeah, no, you can't.
To them, it's that they're surrounded by it, and therefore they need it because they need to be protected, etc., etc., etc. For me, I personally believe every person. It's a literal. It is the most natural of natural rights to me. Everything has the right to defend themselves. Human beings, we're tool users. And the best tools that we have to defend ourselves with, we absolutely have the fucking rights to use.
That's beautiful point. I made a video talking about this exact thing that our forefathers talked about based off of natural rights. And John Adams made the point that even if you tried, you can't take away a human being's ability and desire to defend their right to life.
Right.
You can't make a law that will prevent someone in the last moments of their life to strive and fight for that life. And so any extension of saving that life is lawful because you can't alienate our innate animal natural concept of saving our lives.
Right.
And
but
that's
the thing
it.
is that but here's I suppose the thing. Like I was saying before, two people, we have to basically not so much argue with them that guns are good, but that the better path to safety and security is via a firearm rather than not having one. And for instance, one of the ways I will do this, this is an emotional argument, right? This is an emotional argument I will use. I'll say, Buddy and I are sitting in a bar, right? And I'll go, we're sitting in here right now, right? We're in a restaurant. Yeah. I'll go, if someone walked in here right now and started open firing, would you want me to have my gun on me or not? Because right here in New York City, I cannot have my gun. This is back when I was in New York. They're like, I cannot. I have my guns at home. I can't bring them here. But would you rather me have my gun or not? And usually they'll answer, I'd rather you have your gun. And I'm like, you agree with me that criminals and etc., they're going to get their guns no matter what, right? When you like start to really dig into them, they'll be like, well, yeah. So wouldn't you want to have that same chance right now?
Right.
And that usually gets, provokes. And then usually, I'm telling you, 99% of the person's anti-gun, the next argument they're going to bring up, well, yeah, but that's a handgun. What about assault weapons? Why do you need an AR-15? And that's when you become more logical with them. And that's when you say, well, okay, can you explain to me the difference between a quote-unquote assault weapon, an AR-15, and a handgun in terms of killing ability?
Oh, so that's a good point. So you said emotion. See, I think that's more visceral. Your first point was a very visceral argument. It is a very meat to bones reality.
It's emotional because you're talking about their life, and if you want to make it even more emotional, say you're here with your family, or it's your sister, or it's your mother, or it's your younger brother, or it's your this, or it's your that, it's your whoever. You know what I'm trying to say?
I've always used a different term for that, but emotional is the right term probably. That's what lines people up to the
Yeah, that's how you can make it more emotional, because generally speaking, people will. It'll be a lot more real to them, even if you talk about a fucking loved one or something like that. Like you could say you're here with your kids or something like that, and then all of a sudden that fucking whoa, okay, you know what I'm trying to say? Like now, think about the idea pretty much of you're sitting here and you're helplessly, basically to slaughter, versus you can get up and defend yourself. At the end of the day, it's simply force versus force, gun versus gun. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, you cannot stop, generally speaking, you cannot stop a fucking, train with a fucking, a bicycle or something like that. And if you want to really properly stop a fucking train going from one way, you'd have to have something of a equal or greater weight. And it's the same thing with a gun. I mean, is it possible? Sure, it's possible. I guess, you hit it in the, if someone gets close enough or something. But generally speaking, in order to stop someone with a gun effectively, you're going to need a fucking gun.
I don't agree with any of these arguments that I'm trying to weigh somebody's decision with these lines of thought, though.
Sorry?
I don't think it's necessary, and I don't think you're going to win anything that way. I mean, it might work occasionally on an individual, but it's not going to work on a grandma. So I don't think you need to put fear into the equation at all. So if their concern is that guns are going to go out and get used in crime or whatever, I think it's better to just have a discussion about the guns themselves and maybe compare them to cars or something, or actually get them to think about it. Because if you go to fear of a gunfight or whatever, number one, there are no gunfights happening. Again, we live in an environment, a world where violent crime is going down. Most of the violent crime is illegals wailing on each other, or gang people and drugs wailing on each other. Every once in a while there's a victim, and then the majority of the rest of it is some rogue guy who goes nuts. So it's not gunfights, it's just people using guns as implements against each other. So again, we're living in an environment where that's going down. So instead, I would concentrate on that, so that their fear of the inanimate object is focused on the actual situation, and then go back to the other argument that they're beaten, that's beaten into their heads from the other side, that there's a gun for every person. So I like to, instead of even getting into the concept of defending yourself, because who cares? If you think that's a right, an obligation, a responsibility, if they don't, guess what? We live in a country where they don't have to have that same feeling, right? So why try to push them into a whole ideology, a whole mental state that they're just not in? Instead, I'd say, look, you got opposed logic here from the people that are feeding you your their position. One is that guns are so dangerous, and two, that there's so many of these guns. So make them think about how dangerous they are in reality, which they aren't, and then start talking about how many of them there are. And if they are so dangerous, there should be a fucking cause and effect there. Logic, real logic means if they are dangerous and there's a lot of them, there's a problem. So let's talk about where the problem is, and this problem doesn't exist.
I'm going to go back to Joe's point that I think that a good icebreaker is actually breaking the emotional argument. I think that G-Web's largely, your point is completely valid. You're right, but you're approaching it with logic and sound and appreciating what you know as a part of your being, as a part of who you are.
That's the concept behind it, but my approach is to just simply challenge them on the two competing elements of their position that's fed to them. That guns are ultimately dangerous, and then there's many of them. And then have them just try to not just think of those as separate things, but try to put them down in the same playing field. Like, there are a lot of guns, so where's all this crime? All we can do is cite the crazy ass lightning strikes.
Yeah, but that's a logical argument.
I don't. Just come to your point. When I do not try when I do this, I do actually tend to say, that the chances of these kinds of things happening are slim to none. It's not that I'm actually trying to scare the people, but the point I'm trying to make is that if these criminals that you're afraid of, because the thing is that if you're trying to prevent guns, I'm trying to say, if you're trying to engage in controls on firearms, these people obviously are afraid of something. Again, it's that concept of wanting to be safe, and they believe that the best path to safety is by controlling firearms. And to me, it's more or less to bring them more over to the side that it's not. Because to them, I don't necessarily think that they believe. And I think you can kind of have it both ways, right? Because you could have the people who believe that no, there's crime all over because the way the media reports it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and therefore guns need to be controlled. Or you could have the people who believe that it's not. It happens less. But still, why the hell do we need these things? Kind of a thing. Even if they, even if it saves one child, kind of thing. They're still like, they're still bad though. They're still, even though it's less, it's still
easiest question to answer though. So I would love it if anti-gunners came up with that question all the time. I don't see that coming up that often though. I mean, it comes up as like one of their many things, but they never just say why and then sit back and listen. But again, guns are boring as shit. They're history. They're machines. So you can get into a kind of a eye-rolling discussion with them about how boring and lame they are, and then all those facets of them. And then someone, again, unless they're only asking you why, just as a reflex, and they're not willing to absorb anything from you, then that's like I say. I think that's an easy one to answer because they think all guns are M16s. And like full auto Glocks or whatever the hell their perception is, or like Tech 9s or something.
Right, and that's when you get logical. I agree. That's when you get very logical. And like for me, I usually try to. I ask them the question usually, what? Okay, so you have, for instance, a Glock and an AR-15. In terms of killing capacity, and we're talking your standard close range type of thing. What is more super dangerous about the AR-15 versus the Glock? And they'll usually tell me two things. Well, the AR-15 is fully automatic and it holds more bullets. And I'll be like, well, no, you can get magazines for Glocks that hold.
Well, how is that not logical, though? So if you're going to start educating them on how.
Oh, no, it's a combination. It's a combination. That's my view on it. It's a combination. You got to use both. I
don't think I mean I don't know. I've only dealt with a few anti-gun people in the days, and it was different arguments in the 90s and the assault weapons ban, and a lot of it was the assault weapons type of questions, and trying to get into specifics. I gave up that a long time ago. If they want to consider all guns M16s, it's easier. Then yeah, all guns are M16s because then when you win that argument, you get rid of the NFA. So I don't try to explain to them what the fucking NFA decides because the NFA sucks. So if they want to say all guns are M16s, all guns are 40 caliber, school killers, awesome. Let's fucking go with that. All guns are ultimately dangerous. All
They
guns
are.
ultimately stealable, like especially handguns. You know, which one's more dangerous? Or maybe you fuck with them that way. What's you know, you give them your what's more dangerous or whatever, what's more violent, an M16 or a Glock? And they say M16 because of the capacity. You go, well, a Glock can be stolen. Shit, more people own Glocks. More murders are done with Glocks. I can fly off the handle and kill you over my parking space, or because my beer isn't cold enough with a Glock. M16, I got to go to the car and get it. You know, so start fucking with them a little bit and make them think. I don't know if that's still logical or what, but
No, you're not wrong. You're not. I just think, like I said, you know, I mean, you know, look, I just think, you know, maybe you have a different way of presenting, you know, the point that we're all.
I just know over the years that it's never worked to go, well, semi-auto is here's the definition, and here's why I think that you're wrong because there's a slight.
Right, and that's why for me, I will ask. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying that in my experience, it doesn't work to try to explain the
Well,
difference.
that's why I ask. I don't say, for instance, I don't personally. My approach isn't sitting there and going, well, an AR-15, blank, 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 and a Glock, blank, blank. I will say to them, you have a Glock and you have an AR-15. I'll ask them, what is more dangerous about the AR-15? Just point out like that. What is more dangerous? And that's when the response 98% of the time is AR-15s are fully automatic and Glocks are not. And AR-15s have high capacities. They could fire thousands of bullets, and Glocks cannot. You can fire an AR-15 way faster than you could fire a Glock, and you could fire and it has more rounds. And that's not true. That's
Okay,
not true.
so then you explain to them that there's 30-round magazines, and then they go, well, okay, you can have your AR-15 then. I guess thanks for telling me the difference. Just you can't have those magazines anymore because those aren't necessary.
And then I will go, what exactly is more dangerous about having a larger capacity magazine?
Well, then that's what I'm saying. Then it goes right against your idea that their perception is that you could just pour out rounds. Well, now you're going to say, oh, well, give me any size magazine because I'll still be able to pour out rounds with a 5-round magazine. So
Well,
now
yeah, you can. Well, no, it's not that I'm going against my own argument. It depends on which argument we're talking
I would go
about.
to the argument that, okay, if you're going to start comparing stuff, okay, what's more dangerous or whatever, the Glock or the AR-15, they choose the AR-15. Now go, what's more dangerous, an AR-15 or a hammer? Well, in this country, like twice as many people die from a hammer. So you're talking about something that is, yeah, you can pull the trigger, you can modify that fucker, pull the trigger and drop a magazine in a matter of moments. Even if the cyclic rate is per minute, you know, you can feed magazines into those fuckers. You can get belt fed adaptions to them and just be like the Rambo movies. So yeah, that's how easily it is to fuck with one of those guns. They're easy to obtain. You can get them by just changing a few cosmetic features and pull your ass around all the laws, even in California. But guess what? Still, laws, the facts are, twice as many people get killed by hammers, and it's almost an insignificant number. It's 500 people. So we're talking 300 people get killed by rifles in this country. So seriously, if the guns are that fucking horrible, and I'm agreeing with you that they're fucking full auto and they're fucking monster rifle rounds, you got fucking pistol grips so you can fire them from the hip at 70 meters without aiming. You can put a scope on it and sniper people out. You know, if you just didn't like the way they fucking parked, 2 blocks down, that's the way guns are. That's, doesn't matter. Don't even need to fight them on all that. Give them all that. That's how dangerous guns are. 300 people a year. How many guns are there? There's a fucking M16 for every person in the country. They're fucking like Bushmasters making these things and selling them without even putting serial numbers on them. They're everywhere. 300 deaths per year. So that way, I don't know.
No, you're not. No. I mean, look. I have actually. I wouldn't necessarily word it that way personally, and I haven't. Not saying it's wrong or right, but I also have made that general argument. But what I would say, I suppose, because the thing that you get is that they'll say when that they're used in crime, when someone decides to use them, they're just far more dangerous. And I mean, as I'm sure I hope that I agree with your points 1,000%. I'm definitely against the NFA and all firearms regulations, but this is the general arguments that I've gotten, and this is how I personally have gotten around them and have actually I've had quite a bit of success, to be honest with you, with it. I'm not saying every single time, but
100% every time.
No, but this is through this combination. I have tended to have a bit of success, to be honest with you. And maybe that's just me, maybe that's just the people I spoke to and things like that. But I do believe that by clarifying things and actually educating them on the firearms and on how things really are, because the thing about the anti-gun arguments, in my view, is that they're, at the end of the day, they're fucking paper thin because they're not based in reality at all. It's like the way I always try to equate it to is it's like saying a Ford Fiesta can fucking fly in the sky, and it's like, no, it can't. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's
they've done studies, and the Ford whatever or the Chevy Impala has been used more in bank robberies than any other vehicle. Like, therefore, what, we get rid of fucking Impalas, or we fucking get rid of Fords, or we say you can't drive?
That's another one. That's another great argument, and that's one I use all the time too. Is it's to say, the idea of like DUI, because I always say drunk driving and driving period kills way more people than anything else. So I always try to say assault weapons bans are the equivalent of saying, you cannot have a Chevy Camaro. You know what I'm trying to say? But it's like, yeah, but you could still get. I'm like, do you think that would actually decrease car deaths? And they always go, well, no, because people would just buy a different car. And I'm like,
right.
Same fucking thing with guns. Same exact thing with guns. It's through the combination of these arguments, because everyone's different. Everyone is going to be struck by a different thing. Some people are struck easier with the logical things. Some people are struck easier with the emotional things. And some people, it's better to use the combination. And some people just don't want to hear it at all.
Now, have you ever seen something? There must be something for like maybe for business or for like dating or something, like some set of questions that you can give somebody, and based on their response, have an idea of which method of communication would be most effective with them.
Honestly, for me, I wouldn't, because so for me, I was never a big fan of those types of things, like the behavioral questions and things like that. It just never was my thing. For me, I just try my best to analyze the person. It's basically it's hard to explain based on reactions they might give to certain things and their approach. And then there are I will say, there are the fucking people who, I won't like to use the word necessarily unreachable, but they're extremely difficult to reach, if not nearly impossible. And that's, so I'll give you an example. Remember how I was saying before, I met the dude in Iceland who was an NRA member and had guns, etc., 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 in the same bar with this dude, and a couple of American dudes and this one Canadian girl, I believe, walked in. And we were talking about it and the whole AR-15 thing, talking about it, and the girl just goes, no, they're just bad. And then I'm like, well, no, I don't want to hear about them. They're just bad. And we're just kind of like, and like they left, and my buddy and I are looking at each other, this dude, and we're just like, there's no argument with that kind of a thing. Like that's the kind of thing you really, if you're gonna break that person, that's not gonna have to be just you. That's gonna have to be something else. Just experiential or seeing something.
No, that's exactly right. Then it's society that kicks in, and when there's not a deliberate agenda-based like method of removing guns from society and intentionally alienating them and gun owners, then then it's just like, oh, you got a swimming pool? I could care less. You have a fucking pickup truck? What the fuck do I care?
Right, exactly. To me, it's not that. It's like you said. It's not that everyone necessarily has to defend themselves, although that would be nice if they did. But they should not be breaking my balls about my right to defend myself. And I agree with that concept 100%.
I think I haven't had a chance to really implement it yet because I just don't talk about any antis. But I'm convinced that the way to do it is to make them walk away questioning, like having to question their, or come, be looking for, like, seeking, if they're truly interested in changing my mind, like give them some kernel of a seed where then they go to pursue that and find out if I'm right or not, and then in the process figure out that they're getting.
Well, to me, and this is my view on the. It's not that you're wrong, because I'm sure some people would go ahead and do that, but most people, you'll say something, it'll linger for a bit, and then all of a sudden it'll be, my favorite sports team is playing tonight, and then
I'm
it's
not talking about those people. I guess it's those people that maybe your cousin or somebody in your family
Gotcha.
or at work that that you're going to continue to have this conversation. Maggie always talks about this guy at work, right? So I'm thinking like that kind of person who might actually, at least just to have a conversation with you, keep going, or if they really are in that position because Gabby Giffords told them to or something, and they just like Gabby Giffords and the concept of being the victim, and the victim championing her oppressor, which is fine. That's a valid conscientious position to take. So they feel that they're right. They're being fed a line of bullshit that sounds good. So I just want them to be able to go back to that ball camp, whatever, their side of the lines, and say, okay, give me some more info on this. And then if they're legit, they're going to go, oh, what the fuck is this? What is this?
right, and that's the thing. That's why for me, I just think that you have to have a multi-layered approach, and usually, like I said, you tailor it based on the person, and something may catch.
You got a catch-all box, and you take out the one that looks like
exactly.
But so here's coming back around on this, right? So this concept.
You know how to fly a Cessna?
What's that?
I don't even know if you know how to fly a Cessna, but I'll listen to you or whatever you're going to say.
Yeah, okay, all right. So the problem, though, is that a lot of people base all of their arguments off of emotion. And so if you can't chisel away at their emotions, then you're not going to leave them with any kind of statistical information because they're unwilling to conceive it. They can't even conceptualize what you're talking about.
Yeah,
You have to completely. So if I were to give you my how I argue with people when I talk about guns, is I try and find a shock and awe moment, and then I hit them with the logic. I have to
breaking up there, buddy.
Out of this emotional concept that they've really.
You're cutting out big time.
Yeah, I can't hear you, buddy. Sorry.
Then I hit them with logic.
You cut out big time. I don't know if you hear us, but you cut out. We heard it started, and then we heard logic at the very end.
So what I was saying is that like you have to break their husk of emotion. Like you have to crack their shell.
Yeah.
And then once you do that, then you can hit them with actual statistical data. But if you just come out like giving them statistical data, all they'll do is go back to Mother Jones or go back to whatever fucking echo chamber they go to for information, and they'll just be jaded again.
Right, and at the end of the day, that's why. Yes, 100%. Oh, sorry.
You have to make them question. You have to. No, it's fine. And if I'm roboting, I'm sorry. But if you have to make them question their reality. And you can only make them question their reality if you break the husk of their emotional concept of what reality is.
Yeah, exactly. Because like I said, this is the difference. It's not that at the end of the day, we both want the same thing. I want to feel and be safe. You want to feel and be safe. You just have a different approach to it than I do. Let me show you, I suppose, why I feel my approach is better for this task, and you can tell me why you feel, and we can kind of figure things out. See, the gun thing is a very unique point of argument for me, because I personally believe very strongly that the vast majority of any kind of discourse, whether it be and anything really, refugee crisis or financial or anything, like the economy, all sorts of things. Generally speaking, the answer is you have the right and the left, or just two arguments. There's usually the answer is usually somewhere in the middle. When it comes to guns, this is not the case. It's one of the very few instances where it really does fall all to one side. In all the research I've done, and man, I'll tell you, I'm not saying I'm an expert or anything, but this is something I've researched to absolutely no end. I mean, shit, when people used to question me on this when I was a kid, and even, into my university days, I used to, every time, big mass shooting or something, and people, I'd be like, you know what, let me try my best to completely clear my mind of all bias. I mean, I'm sure I wasn't entirely successful at that, and just research this from the ground up. And every time I did that, I just wound up being more pro-gun and more pro-gun. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
It just reinforced more and more and more. And I don't feel that way about practically anything else. I'm not saying absolutely anything, but practically anything else.
So I generally approach conversations with people, particularly when guns come up, in that everybody is an M&M, the candy M&M. You have to get through that hard candy crust to get to that chewy, chocolatey center. And the best way to do that is hit them exactly in their own argument. And so usually I let them say whatever it is that is their boiler point. Like, everybody has something that they think, particularly with guns, particularly antis, they all have their own, like, what they think is this, like, I don't know, this checkmate argument that they're going to make. And then they say their checkmate argument.
It's probably their reason for having that position too.
Right. And so you let them hit you with their best argument, and that is their M&M outer coating. And then you just crack it. All you got to do is crack it, and then you just inject and then you inject the realities, the statistics. Like G-Webs is saying, G-Webs is very good at statistics. You know exactly what all these different situations are in where certain applications of firearms are. And honestly, like, you can't just start off a conversation that way. Now, let me go a step further. In certain communities where you're talking to people, you're already dealing with people who might already be pro certain kinds of guns. They're almost like FUDs, right? They're pro-gun FUDs, right?
Why did he say AR-15?
Right. In California or in New York, for example, like, there are anti-all guns. And so you have to find their shell, and you got to crack it. You have to be very strategic where you crack it, and you got to break their argument. And then once you break that argument, then you start hitting them with those real life statistics. That's been my experience. That's my life.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. I agree with you 100% there. And it's funny, what I think is the usual, I love it because it's my favorite one when they hit me with this one, is the, in other countries in Europe, they don't have these problems. They have much lower crime. And when they hit me with that one, I'm just like, thank you. Thank you so much, because that's one thing I did a fair amount of research into, and I'm like, well, no.
Well, so what do you say? What do you say? So what do you say in that situation? Because I have an argument that I take, but I don't think it's a necessarily strong argument. So what do you say?
The first point that I make is that you say Europe, right? So how do you feel? Europe's gun. How do you feel Europe's gun laws are? Well, they don't allow this, and well, that's not true. There, in a lot of European countries, there is no assault weapons ban. In a lot of European countries, there's no magazine bans. In fact, in certain European countries, you can conceal carry a gun. So, why are the arguments you're making assault weapons bans?
Well, they're talking about the UK. They're talking about the UK.
The UK is a completely different thing. Okay, so the first thing that has to be in this, we want to talk about specifically about the fucking UK. So if you want to say one thing, there's countries in Europe which have much lower murder rates than the UK does, or lower murder rates, whatever, or comparable, that do allow guns, that do allow more guns, that even some allow the carry of firearms. Okay, that's A. B, you have to understand, first of all, why do these countries in Europe, like why, for instance, does Iceland and and Norway and et cetera, maybe like Switzerland, et cetera, have so much more, so much less crime and deaths and things like that? It's because they have a lot less crime and such overall. You know what I'm trying to say? At the end of the day,
here's my scary, because Norway per killer of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Norwegian killer, right? He went out and he shot everybody up, and then he lured them into his bombs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he is the epitome of mass killer guy. And so
Yes.
then they come back with you as like, okay, well, yeah, they have lax gun laws. We have more gun laws because look what happened. They had this crazed killer who made bombs and he had assault weapons and they ratcheted all that down because of him. Right? That's the argument they make. This is like penultimate. Like this is me being the I am being my worst argumentative person, right? That's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
How would you
gotcha.
deal with that?
If they say what now, I'm sorry.
Well, Brezhnev or something like that, the guy who he killed tons of people. He had an assault weapon.
No,
right
he didn't.
there.
First of all, he had a what he had would be considered perfectly legal under most assault weapons bans because it was a Mini 14. That's A. B. Norway actually has quite strict gun laws. So to say that, you know, they're way stricter than the vast majority of states that we have here. Many of the states, in fact, where, you know, motherfuckers can't get, can get, any kind of gun they want, etc., and have much lower sort of crime rates and everything else like that. So no, I don't. So in that aspect, I don't really see the argument, I suppose. You know what I'm trying to say? Because they're that's a European country, you know, and the other. The person did get the gun in the European country with the strict gun laws and managed to kill all those people. You could also bring the recent attack in France that was done with a truck, and they killed like what, 80 or so people. So obviously, mass killings can occur in these countries, gun or not. Now, if you want to bring the UK into it, there's a very interesting mass killing in the UK where the guy killed, I want to say, between 10 and 14 people. It was, I think, in 2011, 12, something like that, using a pump. No, I think it was a single-shot shotgun, a break barrel, and a bolt-action single-shot, 22.
Right, but so then that goes back to the argument of you're implying all kinds of logic in gun understanding, and most people you're arguing with have no concept.
And that's the thing, though, that I'm trying to basically bring to them is that the point that I'm trying to make is that the gun laws that they're claiming to put into place here isn't the case in most of Europe. Most of Europe, like I said, if you want to use England, right? England does not have that much of a lower or even a lower violent crime, murder rate, etc., than the rest of Europe.
Oh, let's go. But that, see, you can only make that point after you crack their candy shell. Like, so in the UK, knife crimes are through the roof.
Oh yeah.
And they're trying to ban knives, and they have been banning knives for almost a decade now.
Zombie knives.
Right. So you got all these illegal knives that are out there, kitchen knives, whatever, that are involved and engaged in crimes. And so my whole bent normally is, like I said, I try and break that candy shell that people have. And then I say, like, hey, listen, violence is violence. People will always be violent, and people will always look for whatever expedient means they can have to be violent. And so you have the choice of either allowing people to put their violence upon you because you understand they will always be violent. You can't get away with that. That's the reality of it. So your choice is that they can either be violent and you can't defend yourself, or they can be violent and you can defend yourself. So would you rather have a gun in that situation? If you're a pensioner, if you're an older person, if you're a female, always would I rather put a gun in their hands? Yes, I would.
Well, the thing that they're going to argue there, though, and this is where, well, the reason they have such less crime in general compared to the USA, even though they might have some knife crime issues, is that with knives it's way more difficult to kill, and with guns it's way easier, and that's the reason why.
Hold on, that's not even true. So
no. Oh no, I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that's what they'll say.
No, and he's right.
He's right. They can lie all they want, but that doesn't justify shit. Number one, they got way more crime, and they have more violent crime than we do here. And knife crime doesn't. So what if you get killed or if you're stabbed? I mean, that they're going to seriously be petitioning for cutting wounds over knife wounds. That's
Well, no, the thing is, so the UK does have more violent crime, I believe. But when it comes, and this is the thing they love to focus on, not in terms of murders. And I'm not saying it's right.
That's
or
right.
wrong,
That's right.
But they
Violent
always
crime.
tend to go on the murder thing.
Anyway,
That's
there's a
what-
reason when you're talking that thing, you said you're going to get all excited when they brought up the comparison between Europe or the UK and the United States as far as gun deaths or something, or murder rate. Then just start asking them why they're racist and why they won't pick every country on the planet, and why they're only picking a couple of hand-selected countries over in Europe that are the size
Yes,
of
yes, exactly. See, this is another great point that
of our cities. And there's a lot of good videos out there on YouTube that you can use to watch every so often to keep up sharp with them. But we're number 11 from the bottom if you rank every country in the world.
Yes.
And one of those countries that's pretty fucking violent is to the south of us. We got freaking thousands of deaths there. Here we have a couple of hundred, and they have to use suicides to make it into thousands. We're a country that's much larger. We have more guns, less gun laws. And again, they're going to ignore the country that's just to the south of us. So if they're going to bring up that argument to me, then I love to, like Hostage saying, break the shell. Okay, racist. Why are you picking a bunch of white countries that get along with each other to compare against our melting pot?
They don't. The thing that's exactly yes, and that's something. This is another thing I definitely, because the thing is, I will always talk about, for instance, Brazil, South Africa, Jamaica, Mexico, Nicaragua. These are all countries which have very strict gun laws, but insane gun crime and insane murder rates in comparison to the USA. And this is another thing I will definitely bring up. The thing is that I try to make the people understand first that the reason is that the reason that Europe tends to have less crime and gun crime and all this other crime in general, it's a cultural thing and it's an economic thing. And that's when I'll bring in something like, as you said, South Africa or this countries or that country. For example, if you look at these countries that are more broke and et cetera, people tend to be in a lot more poverty, this thing kind of starts to occur more. And the thing that you have to understand about America, what's so different about America than Europe, is that we're kind of like this big landmass made up of pockets of fucking Johannesburgs and fucking Reykjaviks. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, that all exists here in America. It's a very different kind of a place. And that's why comparing it exactly to Europe isn't exactly fair. And if anything, like I said, it kind of proves that at the end of the day, it's the economics. So to people who are broke and don't have too much to live for, and they tend to be the ones to commit the fucking crimes. It's just the way that it fucking works.
But it's important to point out that a lot of times people are unwilling to acknowledge the racial realities of these countries. And so they treat them as like this homogenous group. And that is also
it's not necessarily a racial thing, it's an economic thing. It's purely the fact that certain countries where people are better off, where they have, their car and their home and et cetera. It's not that it never happens there, but it tends to happen.
Okay. I mean, let me go a step further. So when you're talking about Scandinavian countries, right, and we reference them with having large firearm communities in certain cases, or even the UK, they're gripped with actual real crime of an immigrant situation they're dealing with. And so a lot of these arguments tend to, when you start making these European points, they start to dive into this like, well, this is an immigrant problem, or this is a so-and-so problem. And so how do you expect that they're going to deal? They try and flip the script on you, if you will.
Yeah, okay, so you want to say it's an immigrant problem. What the immigrants coming to these countries, right? Why are they coming there? Why are they coming? Because they're broke. Because they don't have fucking money, because their lives aren't exactly in great condition. Just because they come to Sweden, for example, doesn't necessarily mean that life is all of a sudden become, fucking rosy and great again. You know what I'm trying to say?
all fucking immigrants aren't necessarily poor, like leeches.
No, what I mean, what I think he's referring to more is like refugee kind of things. Not that's what I'm taking from you. If you're talking immigrants, period, then that's not what I mean. You're 100% right about that. I don't believe that at all. When you were referring to it, I was under the impression you're referring more to these people who are refugees who are coming to these countries. You know what I'm trying to say, because they maybe have nothing from war-torn areas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, it's not that all of these people will do it. It's just that people in that situation, all human beings, have a higher propensity to behave in that way versus than not.
Yeah, but that's the reactionary concept of laws, right? So this goes back to the status concept of I'm paying taxes, why aren't you protecting me? So to a government, the solution is always going to be get rid of guns. That is the natural proclivity of how things are going to go, because when you